Chapter 855, Absorbing Soul Fire. Upon hearing Feng say so as if she had long since prepared for this, Charlene promptly handed the crimson crystal ball with the silver leopard inside it to him. With your current standard, sensing the soul chain is naturally impossible for you. However, this thing here can help you, Charlene said as she pointed at the imprisoned silver leopard. This thing is a soul beast formed using soul fire. As long as you absorb its soul fire, you will naturally be capable of seeing the soul chain. Will I be able to control soul fire if I absorb it? Feng could not help but grow excited as he looked at the imprisoned leopard. But how can I possibly absorb it? It's a sentient tier 4 being, not a mysterious flame. Soul fire. It was the nightmare of countless players. Back at the Dark Den, Feng had witnessed the great demon nettle using soul fire to instantly reduce Discipline Paradise to level 0, forcing the Guardian Knight to restart his progress in the game. Meanwhile, soul fire could be categorized into two types: black destruction and silver creation. The one used by the great demon nettle was black soul fire, which possessed frighteningly destructive power. As for the soul fire before Feng, it was of creation. Although it was not as powerful as black soul fire in terms of attack power, it possessed the ability to alter and mend souls. Both of these two flames were mysterious flames that were exceptionally hard to come by. As far as Feng knew, no player had managed to control either kind of soul fire, even after a decade had passed in God's domain. If a player truly managed to control a soul fire, regardless of which type it was, they would become the nightmare of all other players. They would become an existence much more frightening than even a player capable of absorbing immortal souls. Now that Feng had a chance to absorb such a flame, how could he not get excited? Absorb a soul beast? Charlene laughed involuntarily. Are you tired of living? With your body, aren't you afraid of exploding? I'm having you absorb only the soul fire this soul beast is releasing right now. However, even if it is just radiated soul fire, there's no way you can absorb it with your current standard. The outcome will be the same even though you possess an immortal soul. I do know another method that can help you absorb the radiated soul fire. Only, you need to search for a mysterious flame to do so. Moreover, it needs to be a tier 2 mysterious flame at the very least. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress the power of the soul fire and will end up burned to ash. Hence, the only one thing you need to do now is find a bunch of tier 2 mysterious flames. If you manage to absorb the soul fire, you will also be able to weaken the corrosion effect the soul chain has on your soul. That will buy you time to search for that mysterious youth. Otherwise, with the current state of the soul chain, you only have another 27 days before you become that person's puppet. Well, there's nothing to worry about even if you fail to find that person. At that time, I'll personally grant you relief, permanently erasing you from this world. At the very least, you won't have to become that person's puppet. I only have 27 days if I don't have the weakening effect of the soul fire? Feng frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would have so little time. Who knew where that mysterious youth had gone to hide? After all, the place the mysterious youth had disappeared from was Blackwing City. He could very well appear in any country in God's domain. He might not even be in any country in God's domain. He might have distanced himself far away from human society and traveled to a remote place like the top of the world. God's domain was simply too massive. Even with a chain guiding him, locating the mysterious youth in just 27 days was impossible. That's right. Hence, you need to absorb tier 2 mysterious flames or above and absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. This way you'll have a little more time. Charlene nodded. Very seriously, she continued. Alright, hurry up and go search for tier 2 or above mysterious flames. When you've managed to absorb one, come and find me. I'll tell you how you can absorb the soul fire. It's fine as long as it is a tier 2 mysterious flame. Saying so, Feng summoned the ice blue devil flame. A dark blue flame immediately manifested above his right palm, its appearance causing the ambient temperature to decrease gradually. To forgers and alchemists, mysterious flames were priceless treasures. Unlike top-tier weapons and equipment, which could be obtained easily through raiding dungeons and field bosses or completing quests, one needed to investigate every map carefully to locate a mysterious flame. Finding one within a short span of time was not a feasible task. Besides which, a tier 2 mysterious flame was something capable of inciting a great war between various large guilds. It was not something that could be found in just 20-odd days. Even super guilds would barely be capable of such a feat. Fortunately, Feng had known the exact whereabouts of the ice blue devil flame and had secured it for himself as soon as possible. Otherwise this quest would truly be his doom. Thinking about it now, he had indeed made a wise decision to secure the ice blue devil flame back then. When Charlene saw the deep blue burning flame, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. The ice blue devil flame, a tier 2 mysterious flame. This is a flame that only places filled with death are capable of producing. Just how did you manage to obtain it? Charlene asked, greatly surprised as she looked at Feng. I just happened to discover it when I was traveling by the 100 Ghost Forest. Feng gave a casual reply. You really have been blessed by the goddess of fate. The 100 Ghost Forest was cursed by the legendary Black Witch. That Black Witch was a considerably amazing existence, and only a step away from becoming a god. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest might not be a problem to a weakling like you, but to powerhouses, that place is an absolute forbidden ground due to the curse. Charlene could not restrain her laughter. Since you already possess the ice blue devil flame, then you indeed possess the qualifications to absorb the soul fire. There are 2 things you need to do when absorbing the soul fire. The first thing is control the ice blue devil flame and have it wrap around the radiated soul fire. You need to envelop the soul fire completely. There must not be even the tiniest of leaks. If you fail to do so and get contaminated by the soul fire, even though you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will similarly suffer. The second thing you need to do is the most crucial part when absorbing the soul fire. After you have completely contained the soul fire, you have to absorb it into your body. Afterwards you need to fuse the ice blue devil flame with the soul fire. However, the soul fire is too strong. The fusion needs to be a certain ratio. If the proportion of soul fire is too high, the merged flame will damage you. If it is too low, you won't be able to display the power of the soul fire. Balance is a must. As for how to achieve that balance, you will have to depend on yourself for that. I will set up a magic array to carry out this fusion for you. While inside this magic array, you'll have an easier time guiding this fusion. Once you grasp that sensation, you'll have a much easier time wielding the soul fire's power in the future. After saying so, Charlene began reciting incantations as her hand drew line after line of divine runes continuously. A short moment later, the several thousand lines of divine runes drawn transformed into a golden 4-fold magic array, brightly illuminating the entire hall. All right, give it a try, Charlene said as she pointed at the golden magic array on the ground, an exhausted cast to her face. Evidently, forming this fusion magic array had not been as easy as she made it look. Chapter 856, Basic Control. Star Moon City, Teleportation Hall. A group of cloaked players suddenly appeared inside the building. Standing at the head of this group were an uncloaked young man and woman. The instant these two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many players. Aren't they Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus, experts of King's Return? Why would they appear here? As expected of a super guild. Their levels and equipment are simply too amazing. Both of them are fully equipped in level 35 dark gold equipment. That staff Hell Fiend is carrying is actually epic ranked. The difference between us is just too massive. I wonder when I'll be able to wear a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment? Could King's Return be looking to develop in Star Moon Kingdom? Experts of King's Return were practically big-time celebrities in the virtual gaming world. Not to mention, neither Hell Fiend nor Praying Lotus had bothered to hide the special effects of their equipment. Hence, many players quickly managed to determine the ranks of the two's equipment, which immediately prompted a discussion among the onlookers as they cast envious gazes at the two experts. Currently, mainstream players had yet to reach even level 35. Only the elite players of large guilds had mostly attained this level. Being able to have a complete set of secret silver equipment was also a very amazing achievement already. Yet these two experts from King's Return, a super guild, had already reached level 39. They even sported the current best weapons and equipment from head to toe. An epic weapon. This was definitely the first time these ordinary players had seen such an item. There had been no news of such a weapon appearing in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. One could just imagine how frighteningly powerful a super guild was. Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus paid no attention to the looks they were receiving as they walked directly towards an outgoing teleportation array. Ha, look who it is. Hellfiend came to an abrupt halt, his gaze shifting towards an elementalist waiting to use a teleportation array. Hellfiend, why are you here? The elementalist youth also noticed Hellfiend. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, his expression immediately darkened as he asked, "Could you be trying to threaten Zero Wing?" "Sind, it seems your luck is quite good. You actually managed to find a trustworthy ally. However, don't celebrate too soon. Your fate has long since been determined. Nothing will change no matter how much you struggle," Hellfiend sneered in disdain. He then turned away and left. A trustworthy ally? Sind's heart hid his confusion as he looked at Hellfiend's departing figure. Could Zero Wing have rejected Hellfiend's offer? He had never seen Hellfiend lose his composure to such an extent before. Inwardly, he breathed out a sigh of relief. The goodwill he felt towards Zero Wing also increased significantly. Not many people would dare to resist King's return, much less offend the Super Guild just for a stranger. "Hellfiend, are you really going to use the ancient book?" Seeing Hellfiend's hurried steps, Praying Lotus anxiously advised, "Don't let your anger get to your head. Even if you utilize the ancient book's power, Sind Heart will still get that sum of money. At that time, you will have wasted the true value of the ancient book." "Of course I know this. Lotus, do you actually think I've let my anger overwhelm me? I haven't forgotten our primary goal in coming here. Although I said I was going to utilize the ancient book's power, when did I say that I was going to use it on Stone Forest Town?" Hellfiend's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. "At that time, whether it is Black Flame or Sind Heart, both of them will suffer." "You're not using it on Stone Forest Town?" While Praying Lotus was happy that Hellfiend was not letting his anger get the better of him, his words also confused her. Stone Forest Town was Zero Wing's treasure trove. If they destroyed the town, they could undoubtedly deal Zero Wing a severe blow, wiping away one of the guild's major advantages in Starmoon Kingdom. But if Hellfiend was not planning on using the ancient book on Stone Forest Town, just what was his intended target? "You'll see when the time comes." Hellfiend smirked. Inside White River City's library, Feng continued to try to fuse the Ice Blue Devil Flame and the Soul Fire. However, the difficulty of merging two mysterious flames was extremely high. Despite numerous attempts, Feng still ended up with only failure. The first step of wrapping the Ice Blue Devil Flame around the small bundle of Soul Fire was no problem for Feng. At this point, Feng could control the Ice Blue Devil Flame like an extension of his arms and legs. Feng had already reached the Void Realm, so his perception towards his surroundings was already flawless. Hence, completely containing the Soul Fire was a walk in the park for him. However, the second step, which was the fusion of mysterious flames, was extremely difficult. Fusing the flames in the correct ratio was many times more challenging than threading a string through a needle hole. It was meaningless if Feng fused too little Soul Fire with the Ice Blue Devil Flame. However, if the proportion of Soul Fire was even a tiny bit too much, it would scorch him. At that time, not only did he suffer excruciating pain, but he also fell into a weakened soul state, causing his basic attributes to decrease. Each time he got burned by the Soul Fire, he would lose 1% of his basic attributes. Although 1% was not much after numerous failures, the accumulated amount was still very frightening. Currently, he had already failed 34 times in a row, which diminished his basic attributes by 34%. Fortunately, this reduction was not permanent, only temporary. Even so, he would have to wait 2 natural days to recover fully. This really is difficult. After experiencing many failures, Feng had more or less identified the ratio required to maintain a balance. However, knowing the fusion ratio was one thing. Accurately fusing the flames in correct proportion was another thing altogether. In the future, if he had to go through a similar process to utilize the Soul Fire without the assistance of the fusion magic array, the difficulty would be more than 10 times higher. For example, if his permitted margin of error with the magic fusion array was at 0.1%, then without it his margin of error would only be 0.1%. It would be significantly more difficult for him to utilize the Soul Fire's power. After all, players were not machines. They couldn't achieve such precision. It was the same even if Feng's brain activity had already improved substantially. Only now did Feng understand why, even after a decade had passed in God's domain, despite there having been a few God-ranked experts who had managed to obtain Soul Fires, Not a single one of them had managed to truly control the soul fire they had. If he was already having so much trouble controlling just a strand of the soul fire's power, just how difficult was it to completely control the soul fire? However, after going through so many attempts, Feng had also gained something else. And that was control. Before this, Feng had only been focused on improving his control over his own body and the surrounding environment, always thinking of ways to push his five senses to their very limits. However, he had always done so through actual life and death battles. He had never truly calmed his heart. He had never noticed before, but now that he was paying attention, he realized that his previous way of controlling his body and the surrounding environment seemed somewhat barbaric. Previously, he had been just like a sprinter, constantly placing an ultra-high load on his body while he fought. His control had no smoothness or flexibility whatsoever. However, after experiencing the fusion process multiple times, his control over his body had subtly improved. He could now extend and retract his power much more smoothly and naturally than before. This unexpected benefit overjoyed Feng. He had never imagined that he would gain such a bonus from combining two mysterious flames. With the continuous improvement of his control, Feng finally succeeded in merging the ice blue devil flame and soul fire on his 45th try. System, congratulations. You have gained basic control over the soul fire. You are now able to utilize the basic abilities of the soul fire. Chapter 857, New Class. Hearing the crisp sound of the system notification, Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. He was supposed to challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial in 3 days. If his attributes had decreased any further, he would have to wait until he had fully recovered from the weakened soul state before he could do so. He did not wish to miss out on this opportunity to visit the Holy City of Titan. With 50 slots to enter the Holy City, he could get quite a number of intermediate alchemists and intermediate forgers promoted to advanced rank. If he let this opportunity slip by, who knew how much time and resources he would have to expend to nurture so many advanced lifestyle classes. Moreover, with these new advanced classes, he could greatly increase the production volumes of strengthening devices and ice and fire resistance items. In the current God's domain, the importance of lifestyle players was increasing by the day. For example, large guilds such as first-rate guilds initially nurtured their own lifestyle players. Now, however, in order to increase their competitiveness, these guilds had now begun to recruit lifestyle players as well. Moreover, the conditions they offered were exceedingly munificent. Currently, even ordinary lifestyle players received benefits equivalent to those of guild elite members. If their standard was sufficiently high, they could even receive a core members treatment. This situation was something unimaginable a few weeks ago. As a result, players who originally intended to rely on field combat to get by in God's domain had started considering switching careers and becoming a pure lifestyle player instead. After all, playing a lifestyle class had its own benefits. Only, the status of lifestyle players was not particularly high previously, and the treatment they received had only been subpar at best. Hence, most players would generally choose to fight monsters. Now that the situation had changed, players who did not excel at combat were exploring various lifestyle classes. With the large influx of lifestyle players into the market, the competition between lifestyle players had intensified further. The number of advanced lifestyle players was also much higher than before. If not for the Candlelight trading firm having a massive advantage like the special workshop, which allowed it to attract and nurture plenty of talents, the trading firm would not have been able to maintain its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Although Feng had long since anticipated this situation, he had never imagined that it would happen so quickly. Without the advantages the Candlelight trading firm had accumulated before, as well as its possession of popular and exclusive products, the trading firms run by other large guilds would have surpassed it already. Based on Melancholic Smile's latest report, the heavenly trading firm opened by Heaven's Burial was growing the quickest. In just a short dozen days or so, Heavenly Trading Firm had become one of Star Moon Kingdom's 6 major trading firms. Recently, it even surpassed Overwhelming Smile's Overwhelming Trading Firm to become the second largest trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. It was also precisely because of this demotion that Yulon was in such a hurry to enter Titan City. After all, when judging the strength of a trading firm aside from products and traffic, the crucial factor would still have to be the number of advanced lifestyle players it had. Not bad. Now that you have basic control over the soul fire, you should have a much easier time searching for that person, Charlene said as she walked over to Feng. After thoroughly sizing him up, she nodded and added, unfortunately, with just basic control over the soul fire, you can only weaken the effects of the soul chain slightly. At your current state, you have roughly 54 days to find that person. However, as your control over the soul fire improves, the weakening effect it will have over the soul chain will also increase, and you'll gain more time to find that person. How can I improve my control over the soul fire? Feng asked curiously. Although he could tell that he had only basic control over the soul fire and hence still had room for improvement, the soul fire's introduction made no mention of how he could improve his control. Simple: look for other mysterious flames and absorb them. The soul fire is no ordinary mysterious flame. The power of the ice blue devil flame can only allow you to exert the soul fire's power to this extent. If you wish to improve, you'll need more mysterious flames to suppress the soul fire. The higher the mysterious flames tier, the better. However, tier 2 is the bare minimum, Charlene explained. I need more mysterious flames to improve? Feng was immediately rendered speechless. Mysterious flames were not bronze equipment. They were far from easy to obtain. There were indeed many mysterious flames located within Star Moon Kingdom. There were even several just within the region of White River City. However, the ice blue devil flame was the only tier 2 mysterious flame Feng knew the whereabouts of. He had no clue where to find the other tier 2 mysterious flames. Although Feng knew of the whereabouts of a tier 3 mysterious flame, that place was a secret location. Moreover, it was not somewhere a player of his current standard could go to at all. At the very least, he needed to reach level 60 or 70, as well as achieve his tier 2 class, to obtain that tier 3 flame. With just 54 days, accomplishing such a feat was simply impossible. It seems I'll have to have Aqua notify the guild members to gather information on a few mysterious flames as soon as possible, Feng thought to himself. A legendary quest was no laughing matter. Feng also did not think he was capable of finding the traces of that mysterious youth in his current state. The mysterious youth's strength exceeded tier 5. Moreover, seeing as the quest provided him with a way to extend its duration, this indicated that this quest was not one he could currently complete. Just the difficulty of locating and obtaining a tier 2 mysterious flame was no lower than an epic quest. Based on the statistics players had collected on God's domain in his previous life, an epic quest took anywhere from a few days to 1 or 2 months to complete. For legendary quests, however, players could take anywhere from 2 or 3 months to even 3 or 5 years to complete. The system's main goal right now was to have him delay for time. If he could not locate a sufficient number of mysterious flames and failed to delay for enough time, it would be equivalent to him failing the quest. In the end, he would become someone's puppet. At that time, his only option would be to delete his account and start all over again. This was the frightening aspect of legendary quest. It was not something an epic quest could possibly compare to. Following which, Feng shook the thought of the legendary quest out of his mind and calmed himself. He then began testing out the power of the soul fire. In the next moment, a silver flame appeared in each of Feng's dark pupils. The feeling he gave off also changed abruptly. Previously, when Feng intentionally hid his aura, he appeared to be as calm as the great ocean. When he was not hiding it, the feeling he gave others was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and domineering. Now, however, even though he had made no attempt to draw in his aura, he had an air about him that was similar to an iceberg's, silent and cold. One would shiver inadvertently when bathed in this aura. Not a hint of emotion could be found within Feng's eyes. There was only cold rationality present. It was as if nothing in the world could affect his composure right now. Is this the power of the soul fire? Shock filled Feng's heart as he observed his surroundings. Previously, when he activated the ice blue devil flame, the mysterious flame only increased the damage of his fire and ice-type skills. However, when he activated the soul fire, although he did not receive any improvements to his damage or attributes, his mind felt calm like never before, to the extent that he even found it frightening. Currently, everything in the world was just like data to him. Aside from absolute calm, the world before Feng had also become silver and white. He could see no other color through his eyes. Meanwhile, in this world of silver and white, he could see the soul chain wrapped around his body very clearly. He could also see it extending out of the hall and beyond. Just as Feng was thinking of testing this newfound power of his, the sound of a system announcement entered his ears. System announcement. A new expansion pack, Abyss Invasion, has been triggered. The Twin Towers Kingdom has been assaulted by the Abyss, and abyssal monsters have begun invading the surrounding countries. When the time comes, players can participate in the Abyss War. After accumulating a sufficient amount of merit, players can class change into a new class. Chapter 858, Fallen City. When the system announcement appeared, every player in God's domain was stunned. There was nothing surprising about the launch of a new expansion pack. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened. However, the mention of a new class piqued everyone's interest. A new class being offered as a reward showed that this new class undoubtedly possessed an advantage other classes did not. If they managed to class change into this new class, they might receive warm welcomes from the various large guilds, just like those who managed to obtain hidden classes. This thought tempted a lot of players. Very quickly, many began planning to travel to the Twin Towers Kingdom to hunt abyssal monsters and earn large amounts of merit. Meanwhile, at the Twin Towers Kingdom's Snowfield City. At this moment, hordes of abyssal monsters, both in the air and on the ground, surrounded Snowfield City completely. The strength of these monsters varied, their levels ranging between 50 and 200. What current players could do against these monsters was very limited. Fortunately, Snowfield City possessed a defensive magic array that could easily envelop the entire city. As a result, the horde of abyssal monsters could only roam outside the boundary of the magic array and continuously bombard it with attacks. The sound of explosions echoing throughout the entire city instilled fear and despair in the players there. Can this magic array really hold? This is an NPC city's magic array. Should be able to. Otherwise, what will we players be able to do against those monsters? Just as the players inside Snowfield City were debating about the city's defensive magic array, a crack suddenly appeared in the magic array above the city. Along with the appearance of this crack, the magic array also began destabilizing. Not good. The magic array is collapsing. Nobody knew which player shouted, but these words triggered a stampede as the players on the street fled for their lives. Every one of them rushed towards the city's teleportation hall in an attempt to leave Snowfield City. After all, these abyssal monsters were different from the ones found in the Abyss battlefield. The abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield were orderly, sorted based on their levels, and players could choose which area to go to depending on their own strength. Now, however, even monsters with levels in the triple digits mixed in with level 50 monsters. With just their strength, the players would be killed instantly, losing a level. The hardships of leveling up were the pain of all players. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. They would have to spend several days recovering from such a loss. Haha. Let's see what Sind Heart will do in this situation. Seated in the largest open-air restaurant of Snowfield City, Hellfiend laughed with great joy as he overlooked the entire city, a delighted look on his face. Immortal Light's base of operations was Snowfield City. If the guild wanted to earn large sums of money, it could only do so at Snowfield City. If Snowfield City were to fall to the abyssal monsters, the loss would not only uproot Immortal Light's foundations but also drag down the value of the city's lands. Nobody would want the lands here anymore. Even if Zero Wing kept its word and was willing to purchase those 5 plots of land, how much could the lands of a city captured by monsters possibly be worth? However, the thing that made him feel happy the most would still have to be the scope of the Abyss summoning. Not only did it cover the entire Twin Towers Kingdom, but it also affected several neighboring countries, including Starmoon Kingdom in the west. The Abyss summoning would definitely impact Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory. At that time, Zero Wing would similarly suffer, losing all the advantages it had piled up to the abyssal monsters. Hellfiend, we should leave as well. That magic array won't last for much longer, Praying Lotus said hurriedly as she looked at the gradually collapsing magic array in the sky. Relax. As long as you're by my side and neither of us actively attack those abyssal monsters, they won't try to attack us, Hellfiend said nonchalantly. Using the abyss summoning, he had opened an abyss passage. As a reward for his efforts, he had obtained a strand of the abyss's power. To others, the abyssal monsters might be extremely dangerous. To him, however, these monsters were practically his allies. White River City's library, Starmoon Hall. The system announcement was repeated 3 times, the contents of the announcement resonating in Feng's ears. Hellfiend activated the abyss summoning in the Twin Towers Kingdom? Feng was slightly surprised. Originally, he had thought his provocation would prompt Hellfiend to use the incomparably precious ancient book on Stone Forest Town. He had never thought that the elementalist would give him such a surprise. Now it would be somewhat difficult for him to take advantage of the situation. The Abyss invasion indeed posed an enormous threat to the country the invasion occurred in. Players residing in said country wouldn't even be able to level up normally. They would be forced to give up the leveling spots they were familiar with and head to safer locations instead. However, this invasion was also an excellent opportunity for players to earn large amounts of merit. Merit could be used to exchange for large numbers of magic array and siege tool designs, as well as to increase guild popularity significantly. It also provided players with a huge opportunity with class changing into a new class. This new class was known as the Demon Blade Knight. Not only was it a class that possessed the characteristics of a berserker, making it extremely strong in melee fights, but it also had ranged attacking capabilities. Although the Demon Blade Knight was neither a match for the berserker class in a melee nor a match for rangers and elementalists in a ranged battle, the combination of these 2 modes of attacking increased the class's survivability in battles significantly. After all, in both field battles and dungeons, bosses boasted a wide array of attack patterns. Dealing with these bosses with just a single mode of attack was not easy. Players who loved to fight both in a melee and at range would choose this class without hesitation. Just who is the fool who actually dared to open an abyss passage? At this moment, Charlone's complexion had turned extremely ugly, a wrathful flame burning in her eyes. Shifting her gaze to Feng, she said, "I have some matters I need to deal with. If you manage to absorb another mysterious flame, you can come here to look for me." After saying this, Charlene immediately disappeared from the spacious hall. It seems someone is out of luck. Seeing Charlene disappear, Feng could not help feeling some pity for Hellfiend. How could the power of the ancient book sent from the abyss be that easy to obtain? God's domain was fair. Although the ancient book could grant a player power, this power came with its own risks as well. It would be fine if an NPC of the human race did not catch the player who had used the ancient book. The consequences of capture, however, would not be one bit inferior to the penalty for failing a legendary quest. Feng couldn't care less about the trouble Hellfiend had just landed himself in, though. After all, he still had to thank him. Without these abyssal monsters, the members of his guild wouldn't have the opportunity to class change into a Demon Blade Knight. Following which, Feng quickly left the library and hurried back to Zero Wing's residence. Although he had previously received news that Sindheart was already waiting for him at the residence, he had wanted to absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. Hence he had not gone to meet with him right away. Now that he had gained basic control over the soul fire, it was about time for him to meet up with Sindheart. Zero Wing's guild residence. How could this be? Inside the reception room, Sindheart was currently walking around aimlessly, a very ugly expression on his face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his heart filled with anxiety. This was especially so after he received the message from his guild, which notified him that Snowfield City had already fallen into chaos. Many players had died horrible deaths at the hands of the abyssal monsters, and Snowfield City was no longer a place where players could reside now. Upon hearing this, Sindheart sank into deep despair. If Snowfield City had already fallen into such a state, then the lands of the city might as well be worth nothing. Just as Sindheart was trying to figure out a solution to his problem, Feng entered the reception room. Chapter 859, Design of Astronomical Value. At this moment, Feng was using his original appearance instead of disguising himself as Black Flame. When Sindheart saw Feng walking over, even his usually calm self grew slightly nervous. His reaction wasn't just because of the matter of Snowfield City. Rather, it was due to the massive pressure he felt from Feng like nothing before. The last time he had met Feng, he could clearly sense a hint of danger coming from the swordsman that made him feel as if he was standing before a ferocious beast. Now, however, instead of danger, he felt relaxed while standing in Feng's presence. He could not feel any threat coming from the swordsman at all. Sindhart had experienced many things since childhood, so he was very knowledgeable about one thing. The true danger was not the one that could be perceived but rather what could not be perceived. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Feng apologized. "Let's go carry out the exchange right now then." "Brother Feng, I wish to change the contents of our exchange. Will that be all right with you?" Sindhart said, having given the matter some thought. "Change the contents of the exchange?" Feng feigned surprise. "What changes do you wish to make?" "I believe Brother Feng must have already heard about what happened in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently you could say that Snowfield City is already finished. The land there has naturally become worthless as well. Brother Feng, you've treated me so sincerely all this time, so I naturally can't take advantage of you," Sindhart said. He then took out a tattered old drawing from his bag and unfurled it on the table. "I've never told anybody about this item before. Originally I had planned on using it to make a comeback. Now, however, I wish to sell it to you." At Sindhart's tense expression, Feng shifted his gaze to the drawing on the table. Engineering locomotive. Feng could not help his surprise. There were 3 major fields of expertise in God's domain, namely forging, alchemy, and engineering. Under normal circumstances, engineering did not play a particularly large role. However, as the level of expertise of engineers rose, the variety of items they could produce, which were of great importance to players, also increased. As a result, the value of engineers would also grow. One of the reasons why engineering became popular in Feng's previous life was the need for mounts. Mounts played an extremely crucial role in a player's life in God's domain. However, common ranked steeds were simply too ordinary, both in terms of appearance and performance, and could not satisfy the needs of the general populace. Moreover, many players were independent, so they couldn't obtain a guild mount. Acquiring a mount through other means was also very difficult. As a result, engineering mounts became extremely valuable. Engineering mounts could be categorized into multiple ranks, with the lowest being bronze rank, and the highest reaching dark gold rank. However, the design for a dark gold mount was almost as rare as a legendary item. The materials needed to produce it were also extremely rare, making it difficult to mass-produce the mount. However, a bronze mount was different. Although the design for it was similarly very hard to obtain, the materials needed to produce it were not particularly rare. As long as one had a sufficient number of advanced engineers, one could definitely mass-produce bronze mounts. Meanwhile, the design before Feng just happened to be the design for a bronze mount. Only field bosses had a chance of dropping this item, and even the luck attribute would not affect its drop rate. Meanwhile, its drop rate was lower than even that of Titan City's pass. Nevertheless, Sindhart had miraculously obtained it. Could this be the reason why he had managed to develop Immortal Light so quickly in the past? Feng could not help but think back to the past. Despite being an upstart guild, Immortal Light's rise back then could match even Zero Wings of today. In the end, it had even managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate guilds. One of the main reasons why Immortal Light had managed to develop so quickly back then was its immense funding. However, nobody actually knew how Immortal Light had obtained that funding. Everyone had simply assumed that the guild had found a powerful backer. In hindsight, there was over an 80% chance that Immortal Light had obtained its funds by utilizing this engineering design. Only a bronze mount design could possibly help a guild earn that much money. Even the strengthening device was far from comparable. After all, the value of an item like the strengthening device would decline sooner or later. However, the demand for bronze mounts was inelastic. It was one of the necessities in God's domain. Its value was not something other tools could compare to. In terms of monetary value, a single strengthening device was currently worth around 10 gold. It would be fortunate if the item could sell for 4 or 5 gold once it became commonplace in the game. A bronze mount, on the other hand, was worth several hundred gold. Just a single bronze mount was worth dozens of strengthening devices. Moreover, one did not need to fear that a bronze mount wouldn't sell. "How much do you want for it?" Feng asked as he looked at Sindhart. 20,000 gold. Sindhart stated after giving it some thought. 20,000 gold was enough for him to deal with the problems plaguing him. He could also use the money left over to migrate his guild's base of operations to a new location. I believe you should understand what kind of situation Snowfield City is currently in. It would simply be impossible for Immortal Light to continue developing in the Twin Towers Kingdom under the current situation. How about joining Zero Wing? Feng asked in a low tone. Moreover, even if you all try to develop elsewhere with a single word from King's return, there won't be any place that will welcome Immortal Light's presence. However, if you guys join Zero Wing, you can realize your ambitions without having to worry about King's return. What do you think? To Feng, although the engineering design was important, Sindhart and his group of experts were much more valuable. Have us join Zero Wing? Sindhart immediately fell into deep thought. Judging from Hellfiend's behavior before, he could tell that Zero Wing was truly powerful. After all, even someone like Hellfiend could not do anything to Zero Wing. If Immortal Light joined Zero Wing, it would indeed allow them to develop safely without worry. However, Sindhart still shook his head as he said, Brother Feng, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I still wish to develop Immortal Light together with that band of brothers of mine. Feng had expected Sindhart to reply in this manner. Hence he offered another proposal saying, if this is so, how about having Zero Wing invest into Immortal Light? Our side will ask for just 50% of your guild's shares. In return, Zero Wing will supply you all with large amounts of funding and resources. Aside from the 20,000 gold for the design, we'll grant you a starting capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to 30,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, we'll also continue providing you with coins and magic crystals. This much should be enough to let Immortal Light develop in any city. Zero Wing also won't interfere with Immortal Light's development. What do you think? Sindhart was momentarily stunned when he heard Feng's offer. Brother Feng, you're joking, right? With this much funding, not to mention Immortal Light, even buying 50% of a second-rate guild's shares won't be a problem, Sindhart said. He felt both moved and shocked right now. Immortal Light was currently at its lowest point. Practically nobody felt optimistic about Immortal Light's future, much less want to invest into the guild. Before this, he had always heard other people mentioning how rich a guild Zero Wing was. He never imagined that the guild would actually be wealthy enough to casually throw out tens of thousands of gold and magic crystals. With this much funding, Immortal Light would be able to become a second-rate guild quickly. Chapter 860 Guild Expansion. Even after Feng's lengthy persuasion, Sindhart remained silent, his hesitation reflecting in his eyes. Is that not enough initial funding? Feng asked when he noticed Sindhart's pause. He didn't particularly mind the lost funds. Although he was tight on money at the moment with the bronze engineering locomotive design, it would be incredibly easy to earn money. The only problem was that he lacked a large number of advanced lifestyle classes. Manufacturing the bronze locomotive was not easy. Not only was the manufacturing process complex, but it was also different from the method forgers used produced weapons and equipment. Aside from needing a large number of engineers, forgers and alchemists were also needed to produce various components for the engineering locomotive. Even for the candlelight trading firm, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the bronze mounts unless it stopped producing everything else. In Feng's previous life, Abyssal monsters had not overrun the Twin Towers Kingdom. Hence, even though King's return had oppressed Immortal Light, the guild had a place to develop itself and nurture its own advanced lifestyle players. Now, however, that was not possible. No. It's more than enough. Only, Sindhart hesitated as he looked at Feng. After considering the situation at length, he said, there is one thing that I am really confused about. Brother Feng, we are only strangers who met by chance. I have also earned King's return's ire. Why are you so willing to help us? Immortal Light is an upstart guild, even weaker than a third-rate guild. There should be no reason for Zero Wing to sacrifice so much for us. Can you tell me why? If he claimed that Feng's offer of initial funding did not tempt him, he would be lying. Even a first-rate guild would be greatly shocked by such wealth. Moreover, what had Immortal Light done to deserve such kindness? He was not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It was the same for his brothers in Immortal Light. There was no point for Zero Wing to go so far for them. Do you want to know the truth? Feng laughed. If you're willing to tell me yes. Sindhart felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, he wanted to understand this situation. If Shifeng's goal was the same as Hell Fiend's, even in death he would refuse Shifeng's offer. Alright. Since you wish to hear it, I'll tell you. I have 3 reasons. The first is that Zero Wing needs to expand to other countries. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has become too famous, and it is very easy for others to target our members, particularly God's Domain's major powers. Zero Wing has already deeply ingrained itself in Starmoon Kingdom. It would be very difficult for those major powers to shake Zero Wing's foundation here. Even if they could do so, the price would be far greater than the gains. There is not a single major power in God's domain that is willing to pay that price. However, it is just as difficult to develop Zero Wing in other countries. None of these major powers will just stand by and do nothing as we expand into their territories. However, another way for Zero Wing to expand its influence is to develop an affiliated guild that won't attract these powers' attention. Immortal Light just happens to fit this bill. Your personality and potential are my second reason. I can tell that you've only joined the virtual gaming world recently. It is possible that God's Domain is the first virtual reality game you and your friends have truly experienced. The fact that you guys can obtain such strength in such a short period speaks volumes about your potentials. There is also the fact that you guys have managed to offend a super guild. Generally, it is very difficult for ordinary experts to do that. After all, the two are on entirely different levels. It is an extremely rare occurrence in the virtual gaming world. The third point is this bronze ranked design. It can offer Zero Wing significant profit. Each of Shifeng's points was true. If Zero Wing wanted to grow stronger, expanding its influence to other countries was necessary. Feng had spent a lot of time considering the matter. Beyond those 3 reasons, Feng's strongest motivation was due to Sindhart and his companions. These people would all be top-class experts in the future. Even spending hundreds of thousands of gold to recruit them would be worth it, not to mention tens of thousands. However, Sindhart did not know this. Of course, these benefits are not without a condition. Feng changed the topic. After obtaining these funds, if Immortal Light fails to take control of 3 or 4 major cities within 2 months, Zero Wing will take over the guild's management. After all, coins and magic crystals do not grow on trees. Hearing Shifeng's condition, Sindhart's previously vigilant expression vanished as he quietly released a sigh of relief. Alright. No problem. I can assure you that after obtaining this much initial funding, Immortal Light will obtain control of 4 major NPC cities within 2 months. If we can't even do that, I would be too embarrassed to face you, Brother Feng, Sindhart said earnestly as he patted his chest. Feng simply shook his head and laughed. He was only trying to return the debt of gratitude he owed while taking the opportunity to recruit Sindhart to his side. He had never imagined that Sindhart would suspect him of ulterior motives, or that he would be forced to state conditions before the man would agree. There were only so many cities in a country. Now that God's Domain had launched some time ago, other guilds had occupied the various major cities throughout God's Domain. Even a second-rate guild would find it difficult to take control of 4 major cities within 2 months, not to mention Immortal Light, a guild that had recently been uprooted. However, Feng did not mind. Regardless of whether or not Sindhart succeeded, Zero Wing would still make a profit. Following which, Feng and Sindhart signed an agreement. Feng then spent 20,000 gold to purchase the bronze engineering locomotive design. He also spent 3,000 gold to purchase the 5 plots of land of Snowfield City, paying far less than what they had initially agreed upon. In response, gratitude filled Sindhart's eyes when he looked at Feng. He had never imagined that Feng would keep to his word to such a degree. At this point, even if he tried to give them away for free, no one would want those lands. After all, one would have to pay the city the corresponding management fees after accepting the lands. Who would be willing to accept such a loss? However, Feng did not feel as if he had taken any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a huge profit. At the end of the day, the Abyss invasion was only an expansion pack. Sooner or later it would be resolved. Although not all NPC cities affected by the invasion would recover to their peaks and would undergo some changes, as one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top 10 cities, Snowfield City would recover. Other guilds might not be able to afford to wait, but Zero Wing could. Moreover, aside from being able to resell these lands for a high price in the future, Feng had an important purpose for these 5 plots of land. When the time came, aside from the bronze locomotives, the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City would earn him the most money. After Feng and Sindhart completed their trade, Feng hurried back to the candlelight trading firm. As he prepared to produce the engineering locomotive, Aqua Rose called him. Guild leader, I found Hellfiend's location. He is currently residing in Light City, the Glory Empire's imperial capital. Here are his current coordinates. Aqua Rose then sent Hellfiend's whereabouts to Feng. He sure moves quickly. Feng's lips hooked up into a grin as he read the coordinates. Even if you hide in Light City, you cannot escape. Chapter 861, Consecutive Upgrades. While the ancient book Abyss Summoning could bring a disaster to God's domain, it could also bring power to players. However, there was one thing that Hellfiend did not know. The power of that the ancient book could provide was not limited to protection from abyssal monsters or an increase to basic attributes while in a demonic field erected by abyssal monsters. Establishing a safe zone was the ancient book's true purpose. Inside the established safe zone, abyssal monsters would not actively attack players. This was the Forbidden Book's greatest value to players. Now that the Abyss Passage had been opened, not only had swarms of abyssal monsters appeared in the Twin Towers Kingdom, but Starmoon Kingdom would also be invaded. Fortunately, the abyssal monsters required some time to fly from the Twin Towers Kingdom to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, Starmoon Kingdom was still relatively peaceful. When the abyssal monsters reached Starmoon Kingdom, the kingdom's players would suffer. Of course, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't the only country affected by the Abyss invasion. Twin Towers Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires would similarly be affected. Only they would not suffer as severely as the Twin Towers Kingdom. If Feng wanted an advantageous position during the Abyss invasion, the ancient book was a necessary item. Fortunately, the ancient book would drop upon death. Moreover, after Abyss Summoning was used, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag. As long as he killed Hellfiend, he could obtain the ancient book. Now Light City was the only problem. As an imperial capital, the city's security was incomparably strict. A level 180 tier 3 NPC led every patrol group that roamed the city streets. If a player tried to cause trouble, these tier 3 NPCs would kill them immediately. It seems I'll have to level up the Abyssal Blade. Feng felt somewhat helpless when he looked at his own attributes. To absorb the soul fire, he had temporarily sacrificed 44% of his basic attributes. Even if his attributes had been quite high, after such a huge decrease, his basic attributes could no longer compare to Apex Expert like Hellfiend. Furthermore, he had to kill the Elementalist inside Light City. Shortly after he had upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 30, he had obtained the Sacred Sword Killing Ray. Hence he had not rushed to upgrade the magic weapon. However, now that his attributes had dropped by so much, he had to upgrade the Abyssal Blade if he wanted to increase his combat power quickly. Following which, Feng entered the candlelight trading firm and stored the engineering locomotive design in the trading firm's warehouse. He then grabbed some of the weapons Melancholic Smile had prepared for him previously before using space movement to leave White River City and reach the deserted Howling Moon Canyon. Howling Moon Canyon was a level 10 to level 20 leveling map. To current mainstream players, this map was far too low-leveled for grinding. Only newcomers to God's domain would come here. Howling Moon Canyon didn't offer particularly abundant resources either. There were also very few quests in this area. Hence, players rarely ventured here to level up, which made it a perfect location for Feng to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. I wonder what kind of commotion will happen with this upgrade. Feng carefully unsheathed the Abyssal Blade from the scabbard hanging at his waist. He then called up the Abyssal Blade system interface and chose to upgrade it. Compared to the upgrade to level 30, the Abyssal Blade required far more weapons to reach level 35. It needed 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons. To current players, level 35 fine gold weapons were top-tier weapons. Very few ordinary experts could obtain weapons of this rank. It was even more so for level 35 dark gold weapons. Even to large guilds, weapons of such caliber were exceedingly rare. However, without hesitation, Feng chose to sacrifice the level 35 fine gold and dark gold weapons he had prepared. Following which, the abyssal blade transformed into a dark cloud as 23 weapons flew out of Feng's bag and hovered around him. Immediately, a black magic array formed beneath Feng's feet. The pitch-black light that the array released shot into the sky. If one watched from afar, they would discover a pillar of light rise up from the canyon's forest. The 23 weapons then disintegrated and transformed into 23 balls of pure golden energy that melded into the magic array. After the golden energy balls vanished, Feng heard chains snap. Following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the canyon, causing the monsters in the area to drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear. As if their lives had been stolen from them, the plants around Feng began to wither before eventually turning into ash. This phenomenon continued to spread, only stopping after it had extended 20 yards away from Feng. In the next moment, the abyssal blade reformed into a sharp silver sword with engraved, crimson runes on its blade, radiating a faint bloodlust. The runes gave off a sinister feeling. However, Feng did not pay much attention to the changes that had occurred as he clicked the upgrade button once more. This time to level up the abyssal blade from 35 to 40. Although the number of sacrificial weapons had not changed, it now required level 40 weapons. To current players, level 40 top-tier weapons were utterly out of their reach. After all, even the number 1 players on Empire's ranking lists were only level 39. They were still far from level 40, not to mention obtaining level 40 dark gold weapons. Feng, however, had plenty of level 40 fine gold weapons. Previously, while farming for designs, he had killed tons of high-ranking field bosses. He even had a godly skill like Divine Providence to assist him. He had piles of level 40 weapons in stock. Hence, he could easily offer the abyssal blade the required 23 articles. The abyssal blade leveled up once more. Compared to the previous black magic array, a twofold magic array now appeared beneath Feng's feet. The array's radius had also expanded from the previous 15 yards to 45 yards. In the next moment, a massive pillar of black light appeared in the middle of the canyon. Even those standing at the canyon's entrance could see the pillar of light clearly, much less the players within the map. What's that? What's going on with those monsters? The players grinding in the canyon were momentarily stunned. The pillar of black light towered like a mountain. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating while they bathed in the pillar's pressure. It felt as if their fate were no longer in their own hands. Shortly after, the pillar of black light faded. However, before anyone could feel relieved, a deafening dragon roar shook Howling Moon Canyon. This roar was so powerful that it even frightened some of the weaker monsters to death. The players inside the canyon had not fared much better as every one of them slumped to the ground, trembling. Is there a legendary monster over there? Why don't we go take a look? It might be a fortuitous encounter or some kind of rare boss. If we can kill it, we might be set for life. Although the numerous parties were afraid, they were also excited. There were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain. One frequently read such stories being on the official forums. There were many cases where unknown noobs miraculously stumbled across a powerful treasure, instantly becoming a famous local expert. Either that or they could make a fortune from selling the treasure they obtained and gear themselves with powerful equipment, earning countless players' envy. Hence, compared to dying, the players in Howling Moon Canyon were more eager to obtain the treasure. This might very well be a turning point in their lives. At this moment, however, the source of the Pillar of Light was a disaster. Every plant and monster within a radius of 100 yards had been turned into ash. Currently, only one man and one sword resided in the center of this desolate area. Chapter 862. The Hidden Effect of Magic Weapons. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade twice in a row, the magic weapon's appearance had changed significantly. The sword was now pure silver with blood-red runes engraved across the blade. There was also a faint layer of black mist enveloping the sword. The hilt bore a miniature black dragon which looked astonishingly lifelike. Despite part of the sword's blade being buried in the ground, Feng could feel a significant oppression from the weapon. Even he felt slightly uncomfortable. Even after Feng had firmly held onto the abyssal blade, the oppressive feeling still did not disappear. To think it would be so powerful at level 40. If I upgrade it 2 or 3 more times, I won't be able to wield it in battle. Feng both rejoiced and felt helpless as he gazed at the silver abyssal blade. There were weapons capable of mentally oppressing players in God's domain. However, this was definitely the first time Feng had seen a weapon that would also oppress its user. When expert players fought ordinary players, they could similarly exert a significant mental oppression. This mental oppression could dull an opponent's reactions and weight down their movement, which would in turn reduce their combat powers significantly. But against experts of similar standards, this mental oppression was practically negligible. However, the mental oppression that God's domain's weapons and equipment exuded was different from that of players. This kind of mental oppression resembled what players felt when they faced Grand Lord-ranked monsters. Not only could it dull players' thought processes, but it could also increase players' stamina consumption rate. It was precisely this reason that Grand Lords were so difficult to deal with. It was practically impossible to rely on numbers to defeat Grand Lords. Even expert players would suffer tremendously against a Grand Lord's mental oppression. It would be impressive if an expert could even exert 60% or 70% of their actual combat power. Yet, the mental oppression the Abyssal Blade released was stronger than that of Grand Lords. Even an expert of Feng's level would squirm under this mental oppression, affecting their combat power slightly. Following which, Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade and slashed at the empty space before him. Earth Splitter. Hua. A streak of silver light slammed into the ground, stretching out over 30 yards. When the light vanished, it revealed a deep trench in the ground wide enough to fit 3 people lying shoulder to shoulder. The trench was nearly 5 meters deep. Earth Splitter's power was now far stronger than when he had used the skill in the past. Moreover, swinging the Abyssal Blade also felt completely different. However, what shocked Feng the most was the sudden burst of mental oppression when he activated his skill. Under this mental oppression, even an expert like Feng would lose nearly 40% of his combat power. Weaker experts might even experience a 50% decrease. Factoring in the element of surprise, the mental oppression might even increase further. So strong. Sure enough, magic weapons are quite scary. Feng was at a loss for words as he examined the Abyssal Blade's statistics. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1204. All attributes plus 72. Attack speed plus 20. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 200% damage. 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 4. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 40. Can be upgraded. Devour 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional Skill 1. Phantom Kill Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute 10 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional Skill 2. Abyssal Bind Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration: 4 seconds. Cooldown: 50 seconds. Additional Skill 3. 9 Dragons Slash Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional Skill 4. Abyssal Curse Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 10 hours. The famed smith Alice's personally created the Abyssal blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. Purely regarding attributes, the Abyssal blade was no longer weaker than epic weapons. Now that it had gained the hidden effect of exuding mental oppression, it was a tool for slaughter. It seems that I'll have to make some time to get used to this kind of mental oppression. Even now, when Feng thought back to the burst of mental oppression that had occurred when he had used a skill, he was still somewhat afraid. If when he faced a powerful enemy this mental oppression affected him at a crucial moment, he would only have himself to blame if he lost the battle. However, when Feng returned the Abyssal blade to its sheath, the mental oppression vanished. Oh, someone actually dared to come here? Just as Feng was about to leave, he discovered someone attempting to sneaking up on him. This person was highly skilled with their stealth techniques. However, this person's light footwork was secondary. The frequency of this person's movements was crucial. This person had matched the rhythm of their footsteps to his own. Expert players were powerful because of their ability to push their body's 5 senses and power to its very limits. With heightened senses, even a player in stealth would not escape detection. After all, stealth only made a player invisible. It did not eliminate a player's presence. However, it was far more difficult for expert players to perceive those capable of matching their movement frequency. After all, a person's 5 senses mainly function to detect existences on different frequencies. It was very easy for a player to ignore those on the same wavelength. The assassin sneaking up on Feng was actually capable of matching his frequency. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two players was simply too massive. Despite having matched his frequency, Feng detected the assassin easily. A pity, Feng laughed. He then vanished from where he stood. Void steps. When Feng disappeared, the young man, a level 18 assassin, dropped his jaw in shock, not daring to believe what he had just seen. A swordsman player had actually vanished right before his eyes. How did he disappear? Can swordsmen learn the stealth skill as well? The assassin youth ran to where Feng had disappeared from in an attempt to make sense of what had just happened. However, before the assassin youth came anywhere near his destination, his body froze with fright. By the time he realized it, a chilling blue longsword had appeared at his neck. Had he taken another step forward, that blue longsword would have sliced his head clean off. Chapter 863, Audition. Brat, you sure have guts to run all the way here. Feng smiled faintly as he spoke to the stealthed assassin youth. At level 18, there was no way that he could make up for the massive difference between their attributes, regardless of how proficient he was with his stealth techniques. Feng had simply intended to leave the area. However, after discovering this assassin, he changed his mind. He had done so because he was impressed with this youth's strength. In the past, the youth had also been very famous in Starmoon Kingdom. The afterimage assassin Soundless. Feng had encountered Soundless in the past. Soundless had garnered fame in the past due to the mess he had made of Ouroboros. Not only had Soundless targeted the first-rate guild, but he had also targeted its guild leader, Chao Qinghua. Soundless had actually succeeded in killing Chao Qinghua for a total of 3 times. This incident had humiliated Ouroboros thoroughly. It wouldn't have been so bad if Chao Qinghua's killer had been a well-known assassination expert in the virtual gaming world. However, a nameless assassin had claimed his life not once but 3 times. After that incident, Ouroboros had tried furiously to get rid of Soundless. In the end, however, the guild had failed to do anything about the assassin. A single independent player had actually stood against a first-rate guild. This had been an incredibly rare occurrence even throughout God's domain, not to mention a small country like Starmoon Kingdom. As news of Soundless' achievement spread, many large guilds had attempted to recruit the assassin. Some guilds had even offered a portion of their shares to gain his membership. However, Soundless had paid no attention to the offers he received, refusing to join any guild. After some more time, Soundless started a journey through God's domain to challenge the various experts on the continent. Of course, he had not remained undefeated. However, even after a defeat he had lost gloriously. After all, the victors had not been ordinary experts. Everyone was a top-class expert in God's domain. Some were even old monsters from various super guilds. The assassin had earned those old monsters' favorable opinions and high evaluations. Some of those super guilds had even stretched out an olive branch in an attempt to recruit Soundless. After all, despite his age, Soundless already qualified to challenge those old monsters. Needless to say, his future would be brilliant. In the end, even the first-rate guild Ouroboros had no choice but to surrender and offer corresponding compensation. Soundless had become an idol that many independent players revered. However, Soundless had always mingled in Starmoon City. Feng had never imagined that the youth would appear in White River City. Now that he had encountered such an expert, Feng could not miss this chance to get acquainted. Currently, despite facing the pressure Feng exuded, Soundless showed no hint of fear. Rather, reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the swordsman. This was the first time Soundless had encountered such a situation. He had always been proud of his stealth techniques. Although he was only level 18, even level 35 guild elite players had failed to notice him when he stood beside them, yet despite being over 60 yards away from Feng, the latter had discovered him. Moreover, before he had realized it, a blue long sword had appeared against his neck. He felt as if he were dreaming. However, the icy sensation he felt at his neck reminded him that this was not a dream but reality. Although Feng's level was much higher than his, he could tell that the gap between them was not simply a case of attributes. Even the gap between their techniques was despairingly wide. "Brother expert, please don't misunderstand. I just came here to take a look," Soundless hurriedly explained as he faintly felt the long sword move forward. While there were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain, banditry was even more commonplace. When one encountered another player trying to plunder their fortuitous encounter, they would take out said player without hesitation. "You came to take a look?" Feng laughed. He retrieved Killing Ray and said, "All right then. I believe you. However, you best stay far away from this kind of place in the future. Next time you won't be as lucky." The youth had mistaken the turmoil the Abyssal blade had caused as a fortuitous encounter. If not for Soundless' late timing, the Abyssal blade's shockwaves would have certainly killed him. Soundless had wanted to respond, but Feng had vanished before he could utter a word. This time, however, Feng had not used Void Steps. Instead, he used the 7 Luminaries Rings space movement to return to White River City. Soundless was dumbstruck when he saw Feng vanish, his reverence of Feng growing even more intense. To come and go without leaving a trace, Feng was even more of an assassin than an assassin like himself. So strong. I wish I had even half of his abilities. Zero Wings Yifeng, is it? I must convince him to mentor me. After recovering from his momentary stupor, Soundless retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He planned to join Zero Wing right away. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of guilds, thinking that guilds' elites and experts were decent at best. However, after seeing Feng's frightening performance, he finally understood how little he knew. Elsewhere, Feng had no idea that his display had attracted the afterimage assassin to join Zero Wing. He had only intended to establish an initial connection with the youth and later attempt to recruit him gradually. After all, independent experts like Soundless had a lot of pride. In the past, even after super guilds had extended an invitation, he had rejected their offers. After returning to White River City, Feng traveled to the teleportation hall and towards Light City. When Feng arrived in Light City, he discovered a crowd of players in the teleportation hall. Every one of these players was extraordinary, with most of them being level 35 or above. One would not find a crowd like this in White River City or Starmoon City. Many players who had traveled to Light City were stunned by what they saw. Just as Feng wondered how he should search for Hell Fiend, a sudden commotion across the street attracted his attention. "King's Return's audition has begun. Let's hurry over and check it out." I heard that more than 1 million players are participating in this audition. There are over 6 million players here to watch. This is the grandest recruitment competition King's Return has ever held. I know, right? Right now God's Domain is insanely popular. Even King's Return has made some slight adjustments to how many people they will recruit this time. Instead of recruiting 100 people like usual, they are recruiting up to 300. I even heard that the upper echelons will be here to observe the auditions. I heard that Hellfiend, the newest adjudicator, will be watching. If I had even 1/3 of his abilities, I could secure first place. I'd get to enjoy the benefits of a core member. Keep dreaming. I'm not as greedy as you. I don't need 1/3. 1/5 will be enough for me. Swarms of players on the street were discussing the event. Recruitment competition? Feng could not help his smile after overhearing these conversations. This is a good opportunity. Chapter 864, S-Rank Evaluation. There were not many super guilds in the virtual gaming world. As a result, the annual recruitment competition that King's Return, one of these few super guilds, held was a huge event in the virtual gaming world. In addition, due to God's Domain's launch, this event had become even more popular than before. However, its guild residents had far from enough space to accommodate the massive number of players participating in this year's assessment. Fortunately, King's Return had thought of a plan to deal with this problem. It would host the audition in the Divine Coliseum. Unlike White River City, Light City's Divine Coliseum had been constructed in the sky, above the imperial capital. However, the building had an ethereal form as if it existed in a different realm. The audition's requirements are intense this year. They require participants to reach the trial tower's 6th floor. I only reached the 5th floor the last time I challenged the trial. I wonder if I can pass through the 5th floor this time? I know, right? This requirement is simply too high. The most powerful player in my city has only reached the 6th floor. King's Return is not giving us a fair chance. As they arrived, players began to complain when the Ready King's Return's listed requirements. A player's level and equipment did not matter in the Divine Coliseum's trial tower. Only their techniques mattered. However, the trial tower itself was the most damning aspect, as each attempt to challenge its floors cost 1 magic crystal. Magic crystals had always been a rare commodity in God's Domain. Ordinary players had an extremely difficult time obtaining even one. Even expert players would only have a few on hand. Normally, players used every magic crystal sparingly, yet to prove their qualifications to take King's Return's test, they had to spend 1 magic crystal to challenge the trial tower. If in the end they failed to join King's Return, they would have suffered a huge loss. However, as the various players fell into heated discussions, a young man caught their attention as he entered the main hall. Adoration and envy filled their eyes as they watched him. This man was the host of this year's recruitment competition, Hellfiend. He was also an adjudicator of King's Return. Even in the Super Guild, he was considered a top-class expert. He was also the role model they dreamed of becoming. While he had everyone's attention, Hellfiend ran the participants through this year's competition rules. Following which, he entered a VIP room on the 2nd floor to watch the audition quietly. Hellfiend, quite a number of experts are participating in this year's audition. As the competition's host, you should take the opportunity to recruit more high-potential newcomers. They might even become powerful allies, Praying Lotus, who sat beside Hellfiend, advised as she looked down on the crowd. She had discovered several experts among the participants. Some of them had even reached level 38. To independent players, this was a very difficult feat. There were many factions in a super guild. Hence, the guild's upper echelons paid a lot of attention to the recruitment of fresh talent every year. It was also extremely difficult to obtain the rights to host the yearly auditions. Hellfiend had only obtained the honor after all sorts of negotiation and trades. As the host, Hellfiend had the opportunity to rope in the participants he had set his sight on after the competition had begun. After the competition finished, he even had priority in choosing potential newcomers. After undergoing special training, these newcomers would quickly join the ranks of King's Return's experts. Some might even become core members. These people would be extremely useful to Hellfiend in the future. Hence, he needed to consider his selections carefully. Relax. I've already investigated some of the powerful experts participating in the audition this year. I won't let anyone else obtain a single potential newcomer. Hellfiend laughed confidently. If those old bastards knew that there were so many potential newcomers, they would regret trading with me. Before the King's Return's recruitment competition had officially begun, he had already sent his subordinates to scout the participants and make a list of the experts taking part in the audition. Among the numerous experts participating, 8 had caught his attention. Regarding either age or current strength, these 8 people had earned an S-rank evaluation on his list. In the past, 3 to 5 S-rank evaluations had been impressive. Now there were a total of 8. Just thinking about it made Hellfiend rejoice. To become this year's audition host, he had paid a tremendous price, even giving up his tablet slot. However, securing all 8 of these S-rank newcomers would definitely be worth the sacrifice. After all, it would be the equivalent of hosting 2 auditions. The people who had received an S-rank evaluation would go on to become top-class experts in the guild. Praying Lotus had been one of these S-rank newcomers. Now, she was one of the leading figures in King's Return's younger generation. Old bastards, just you wait and see. Sooner or later, King's Return will belong to me. When Hellfiend thought about how he had not only foiled Sindhart's exchange today, but had also orchestrated the abyssal invasion of Star Moon Kingdom, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. It was true that he could not do anything about Zero Wing right now. However, those abyssal monsters could deal with the guild easily. He was very aware that devastation would follow those abyssal monsters wherever they went. Even Star Moon Kingdom would fall if it were invaded, much less White River City. In the end, the lands purchased Zero Wing had purchased would be worthless. However, Hellfiend had no intentions of letting Zero Wing go with so little punishment. To prevent Sindhart from obtaining that money, he had used up his most precious ancient book. If he let Zero Wing get away with so little damage, how could he appease the anger in his heart? He still wanted to get rid of Black Flame and every upper echelon of Zero Wing. He wanted to remove Zero Wing's name from God's domain thoroughly. In the past he had feared Black Flame somewhat. However, now that he had activated the ancient book and obtained its power, he was very confident that he could kill the swordsman. Just as Hellfiend congratulated himself, he received a message. Upon reading this message, his expression darkened. Has Zero Wing gone mad? A bloody glint flashed in Hellfiend's eyes. He wanted nothing more than to devour every Zero Wing member alive. Why are you so angry? What happened? Praying Lotus asked. Zero Wing bought those 5 plots of useless land. Now Sindhart has collected the required money. Black Flame, I won't let you get away with this. Hellfiend bellowed. His voice was so cold that the room's temperature plummeted. How can this be? The abyssal monsters have already taken over Snowfield City. The lands are worth nothing. Are Zero Wing's upper echelons fools? Praying Lotus was shocked as well. She knew just how much money Sindhart needed. Zero Wing must be insane to spend that much money on 5 tattered lands. Lotus, we're leaving. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom will watch as I end the Sword King's legend today. Hellfiend growled as he stood and prepared to leave. What about the selection? Praying Lotus hurriedly asked. The audition had already begun. I've already notified Ordinary Stranger. When the time comes, he will represent me in choosing those experts. Hellfiend refused to waste any more time. He rushed out of the room, intending to head towards Light City's teleportation hall. However, as soon as Hellfiend set foot out of the room, numerous black chains emerged from the ground and bound him, startling the adjudicator. He couldn't respond to the sudden development while he was restrained. Chapter 865 Clean Sweep. The instant the pitch-black chains bound Hellfiend, the Elementalist released a low shout as he activated a control removal skill, breaking free from his restrictions. He then instinctively raised his staff and used Frozen Circle. A wave of cold air spread out to Hellfiend's surroundings. However, the cold air had failed to restrain the figure that had ambushed Hellfiend. On the contrary, the figure had moved closer. In the next moment, a streak of blue light slashed towards Hellfiend. Having no other choice, Hellfiend used his blink skill, vanishing and reappearing 20 yards from where he had stood in the corridor. At this moment, Hellfiend finally realized who had attacked him. It was a man hidden under a black cloak. The cloak's hood concealed the man's face and he could only see a pair of black eyes. A silvery white flame burned in those eyes, making Hell Fiend shudder. Despite the man standing in front of him, he couldn't even pick up the slightest tension or oppression with his five senses. It didn't even feel as if the man actually existed. "Who are you?" Hell Fiend immediately realized that the man before him was no weaker than himself, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. If not for his sharp senses instantly detecting the chains that had emerged from the ground, this man would have likely killed him already. Still inside the room, Praying Lotus was similarly stunned. She had never seen such a foolish expert before. She had never imagined that someone would be so daring as to aim for Hell Fiend's life here. Setting aside Hell Fiend's combat standard, Light City was King's Return's main base of operations. Moreover, they were in the Divine Colosseum. The NPCs guarding this place were far more powerful than the NPCs patrolling on the streets. Every one of them was a level 200 NPC. Attempting to assassinate Hell Fiend here was nothing more than a suicide attempt. However, the Oracle Praying Lotus also reacted quickly as she began casting a spell to cover Hell Fiend. Meanwhile, the expert that Praying Lotus considered foolish was none other than Feng. Naturally, Feng understood the risks of attacking a player in the Divine Colosseum. However, those risks were exactly what he needed to increase his chances of success. Furthermore, he had chosen this narrow corridor on the second floor to make his move. Combat in such a cramped area was highly disadvantageous for a magical class. Hence, his chances of killing Hell Fiend here were much higher than if he targeted the Elementalist on the open streets or in the fields. In addition, the Divine Colosseum's NPCs were garrisoned in the first floor's main hall. By the time they discovered his attack and reached the second floor corridor, they would have wasted at least 10 seconds. They would need more time to react than if he had launched his attack on the streets. No answer? Then die. Hell Fiend began to chant an incantation when realized that his attacker had chosen to remain silent, firing numerous frost arrows at Feng simultaneously. Inside the Divine Colosseum he had an absolute advantage. Although the terrain worked against him, he didn't need to defeat Feng. He only needed to buy time until the NPCs arrived. He refused to believe that Feng could kill him in such a short time. Moreover, he currently had the Ancient Book's enchantment. He was confident of contending with his guild's old monsters, much less some fool with a few loose screws. In the next moment, the frost arrows flew through Feng's body and struck the wall behind him, resulting in a white explosion. Hell Fiend's expression darkened as he noticed that someone had appeared behind him. However, Feng had not revealed even a strand of killing intent. Despite reaching the Void Realm long ago, Hell Fiend had been slow by half a beat in discovering Feng. Just as Hell Fiend considered using Ice Barrier to protect himself, the Abyssal Blade was already unsheathed, and Feng used Blade Liberation and Chop against Hell Fiend. The Abyssal Blade's mental oppression while unsheathed was already extraordinary. After using a skill, the mental oppression increased by several times. Any ordinary player would freeze and fall in fear against such a powerful oppression. Even standing would be a difficult task. To an expert like Hell Fiend, however, although he had not frozen, the mental oppression still delayed his reactions. Although mental oppression could not distinguish allies from enemies, Feng had utilized the Soul Fire's power before using the Abyssal Blade. His mind was utterly serene. With the help of the Soul Fire's power, even the Abyssal Blade's suffocating mental oppression felt like a light breeze. The Abyssal Blade could not affect him whatsoever. As a result of Hell Fiend's delayed reactions, he allowed the Abyssal Blade to slice through Praying Lotus's magic shield and his frost shield without any resistance. Hell Fiend had no time to deploy his Ice Barrier as the magic weapon bit into his body. Blade Liberation's power had doubled Feng's strength and agility attributes. Even if Feng's attributes were currently weakened, his attack power was still higher than before. Even after the magic shield and frost shield absorbed a significant amount of damage from his attack, when his chop struck Hell Fiend, it achieved a critical hit and dealt minus 13,418 points of damage. To Hell Fiend, who only had around 11,000 HP, this single attack was enough to deplete all of his HP instantly. Just who are you? Watching his HP rapidly decrease, Hell Fiend turned his head to look at Feng, regret filling his eyes. If he had activated Ice Barrier from the very beginning, he might have held this man off until the NPCs had arrived, yet he had allowed his confidence of being in the Divine Colosseum to get the better of him. As a result, he underestimated his opponent's strength. However, no matter how much Hellfiend regretted his arrogance, his body still collapsed to the ground. He dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient book as he died. Praying Lotus, who still stood inside the VIP room, looked at Feng grimly. She no longer dared to look down on Feng. This had all happened too quickly. She had never dreamed that Hellfiend would die like that without even enough time to even activate Ice Barrier. Even if she relayed this story, nobody would believe her. However, this unimaginable scene had indeed occurred. Killing Hellfiend inside the Divine Colosseum might have seemed extremely foolish, but they had been the true fools. After all, how could an expert of such standard possibly accomplish such a suicidal assassination without at least some confidence of succeeding? Moreover, the burst of mental oppression that had suddenly appeared was simply too frightening. Even from so far away, her mind had still gone blank for a moment. If Feng approached her, only death would await her. Experts were experts because of their quick reactions. However, that kind of mental oppression had even slowed her thought process. In a battle between experts, even an instant of hesitation could be fatal, not to mention falling into a daze. Just who is he? Praying Lotus's mind rapidly shuffled through the well-known experts in God's domain as she watched Feng's cloaked figure. However, not one of the experts she knew of possessed a cold, ethereal aura like the man before her. She felt as if she were looking at an emotionless robot, rather than a human being. While Praying Lotus tried to guess Feng's identity, Feng hurriedly collected the equipment an ancient book Hellfiend had dropped. He then used space movement and departed from the Divine Colosseum silently. Shortly after Feng left, a group of level 200 guards wielding spears reached the scene of the crime. However, aside from Hellfiend's corpse, nobody else was present in the corridor. Moments after the guards arrived, a few curious players rushed to the scene as well. When they discovered Hellfiend's corpse, none of them could believe their eyes. Someone had killed King's Return's adjudicator in the Divine Colosseum. Chapter 866, Number 1 Bounty. Isn't that Hellfiend this year's audition host? Why is he dead? What happened here? When the players attending the audition saw Hellfiend's corpse on the ground, the quiet corridor erupted with noise as they fell into a heated discussion. Who was Hellfiend? What was this place? Everyone knew the answers to these questions. Yet Hellfiend had died here. News of Hellfiend's death in the Divine Colosseum spread like wildfire. Posts about the incident filled the front page of the Glory Empire's official forums. There were even commentary videos and photos showing Hellfiend's corpse. Instantly, this incident caused a commotion that swept throughout the Glory Empire. Every player in the Empire was curious about what exactly had happened. Inside King's Return's guild residence. Lotus, you were there. What happened? A dignified, middle-aged man sternly demanded after he finished reading the report he had received. This man was none other than the Thunder Sword of King's Return, Broken City, one of the Super Guild's upper echelons. Even the adjudicators had to treat Broken City with great respect. However, this was not only due to the man's status in the guild, but also because of Broken City's strength. The man was one of the strongest fighting forces in King's Return. Hellfiend's assassination was by no means a trivial matter. He had even died inside King's Return's territory. King's Return had become a laughingstock among the super guilds over this incident. This is the video I recorded. Praying Lotus forwarded her video which displayed Feng's assassination of Hellfiend to Broken City. In the video, Hellfiend had died almost instantly without any time to resist. This video made Broken City's eyes twitch in anger. He was very familiar with Hellfiend's combat standards. Theoretically, it was impossible for the young man to blunder so severely. If Hellfiend had not fallen into a daze for that brief instant, he could have survived that attack. Lotus, what happened during that instant? Broken City asked as he turned to the Oracle with a serious expression. Although Praying Lotus had made a recording of the battle, there were many things that could not be felt through watching a video. He also did not think that Hellfiend would die such a foolish death. Following which, Praying Lotus relayed the events that had occurred in the corridor, particularly emphasizing the moment when Feng had attacked Hell Fiend. No matter how much she may have wanted to, she could never forget the feeling of that intense mental oppression. Even the oppression she felt from the guild's old monsters could not come close to Feng's. There had also been that sudden burst of mental oppression she had felt when Feng launched his attack. In that instant, that oppression had far surpassed even that of Grand Lords. During that moment she felt as if she had been an ant, waiting for some monster to squish her to death. Mental oppression? Broken City's expression turned somber. He had never imagined that God's domain would have such an expert. He finally understood why Hellfiend had died so easily. In a fight between experts, life and death could be determined in an instant. This fact could not be any more real than in a game like God's Domain. Lotus notified the players below immediately. I don't care what methods they use, they must find this person. Also, place a bounty of 20,000 gold on the man's head. Those who can provide clues leading to him can earn a reward of 100 to 500 gold. We need to show everyone that any player who dares to strike against King's Return and use us as a stepping stone will only find death. Broken City commanded. This assassination was a serious matter. This was the first time King's Return had suffered such a loss from an assassin outside of the Flower of Seven Sins. If they failed to display their strength properly, they would only become a laughingstock for other super guilds. Hearing Broken City's orders, Praying Lotus was shocked. 20,000 gold was no small amount. With this much money they could easily hire a top-class expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. However, Praying Lotus also understood that it would not be easy to deal with Hellfiend's killer. It would have been a different story if the other party had revealed their identity. The crucial issue was that the other party had not done so. As a result, they had to rely on his class and temperament to locate him. However, how large was God's Domain? Just how many players did the game have? Moreover, God's Domain was somewhat different from other virtual reality games. The game's experts were not only from the virtual gaming world. There was also a large number of real-life martial artists who had joined God's Domain. After all, God's Domain could be played without affecting one's daily life. On the contrary, it could give someone more free time, allowing them to do more with their life. The game practically extended one's lifespan. Who knew just how many unknown experts roamed about God's Domain? Furthermore, even if they looked into the motive behind Hellfiend's assassination, finding the killer would not be any easier. It would be a simple matter if that person had only killed Hellfiend out of revenge or for a bounty. However, what if the player had done so to gain fame and prove his strength? There were countless players in God's Domain who would be so daring. This would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Such incidents often occurred every day. There were some who used guilds to become famous, while others used well-known experts to become famous. It was typical for players to use super guilds experts to garner fame. Moreover, such incidents had occurred many times in the past. Among them, the most famous case regarded Silver from the Flower of Seven Sins. Silver had used the upper echelons of several super guilds to build his fame. Although these super guilds had tried to retaliate, they were all helpless against the man. Aside from Silver's personal strength, he had extremely powerful backing. In the end, the various super guilds had been forced to compromise. However, unlike Hellfiend's killer, Silver had not hidden his identity. Hence, the only way they could possibly locate this killer was to offer an astronomical bounty. Shortly after, news regarding the Bounty King's return had announced spread throughout God's Domain. The bounty of 20,000 gold stupefied everyone. The previous top player on the bounty list had only been worth 8,000 gold. This was, by far, a new record in God's Domain. King's return is insane. That's 20,000 gold they're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. This is too cool. If a super guild placed a 20,000 gold bounty on me, I could die with pride. But why isn't there a mention of the target's name? Silver fire burns in both of his eyes. He also has a chilling vibe about him. Why don't we call him Frost Eye? Frost Eye? That sounds like a fitting name. A chilling aura and silver eyes. I can picture that person easily with that name. After the bounty had gone public, it was all many players throughout God's Domain could talk about. Many also started to idolize Feng. 4 countless players, both Hellfiend's strength and his background were unattainable. Now, however, a mysterious expert had slain a powerful existence like Hellfiend. Moreover, as everyone thought that the nickname Frost Eye was rather fitting for the Image King's return had published of Feng, the nickname spread like wildfire. As a result, another top-tier assassin had emerged in God's domain. His name was Frost Eye. However, Feng, the incident's culprit, was clueless about this as he had long since returned to the candlelight trading firm in White River City and was carefully studying the ancient book. Chapter 867, Ancient Abyssal Book. Inside the quiet advanced forging room, Feng was in an ecstatic mood. He had never imagined that combining the Abyssal Blade and the Soul Fire's effects would be this powerful. Initially, he had prepared a trump card to finish Hellfiend off. He had never realized that he could defeat the Elementalist so easily by relying on the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect. With this power, he would even be able to contend with old monsters like Sirius without activating Twofold Berserk. Twofold Berserk was his final trump card. He would not use it unless he ran out of options completely due to the severe side effects. If he had to endure a weakened state for a long time, he could easily fall prey to his enemies. However, the Abyssal Blade's mental oppression was not significantly limited. He could utilize it at any time. The only drawback was that the Abyssal Blade's mental oppression also affected Feng, but fortunately the Soul Fire allowed him to remain calm and in control. Unfortunately, now that he had used the Abyssal Blade's effect on Hellfiend, he would have to be more careful when using the magic weapon in the future. While he was not afraid of King's Return's retaliation, he was afraid of others realizing that he possessed the ancient book. Hence he had hidden his identity when he killed Hellfiend. The ancient book's power was no trifling matter. It could also enable him to make a massive fortune. Although current players still knew nothing of the ancient book's treasure, various quests would appear along with the Abyssal Monster's invasion. This would, in turn, lead to players gradually learning about the ancient book and the book's true value. While he was not afraid of anyone attempting to steal it from him due to his confidence of defending the book, he was afraid that if others learned that he had the ancient book, someone would report him to the War God's Temple. Now that the Abyss Passage had opened, the War God's Temple would need the ancient book's power to reseal the passage. If someone provided evidence to the War God's Temple proving that the ancient book was in his hands, the temple's NPCs would hunt him down. If that happened, he would be a wanted man throughout the continent of God's domain. At that time his life would be over, not to mention losing the book. The punishment for possessing the ancient book would not be as simple as dying 1 or 2 times. In the past, players who had been caught using the ancient book had all their attributes permanently decreased by 500 points, lost 10 levels, and had their reputation in all human cities decreased by 500 points. Players had found it difficult to enter the cities in which they had not earned any reputation points as their relationship with the city's NPCs had been hostile. If players wanted to enter the city, they had to make up for the negative 500 reputation points first. When Feng took out the forbidden ancient book, a black mist instantly enveloped the room. Such powerful demonic energy. Feng frowned. Previously, he had not experienced any such phenomenon when he had picked up the book. Now, however, just taking the book out had filled the room with demonic energy. Even after he returned the book to his bag space, demonic energy leaked from his bag. Although demonic energy was mana, it was an extremely violent mana. Players who remained inside demonic energy would find it difficult to stay calm. Moreover, players' reactions would become sluggish inside demonic energy. To abyssal monsters, however, being surrounded in demonic energy felt like heaven. After all, not only would demonic energy allow them to grow stronger, but it would also increase their reaction speeds. However, the worst part about demonic energy was that it would attract abyssal monsters. Now that abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was inevitable that Star Moon Kingdom would be affected. At that time, the demonic energy seeping from his bag would act as a beacon in the darkness when Feng ventured out to grind. Swarms of abyssal monsters would hunt him down. Moreover, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag space after it had been activated. He could not store it anywhere else. However, while Feng's headache grew while he tried to find a solution to deal with the demonic energy leaking from his bag, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have obtained the ancient Abyssal book. Do you wish to wield the book? System. After becoming the wielder, you can gain initial control over the ancient Abyssal book's power. However, an abyss imprint will be placed on your body. If the War God's Temple discovers you, you will receive a severe punishment. So this is the issue. Feng could not help but release a sigh of relief. Immediately he clicked agree. Currently he was in sore need of money. Aside from the money he needed to provide mounts for his guild members as they reached level 40 and the funds he had promised to Immortal Light, his head ached over the money he still needed to build his city. Although the strengthening device netted him quite a profit, the money earned was simply not enough to build a city in a short period. After all, they could only produce so many strengthening devices each day. It would also become cheaper as time passed. As for the bronze engineering locomotive, it required a large number of advanced lifestyle players to manufacture. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players alone would require a hefty investment. It would still be a long time before he could profit from the engineering locomotives. Hence, after all was said and done, the ancient Abyssal book was the fastest way to earn money. Due to the Abyssal monster's appearance, many players were attempting to kill these monsters to earn merits. However, killing these monsters was not easy as those on the front lines were generally high-level creatures. Low-level Abyssal monsters, on the other hand, usually resided deep inside captured territories. Players had no choice but to circle around the high-level Abyssal monsters and sneak into these captured areas if they wanted to earn any merits. Unfortunately, sneaking into these captured areas was time-consuming as there were no teleportation points in the cities. Players also had to avoid high-level Abyssal monsters carefully. Even with a mount, the journey would be an exhausting one. Furthermore, fights against Abyssal monsters were taxing on weapon and equipment durability. When one ran out of durability, they would have no choice but to return to an NPC city, wasting even more time and energy in the process. Hence, those without great determination would not obtain the new class. On the other hand, if a player focused fully on class changing to the new class, they would fall behind in terms of levels and equipment. Yet, the amount of merit one gained, more or less, corresponded with the level of the Abyssal monster one killed, with higher-leveled Abyssal monsters granting more merits. This was where the Ancient Abyssal came into play. The Ancient Abyssal book could be used to set up a barrier. Abyssal monsters would not actively cross this barrier, so players were safe inside. If he established a barrier in an area with low-level Abyssal monsters and set up a teleportation magic array, he could allow others to teleport to the area safely. You wouldn't have to worry about the Abyssal monsters destroying the teleportation array. Afterward, he only needed to collect teleportation fees. The teleportation halls in the various NPC cities made even more money than the auction houses. In God's domain, there were various ways to save money, such as purchasing fewer consumables and avoid purchasing better equipment if unnecessary. However, there were two expenditures that one could not avoid: repair fees and teleportation fees. The appearance of a new class sorely tempted players. There were also other rewards available. If one claimed to be uninterested in merits, they would be lying. Meanwhile, to save precious time, these players naturally would not mind spending a little more money. Operating a teleportation magic array required magic crystals. A single magic crystal could teleport roughly 20 people. Even if he only charged 4 silver coins per person, he would be swimming in money in no time. After solving the problem of the demonic energy, Feng left the candlelight trading firm secretly. Wearing a black cloak, he rode an advanced horse carriage towards the teleportation hall and traveled to the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Now that the Twin Towers Kingdom had fallen, the originally lively atmosphere in the capital had cooled completely. At this point, only a few players around level 20 roamed the city. Most of the people on the streets were NPCs. Chapter 868, Abyss Town. This place is certainly deserted. Aside from noticing a few players in the teleportation hall, Feng rarely came across any other players, even as he walked the trade area's streets. It was hard to imagine that there were once millions of players living in this city. Now that the Abyss Passage had appeared, the kingdom's other cities had long since fallen. Only the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital had withstood the invasion. The Abyssal monsters had transformed the various cities into nests. Players couldn't level up safely in the fields anymore. Hence, the majority of the players in the Twin Towers Kingdom had migrated to neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, due to the Abyss invasion, teleporting from the Twin Towers Kingdom to other kingdoms and empires was now free of charge. Players did not need to worry about being buried with the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although the Twin Towers Kingdom was the Abyssal invasion's main target, the surrounding countries had also been significantly affected. As a result, the Black Dragon Empire experienced a flood of refugee players, causing the Empire's player population to soar. The capital's shops were completely void of players. However, although there were only a few players left in the city, none of the guilds who owned the lands here had any intentions of selling them. None of them were fools. The Abyss Passage's activation was simply an expansion pack. The kingdom would soon revert to its original state. They wouldn't sell their lands rashly and hurt their opportunities in the future. However, Feng had not come here to purchase land. Immediately, he searched for a deserted area and used space movement, traveling towards Snowfield City. After abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, every other city's teleportation hall had been rendered unusable, aside from the capital cities. If one wanted to travel to these cities, they had to do so on foot. Although Feng had a mount, it would take over a week to reach Snowfield City from the capital. Hence, space movement was the fastest method. If players wanted to earn merits by killing abyssal monsters, Snowfield City was the best location to do so. This was because the most dangerous location was also the safest. Although Snowfield City was where the Abyss Passage had opened, the high-level abyssal monsters that had emerged had long since wandered off. The abyssal monsters remaining in Snowfield City could be considered the lowest-leveled bunch. Players had discovered this after experiencing multiple abyss invasions. Meanwhile, Feng needed to find an optimum location to set up a teleportation magic array. After that, money would flow into his pockets without him having to lift a finger. As Feng used space movement again and again, the abyssal monsters he teleported close to ignored him as he was the ancient abyssal book's wielder. As a result, he arrived before Snowfield City safely. Snowfield City had already become an abyssal nest. Abyssal monsters patrolled the city. He could also see many abyssal monsters cultivating the surrounding forest, using the reclaimed land to grow various abyssal plants. The Abyss Passage was a short distance away from Snowfield City, and situated beside the passage was a tall fortress hovering in the air. Beneath the flying fortress was a town composed of abyssal monsters. Inside this town, one could even see abyssal monsters trading with each other. Without hesitation, Feng rode the demonic flame tiger into that monster town. The Dark Abyss was not only home to bloodthirsty monsters. There were also many intelligent life forms in the Abyss. Like the humans of God's domain, the Abyss's intelligent life forms had their own towns and cities. Demons were one of the intelligent abyssal monsters. However, it was practically impossible for humans to enter these towns and cities safely. Only the wielder of the ancient abyssal book could explore these places. As soon as Feng arrived at the town's main entrance, two 10-meter-tall dark gray level 200, Tier 3 demons blocked his way and scrutinized him carefully. Only after noticing the Abyss imprint did they allow him to enter the city. As Feng entered the town, he noticed that many demons had set up stalls on either side of the street. The items they sold could not be found in any human cities. Very quickly, however, a shop run by a Tier 3 demon caught Feng's attention. There was a massive amount of mana source ore piled up in front of the shop, exciting Feng. I never expected to find this for sale here. I've struck gold this time. Feng immediately strode over to the shop. Mana source ore was an extremely rare ore in God's domain. It was used in producing high-rank weapons and equipment. If this item appeared on the market right now, players would fight over it. Mana source ore only appeared in areas with intensely dense mana. However, there were extremely few locations with high-density mana in God's domain. The Dark Abyss, on the other hand, was filled with violent demonic energy. Hence, mana source ore could be purchased cheaply in the Dark Abyss. Mana source ore's main purpose was to improve the power of the crafting flames, allowing forgers to better refine materials. Not only could stronger flames improve one's refining speed, but it could also increase the success rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperate to obtain mysterious flames. However, mysterious flames were simply too rare. The only other option was Mana Source Oregon. When the shopkeeper noticed Feng enter his shop, a gentle expression appeared on his sinister face as he said, "My shop has the best prices around these parts. May I know if anything has caught your interest? How much are you selling the Mana Source Ore for?" Feng casually inquired. The basic Mana Source Ore costs 3 silver per ingot, while the intermediate ore is 10 silver per ingot. The shopkeeper smiled as he glanced at the pile of Mana Source Ore outside of his shop. "Oh, you have intermediate Mana Source Ore too?" Feng asked curiously. Mana Source Ore fell into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. On the continent of God's domain, even basic Mana Source Ore was quite rare. Basic Mana Source Ore could upgrade a flame's power to Tier 2. Of course. See those blue ingots inside the glass cabinet? That is the intermediate Mana Source Oregon. When burned, it can upgrade the flame to the Tier 3 standard. At that standard, producing epic weapons and equipment won't be a problem, the shopkeeper explained as he pointed at the deep blue ingots. "Excellent. I want all of the Mana Source Ore you have." Feng nodded. "Sir, this is your lucky day. We just recently restocked. We have 30,000 ingots of basic Mana Source Ore and 2,000 ingots of intermediate Mana Source Oregon. That will cost a total of 1,100 gold, the shopkeeper excitedly reported. What a profit. Feng was instantly ecstatic when he heard this price. It was no wonder why the ancient Abyssal books wielders in his previous life had all been extremely rich. Back then, a 1 basic Mana Source Ore ingot could sell for anywhere from 50 to 60 silver, while the intermediate version could sell for around 3 gold. Even so, very few players had been willing to sell their ingots as forgers had treated the Mana Source Ore like a priceless treasure. Chapter 869, Monster of Legends. "Sir, this is all the Mana Source Ore that we have in our shop. Please confirm the amount," the demonic shopkeeper said after stacking numerous crates of Mana Source Ore before Feng. After tallying up the total, Feng stored the crates in his bag space. If he resold all of the Mana Source Ore, he could easily make dozens of times what he had paid for them. He could only dream of how rich the books wielders had been in the past. "When will you restock?" Feng asked. "We've only recently restocked. It will be roughly another 10 days before the next shipment arrives through the Abyss Passage," the shopkeeper explained. He then added, "Although this little shop has now sold out of Mana Source Ore, we still have plenty of rare products. I believe that you will find them to your liking, sir." Glancing at the other products in the glass cabinets, Feng shook his head. Although there were many rare products on display, the profit he could make off of them wasn't anywhere near what he could gain from the Mana Source Oregon. However, as Feng was about to leave, a blood-red pendant caught his eye. Abyss Pendant, Fine Gold Rank. Although this item did not provide any bonus to attributes, many players had dreamed of obtaining it in the past. Generally, the item would only drop from high-tiered abyssal monsters, and its drop rate was horrendously low. Despite being so rare, this pendant only had one function: fixed teleportation. After marking a location, one could use the pendant to teleport there. Fixed teleportation's cooldown lasted 5 hours, and only one location could be marked at a time. Even so, it was an extremely valuable pendant. After all, players hated travel more than anything. Unfortunately, due to problems such as equipment durability and running out of consumables, players had to return to cities often to resupply. It was extremely troublesome to travel back and forth constantly. Hence, it was easy to imagine why so many valued the Abyss Pendant. In the past, this Abyss Pendant had been one of the main reasons to farm abyssal monsters. "How much are you willing to sell that pendant for?" Feng pointed to the Abyss Pendant. "You have great eyes, sir. This is our shop's main attraction." The shopkeeper smiled. He then took the Abyss Pendant from its cabinet and said, "If you are interested in purchasing it, I can sell it for 5,000 gold." Feng frowned when he heard this price. A single epic item only cost around 2,000 gold, whereas epic weapons cost around 5,000 to 6,000 gold. In the past, people had only spent around 3,000 gold to purchase Abyss pendants. Although the pendant's fixed teleportation was a convenient ability, there was one downside: its long cooldown. After reaching level 40, players would have mounts, saving a massive amount of time when traveling. For distances that one could cross in 5 hours or less, fixed teleportation was a waste. If the cooldown could be reduced from 5 hours to 3 hours, the Abyss Pendant might be worth nearly 8,000 gold. Time was money. To any expert in God's domain, time was far more valuable than gold. Seeing Feng's dimming interest, the shopkeeper hurriedly advised, "Sir, are you sure you won't consider it? This pendant is extremely hard to obtain. It is highly unlikely that you will come across another one anywhere else." Feng pondered his choices as he stared at the blood-red pendant. The Abyss Pendant was extremely rare. Even if he farmed high-tiered abyssal monsters, the chances of one dropping were abysmally low. Moreover, this could be considered an advantage the system gave the Abyss Ancient Books wielder. "Alright then. I'll take the pendant." In the end, Feng decided to purchase it. Although the 5-hour cooldown was a big problem, he needed the Abyss Pendant right now. Moreover, he had a way to shorten the pendant's cooldown. The pendant would be worth far more after he did so. Feng spent another 5,000 gold to purchase the Abyss Pendant. He then left the Abyssal town, searching for a suitable location to set up a teleportation array. This was the nest of abyssal monsters. Unfortunately, there were far too many abyssal monsters nearby. If the players without an abyss imprint ventured this far, a swarm of abyssal monsters would slaughter them. Hence, he needed to choose his location for the teleportation array carefully. Time flew by. After spending over 3 hours searching, Feng finally found a suitable teleportation point in the middle of a valley. The valley was relatively far from the abyssal town, and the surrounding abyssal monsters had spread out. Moreover, few abyssal monsters wandered the several paths leading out of the valley, and those that did were not high-leveled. This area was perfectly suited for God's domain's current players. Even if one were not an expert, they could easily survive if they formed a party. Following which, Feng began to set up the teleportation point. In God's domain, the most troublesome aspect of establishing a teleportation array was producing the array itself. Fortunately, if one had already produced the required components, setting it up was much easier. Just as Feng was about to use the ancient abyssal book's power to establish a barrier, a sudden commotion shook the valley. A pillar of black fire had emerged in the valley's center. Even from the valley's entrance, Feng could see the pillar of fire quite clearly. Soul fire. Feng recognized the black flames with a glance, and he could not help his shock. What is going on over there? Soul fire was not a trivial matter. Its appearance signified that an intensely powerful monster lurked in the area. At the very least, the monster had reached the Tier 4 standard. To current players, a Tier 4 monster was practically invincible. It was not something that should be provoked. However, before Feng could investigate, several explosions shook the valley, the center's ground caving in and forming a gigantic pit. Following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the valley. Feng even unconsciously trembled. A dragon. Feng wanted to flee the area immediately. Dragons were symbols of strength and violence in God's domain. They were the natural-born rulers over the game. Even higher beings like demons and angels feared dragons. The appearance of a dragon was cataclysmic. Just as Feng considered leaving, he suddenly noticed several dozens of players floating up from the forest's floor. These players had formed a gigantic golden magic array that covered an extensive area. How are there players here? Feng was astonished. Snowfield City had already fallen to the abyssal monsters, becoming a nest. Theoretically, players should have long since fled this place. Suddenly, a dragon with a wingspan of over 100 meters suddenly flew up from the gigantic pit, its silver scales shimmering in the sunlight. The instant the dragon appeared, Feng realized how powerless he was. Although this silver dragon was smaller than the frostbone dragon in terms of power, the two were on entirely different levels. The pressure the silver dragon radiated was many times stronger than Feng's abyssal blade when he used a skill. If not for the distance between Feng and the dragon, he would even struggle to stay standing. However, just as the silver dragon was about to escape the golden magic array, the magic array launched countless golden chains, binding the dragon's limbs and wings. Chapter 870, Legendary Figure. When the silver dragon landed, the sky darkened as a gray mist enveloped the area. Feng had still considered leaving this place. However, after seeing the gray mist envelope valley, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Just who are these people? Curiosity bloomed within Feng as he looked at the flashing golden magic array in the distance. Regardless of the other players in the valley or why they were here, Feng was shocked to see the gray mist. This was the Tier 5 Curse Dark Sanctuary. When activated, the spell would trap a fixed space within a barrier. Unless one destroyed the barrier or the caster removed the spell, no one could enter or leave the barrier. Moreover, under this dark sanctuary, players could not contact the outside world. Even teleportation tools and skills were useless. Gritting his teeth, Feng dashed towards the dragon. The valley was not large, thus the dragon was not far. With Feng's speed, after running for a dozen minutes or so, he reached an area of dense forest near a lake. The silvery gray dragon, bound in golden chains, stood proudly in the center of the lake, releasing one roar after another. The lake was roughly 400 meters across. With the dragon standing in the lake, it seemed like a small pond. Every time the dragon slashed its claws, it created massive waves that washed over the surrounding forest. Silver Dragon, Dragon Tier 5. Level 220. HP? The Frostbone Dragon Feng had faced in the Abyss battlefield paled in comparison to this silver dragon. With a single swing of its claws, the silver dragon could easily exterminate the Frostbone Dragon. This was because the Frostbone Dragon was not actually a member of the dragon race. Rather, it was an undead creature that had taken on the appearance of a dragon. It did not possess the power of the real thing. Feng also noticed dozens of players standing around the lake, continuously bombarding the silver dragon with various attacks. These players' levels were quite impressive, with the lowest among them being level 38 and the highest reaching level 39. Including the players maintaining the magic array, it was obvious that this was a 100-man team. Currently, only super first-rate guilds and super guilds were capable of dispatching a team of such caliber. Moreover, it was impossible for current players to deal any damage to the silver dragon, yet these players had managed exactly that. Although their damage was not high, with each of their attacks dealing 1 to 2,000 damage. These players were also coping with the silver dragon's attacks fairly well, dodging every avoidable attack possible. For attacks that could not be evaded, the team's 5 MTs worked together to protect the other players. Theoretically, even a light snort from the silver dragon could end these 5 MTs' lives. Yet even after blocking an attack from the dragon's claws, all 5 survive, being thrown backward and taking damages of minus 7,000 points each. To these MTs with over 17,000 HP, the damage was bearable. What a powerful magic array. Feng's attention was on the golden chains around the silver dragon's body. Feng could feel faint divine might radiating from those chains. Although the divine might was not on the level of the chains of order, it had no problem suppressing a Tier 5 dragon. With the golden chains binding it, not only was the silver dragon's mobility restricted, but its strength was also notably suppressed. This was also why these players could stand against the silver dragon. Otherwise, the dragon would have undoubtedly killed them already. As these players fought the silver dragon, Feng quietly watched from a distance. Oddly enough, not one of these players wore a guild emblem. They were all certainly independent players. Feng found it hard to believe that such a large group of independent players could achieve such a high levels and possess the strength to contend with the silver dragon. However, when Feng's gaze fell on the man leading this 100-man team, he was flabbergasted. That man wielded a crimson longbow. Based on his appearance, he should be in his 30s. He had a handsome face and a well-toned body that resembled a cheetah. His entire being also exuded a certain nobility as if he ruled over all. Why is Owl here? Feng watched the leading ranger, not believing his eyes. This man's player ID was not actually Owl. Rather, it was the name of an adventurer team. In the past, independent players had formed many adventurer teams throughout God's domain. The Midnight Tea Party had been among the most famous. Like the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had been a top adventurer team. However, unlike the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had possessed many members. The entire adventurer team had around several hundred players. Meanwhile, the combined combat power of these players had been enough to instill fear into Super Guild's hearts. Moreover, unlike the Midnight Tea Party which had not had a fixed base, Owl had successfully established its own city. A super guild had even attempted to raid Owl's city. However, after sending hundreds of thousands of players, the super guild returned without success. After the war, Owl had garnered fame throughout God's domain and ranked as one of the game's top adventurer teams. Owl's creator had been none other than the man before Feng, White Knight. During his peak, White Knight had been capable of defeating 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts from super guilds in a 1-on-2 fight. Tier 6 God-ranked players had long since reached the very peak of God's domain in terms of weapons, equipment and combat techniques. Beating one of these players in a 1-on-1 battle was already immensely difficult, not to mention winning a 1-on-2 fight. It's no wonder why Owl had been so impressive. Feng was at a loss for words as he watched the Silver Dragon's HP decrease, bit by bit. Although he knew that some quest was responsible for Owl's ability to stand against the Silver Dragon, the fact that these players had encountered such a quest in the first place showed just how extraordinary Owl was. Moreover, the longbow, chest armor and shoes that White Knight wore radiated the special effects of epic ranked items. It was likely that one could only find such an array of items on an old monster from one of the super guilds. However, those old monsters had the support of countless players. On the other hand, Owl only had several hundred players, yet they had obtained such powerful weapons and equipment. This was simply inconceivable. Look out for its breath attacks. White Knight suddenly shouted as he noticed the Silver Dragon open its mouth. The other team members immediately spread out, avoiding the area in front of the Silver Dragon. Dragons generally needed time to prepare a breath attack. However, they did not need long, roughly 2 or 3 seconds. Moreover, breath's attack range was quite wide. If players attempted to evade after a dragon's breath attack had begun, they would likely be caught in the attack. However, as soon as the dragon began to move its jaws, White Knight had ordered his team to move as if he had a perfect understanding of the beast's movements. In the next moment, a beam of silver light smashed through the forest, obliterating everything in front of the Silver Dragon. The beam dug out a long 8-meter-deep trench, the lake's water pouring in to form a river. Despite the strength suppression, the Silver Dragon could still alter the terrain with a single attack. Dragon's power was undeniable. Yet, despite the Silver Dragon's immense power, under White Knight's command, the entire team emerged unharmed. As time quickly passed, the damage the team inflicted on the Silver Dragon compounded, diminishing the Silver Dragon's HP. Everyone keep it up. This dragon is almost done for. White Knight shouted excitedly as he saw the Silver Dragon's HP bar turn red. Chapter 871. The Ring of Legends Restlessness. As the Silver Dragon's HP reached a critical low, Feng turned and fled from the dragon. Feng even activated Windwalk, transforming into a blur as he dashed through the thick forest. Dragons should not be provoked. Even with the suppression from an extremely powerful magic array, they were still terrifying creatures when they went berserk. Feng understood that with the golden magic array suppression, the Silver Dragon was as powerful as a level 50 Tier 3 Great Lord. However, dragons were not normal monsters. Dragons were even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Based on Feng's estimations, the Silver Dragon would reach at least Tier 4 after going berserk. A level 50 Tier 4 monster was not something current players could contend with. Owl's 100-man team would, at the very least, have to consist fully of Tier 2 players to stand any chance against the monster. Although Feng had stood roughly 400 yards away from the Silver Dragon, he had felt the danger he was in. Hence, he fled desperately, distancing himself from the dragon. When Feng was over 500 yards away, the Silver Dragon bellowed angrily. "Damnable ants! You dare to ruin my plans. I'll blast you all into oblivion." As if he had predicted the dragon's next move, White Knight shouted to his team as the Silver Dragon's voice echoed through the valley. "Everyone retreat from the boss's sides. Frozen Dream, prepare to use the Tier 3 magic scroll." A beautiful white-robed level 39 female elementalist standing a short distance from White Knight nodded to the ranger's command. She then retrieved a deep blue magic scroll from her bag. The instant she revealed this magic scroll, the surrounding mana surged towards the item. After its threat, the Silver Dragon's wings shook. The golden chains around its body shattered instantly. following which the silver dragon's body darkened to a pitch black. A short moment later, the layer of darkness on the dragon's body flowed like liquid into the now empty lake. The creepy black liquid had a metallic luster. As the liquid slid from the silver dragon's body, it caused the surrounding mana to grow violent and transform into demonic energy. The silver dragon abruptly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. However, as it fell asleep, its HP began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is the main objective. Remove the magic array. Everyone be careful of that thing. White Knight's mouth curled into a smile as he commanded his team to surround the pool of black liquid. Frozen Dream, get ready. Although Frozen Dream did not know what was about to happen, she did not hesitate to unfurl the blue magic scroll and chant the incantation inside it. An aqua-blue magic array formed beneath the elementalist's feet as mana rapidly collected around her staff. The power she exuded was no weaker than a great lord. In the next moment, the black liquid formed into 101 black-armored human warriors. These warriors' height and weapons varied, with some wielding swords and others wielding spears. There were also some who wielded crossbows, short bows and long bows. Their tiers were also different. Some were common monsters while some were elites. The most powerful among them, however, was a two-handed saber-wielding humanoid chieftain. These monsters were unanimously level 50. In addition, the human warriors shared one special characteristic. Their system interfaces listed them as mutants. When Feng saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. Mutants were enemies of all life. Moreover, they were not bound by the system's restrictions in terms of level or region. They could grow independently and roam through God's domain as they wished. Although these warriors' tiers were not particularly high, a single common mutant could rival a lord-ranked monster of the same level, while an elite mutant was as strong as a high lord. A chieftain mutant's strength approached that of a grand lord. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. As time passed and these mutants devoured and killed more monsters and players, their strengths would rapidly increase. In Feng's previous life, a single level 80 common monster that had become a mutant had been enough to torment an entire country. Meanwhile, a total of 101 mutants had just appeared. If they were allowed to live and grow, these mutants would annihilate every player in every country neighboring the Twin Towers Kingdom before the abyssal monsters got anywhere near them. Suddenly, White Knight shouted, "Yow!" Almost immediately, the Frozen Dream waved her staff and pointed it at the recently formed humanoid mutants as she activated her Tier 3 magic scroll. Extreme Frost Field. Suddenly, everything within 150 yards of Frozen Dram transformed into a frozen wasteland. All 101 humanoid mutants froze as well. When activated, the Extreme Frost Field would instantly freeze all enemies within 150 yards for 10 seconds. In addition, all enemies in the area would suffer the Deep Cold debuff, which decreased their movement speed and attack speed by 50% and increased the frost damage they received by 100%. Extreme Frost Field was a large-scale control spell, and in terms of magic scrolls, it was only inferior to summoning spells and large-scale destruction spells. Without a sustainable control removal skill, both players' and monsters' combat power would be limited under the effects of this spell. Excellent. Charge. White Knight stretched his bow into a full moon as he smiled at the frozen mutants. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Instantly, 5 arrows carrying the power of Frost 5 common mutants' vital points. -715. -697. -1424. -708. -1417. When the 5 damages appeared, everyone gasped. By God! Are those really common monsters? Their defense is higher than a level 50 Great Lords. Every team member was shocked. Even White Knight frowned when he saw the minimal damage, his expression turning grim as if he had not expected this development. Everyone knew how powerful White Knight's equipment was. He had a total of 3 epic items, one of which was his weapon. In addition, his epic rank chest armor could reduce the level requirement of all items by 5 levels. Hence, aside from his epic items, White Knight's equipment was all level 40 dark gold equipment. Yet even with such a high-end weapon and equipment, his frost arrows had only dealt around -700 damage. This was even after the deep cold debuff had increased the frost damage the mutants received by 100%. Meanwhile, the common mutants had 1,500,000 HP each, while the elite mutants had 4,800,000 HP. As for the largest humanoid mutant, it had 15 million HP. Even if these mutants stood there and did nothing, it would take a long time for their team to kill all 101 of these mutants. Don't panic. We knew that this quest wouldn't be an easy one. Kite the elites and chieftain first. We'll deal with these monsters one by one. Try to conserve as much of your stamina as possible. White Knight commanded after he readjusted his mood. He knew exactly what they needed to do right now. Meanwhile, Feng, who stood far from Owl's 100-man team, stared at the unconscious silver dragon. Strangely, the fragmented legendary ring on his finger was reacting to the silver dragon. Chapter 872, Repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Under White Knight's encouragement, his team overcame their worries and started moving to separate the mutants from each other. However, just as a shield warrior was about to still frozen common mutants aggro, the frozen effect, which should have lasted 10 seconds, disappeared. As if it had been planned, 6 common mutants quickly and seamlessly surrounded the level 38 shield warrior, flanking him from all sides. They then launched extremely precise, vicious attacks. Although the shield warrior tried to dodge, the mutant's attack speed was frighteningly high. It took the shield warrior all he had to dodge 2 mutants, much less 6 mention 6. Even after using his shield to defend himself, 2 mutants broke past his shield and struck. The shield warrior lost nearly 10,000 HP from both attacks. Over half of his HP had vanished in an instant. As the shield warrior considered retreating, 4 mutants charged forward and grabbed at him, restraining him. He could not even execute a skill to shake the mutants off. As for the remaining 2 common mutants, they laughed sinisterly as they thrust their weapons into the shield warrior, again and again, causing the shield warrior to scream with agony. As if they were performing for the players, the mutants took their time in killing the shield warrior. Although the other Owl members tried to save the shield warrior, the other mutants had coordinated to keep them at bay. The mutants' damage was also quite high. Even with a constant stream of healing, the shield warrior could only watch as his enemy hacked him to death. His eyes contained an endless fear as he passed away. Everyone's hearts grew cold as they watched, consumed by fear. Were these monsters really monsters? This thought penetrated the players' minds. They had never seen monsters coordinate so perfectly before. Aside from having a large variety of skills, the greatest advantage players possessed was their ability to cooperate, using their strengths to make up for their companions' weaknesses. This allowed players to challenge bosses of higher levels and tiers. If monsters grasped this ability, players would lose over half of their advantages. Everyone, maintain your distance from these monsters. Don't let them surround you. White Knight hurriedly shouted. Although he was also shocked, he reacted quickly. He finally understood just how difficult this quest was. However, the mutants had no intention of giving White Knight and the others any time to recover from their stupor. Splitting into multiple smaller groups, they charged at the magical classes in the back of the group, not bothering to waste time with the MTs and melee classes. These mutants behaved like players rather than monsters. Without any defenses against this sudden development, White Knight changed strategies, choosing team PvP tactics instead. He had the melee classes circle the ranged classes, holding back the incoming mutants as much as possible as they retreated to more advantageous terrain. Watching from afar, Feng had to admit that White Knight was indeed one of God's domain's legendary characters. Not only were his leadership abilities first class, but he also had incredibly accurate observational skills and foresight. He fought like a machine. Grasping every aspect of battle perfectly, he knew who needed to do what, where to supply reinforcements, and when to use specific skills. Every member of the team moved like an extension of White Knight himself. Unfortunately, White Knight's team members gradually fell, one after another. In contrast, the mutants had yet to suffer a single loss. Everyone's attacks only dealt around -300 damage. Critical hits only managed -600. Even if they concentrate their attacks on a specific common mutant, the latter had 1,500,000 HP. It would take the team a long time to kill one common mutant, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. Even with appropriate commands and responses, Owl's members could not make up for the difference in attributes. As White Knight and the others gradually retreated from the Silver Dragon, the mutants moved with them. This gave Feng the opportunity to sneak up to the dragon's side. After the black liquid had left the Silver Dragon, the dragon's silvery gray body had paled to a pure silver. Despite being unconscious, the dragon's aura was intensely frightening. Even Feng found it difficult to move once he stood 30 yards from the creature. If an ordinary player stood in Feng's shoes, they'd likely be paralyzed. However, the closer Feng came to the Silver Dragon, the greater the heavenly dragon's breath reacted. Does it want me to collect the dragon's heart? Feng felt a headache brew as he raised his head to look at the massive Silver Dragon. The dragon before him loomed like a mountain. The two swords in his hands were no more than toothpicks before it. Moreover, although the Silver Dragon was unconscious, the magic array no longer suppressed it. It had recovered to its original state. A level 220 tier 5 monster. Even if Feng were allowed to hack and slash at the dragon unhindered, he would not be able to inflict any damage. However, Feng decided to try. Unsheathing Killing Ray, he stabbed the sacred sword towards one of the Silver Dragon's scales. Dang! Sparks flew when his sword collided with the silver scale. The unconscious Silver Dragon did not even receive a mandatory -1 damage from Feng's attack. Moreover, the Silver Dragon's HP bar still increased little by little. Sure enough, damaging a dragon with my strength is nothing more than a dream, Feng laughed bitterly. Although he understood that White Knight and the others had only wounded the Silver Dragon due to the magic array they had received from their quest, Feng only truly understood how impossible it would be to slay this beast after trying it for himself. Unable to harm the Silver Dragon, Feng had no choice but to follow where his ring led. He refused to give up on the chance of repairing the Heavenly Dragon's breath. The Heavenly Dragon's breath had initially been a true legendary item. If he wanted to restore the fragmented legendary ring, he needed 3 magic stars and a dragon's heart. Among them, the dragon's heart was the most difficult to obtain as dragons were maddeningly rare in God's domain. Moreover, they were incomparably powerful. With such a godsend opportunity before him, Feng really would not give up easily. The Heavenly Dragon's breath had not reacted to the conscious Silver Dragon in the least. However, as soon as the Silver Dragon fainted, the ring reacted. Moreover, the closer he was to the Silver Dragon, the greater the ring's reaction was. Even after standing beside the dragon, the rings grew more intense, throbbing on his finger like a pulsating heart. This indicated that there should be some method to repair the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Otherwise, the ring would have remained quiet. When Feng arrived before the Silver Dragon's heart, the ring's reaction reached its peak. Could it be here? Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed the dragon. However, like before, the dragon's scales were impenetrable. His attack hadn't even left a mark. With no other choice, Feng placed the hand that wore the Heavenly Dragon's breath on the scales over the Silver Dragon's heart. At this time, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to absorb the dragon's heart? So, the dragon's heart isn't literally the heart of a dragon, but the power it radiates. Feng was instantly ecstatic. Immediately, he chose to absorb the dragon's heart, afraid that he would lose this chance if he waited any longer. Chapter 873, Ring of Legends Awakens. The instant Feng clicked absorb, the Heavenly Dragon's breath on his finger trembled faintly. Wisps of silver mist flowed from the Silver Dragon's heart and into the ring. At the same time, a long loading bar appeared before Feng. As the loading bar began to fill, a golden magic array appeared beneath Feng's feet. Numerous small purple magic arrays also began to appear beside his hand, becoming more intricate as the loading bar filled. Line after line of divine runes automatically appeared and melded with these magic arrays, continuously perfecting them. If another player saw Feng's eyes, they would also discover a silver magic array in each, the array's complexity surpassing even that of a 3-fold magic array. Feng's elation grew when he saw the restoration work for the Heavenly Dragon's breath begin. Fragmented legendary items were exceedingly rare throughout God's domain. Each item could easily incite an all-out war between large guilds. No epic item could compare to its value. In the past, despite Shadow being a second-rate guild and having established 10 city-states, the guild had not possessed a single fragmented legendary item. If Feng had owned a fragmented legendary item back then, the item would have helped him become a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, even if his body were weak. Previously in the Dark Arena, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had played a massive role in his victory against Sirius from the Battle Wolves. It was also why he had been able to defeat one Apex expert after another in this life. If he could upgrade the Heavenly Dragon's Breath with the strength of the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect, he wouldn't need to utilize the double-edged sword of his twofold berserk to contend with monster-like experts. After all, fragmented legendary items were insanely rare. Even now, he had not heard of anyone aside from himself and Fire Dance with her 1,000 transformations owning one. At most, he had seen others wielding epic weapons and equipment. After quite some, the loading bar finally reached 1%. This pulled a frown from Feng. The ring's restoration required too much time. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon's HP was still recovering. When the Silver Dragon's HP was full once again, it would definitely wake. At that time he would lose his opportunity to absorb the dragon's heart's power. Hurry, please. Feng panicked as he watched the Silver Dragon's HP reach 30%, whereas his absorption progress had only climbed to 4%. Moreover, Feng still had to worry about those mutants. Currently he couldn't move. Although White Knight's team was impressively strong, against so many mutants, it was only a matter of time before they fell. If he had not finished repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath by then, and those mutants returned, all his effort would be for nothing. Please, you guys have to hold on for a little longer. Feng prayed as he watched the loading bar reach 5%. Time flowed quickly. When the Silver Dragon's HP recovered to 50%, Feng's restoration progress had only reached 32%. Although his restoration speed was slightly faster than the dragon's recovery speed, the latter's HP was nearly full. Meanwhile, White Knight's team also faced an intense situation. From the start of the battle to now, White Knight's team of 100 had fallen to around 70 players. In contrast, only 3 common mutants had died so far. If a team of ordinary, even elite players stood against these mutants, the monsters would have long since annihilated them without losing a single mutant. The fact that Owl had persisted until now and had performed so stunningly proved that there had been a reason for their legendary reputations in the past. Don't hold back. Use all of the magic scrolls we have. White Knight ordered when the team reached the top of a steep hill. In God's domain, the terrain was an important factor in determining the outcome of a battle. White Knight's main goal behind the retreat was to move to favorable terrain. In a battle between players, steep highlands were easily defensible. Now that the team was on higher ground, they only needed to repel the incoming enemies. They could prevent the mutants from surrounding them. Under White Knight's command, everyone on the team gnashed their teeth as they took out their precious magic scrolls and tools. If they couldn't stop the incoming mutants in time, they would use every magic scroll they had to force these monsters back. Like this, they fought off one wave after another. After a short period, 2 more common mutants died. However, these mutants were not easy foes either. Realizing that the battle was at a standstill, the dozen or so elite mutants began to work together to block White Knight and his melee companions' attacks, creating opportunities for the common mutants to break through Owl's defensive line. Boss, I'm nearly out of mana. If this goes on, they will exhaust us to death, even if they can't kill us directly, a level 38 male cleric anxiously reported as he glanced at his remaining mana. This battle was far more taxing than any boss battle they had fought so far. In the past, he had only needed to focus on healing the lead MT. Now, however, he also had to heal the rest of the team, which significantly increased his mana consumption. Moreover, they had already exhausted themselves during the battle against the Silver Dragon. Healers, control your mana usage. If your mana is running out, drink a potion. Melees, focus on pinning the monsters down. Don't fight. Try to reduce the burden on the healers as much as possible. If your HP is low, drink a potion, White Knight commanded. He also knew how dire their situation was. He had not expected that these mutants to be so strong and possess such high intelligence. If they continued fighting as they were, their only outcome would be a team wipe. As the seconds and minutes passed, White Knight's team lost members. Elsewhere, Feng's anxiety grew with each passing second. The Silver Dragon's HP had already reached 97%, while the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration had only reached 93%. It was likely that the dragon would wake before the ring's restoration completed. Faster, faster, just a little more, Feng inwardly yelled. He had never been this nervous after re-entering God's domain in this life. 95%. 96%. 97%. 98%. When the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration reached 99%, the Silver Dragon's HP bar finished filling. The dragon's massive eyelids slowly opened. The Silver Dragon noticed Feng immediately, and flames of rage filled its gaze. Despicable human. You dare try to steal my power. The Silver Dragon bellowed. Widening its jaws, it used dragon breath on Feng. Without hesitation, Feng initiated absolute defense, the aura of Earth's activatable skill which he had long since prepared. Boom. The powerful dragon breath created a massive crater around Feng. Even White Knight and the others who were fighting quite a distance away felt the ground tremble. After the dragon breath ended and the smoke cleared, Feng held onto one of the Silver Dragon's scales with one hand, while his other hand pressed against the dragon's side over its heart, absorbing the power of the dragon's heart. Although Feng had not received any damage, he was dazed. Unfortunately, absolute defense, which should have lasted 5 seconds, had been destroyed. However, the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration finally reached 100%. The magic arrays that surrounded him then began to merge with the ring, one after another. As if the ring had awoken from its slumber, it radiated an astounding aura. The ring no longer felt like an inanimate object. Chapter 874, Dragon's Domination. Although the Heavenly Dragon's breath had been restored, the Silver Dragon was thoroughly enraged. War. A single roar shook the valley. Feng had even been thrown over 30 yards, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above his head. Sure enough, dragons shouldn't be provoked. As Feng climbed up from the ground, he stared at the towering Silver Dragon in shock. This was the Silver Dragon's true power. Its roar alone had caused so much damage. Even throwing several million players at it would be suicide. However, Feng did not know that if not for the Heavenly Dragon's breath absorbing a large portion of the Silver Dragon's power, the dragon's roar would have been more than enough to claim his life. The Silver Dragon's roar also alarmed the distant mutants and White Knight's team. Big Brother White, the dragon's awake. What should we do? The elementalist, Frozen Dream, asked worriedly, frowning. They were already badly battered from their fight against the mutants, and winning against these monsters was still a huge problem. If the Silver Dragon joined the fray, it would be their doom. She understood powerful the Silver Dragon was. Now that they didn't have a magic array to suppress it, even its sneeze could end their lives. They could deal with suffering a single death. However, the quest White Knight had accepted was extraordinary. If they failed the quest, the consequences would be unimaginable. We're still too close to the Silver Dragon. Let's continue to retreat. I remember a cave being nearby. Let's head there, White Knight commanded after considering the situation. The Silver Dragon's strength spoke volumes for itself. However, as long as it did not discover them, it wouldn't be a threat. These mutants were still their main problem. Killing one was exceedingly difficult. If not for the advantageous terrain and the large number of magic scrolls and tools they possessed, they would have been dead already. Boss, look, there's someone in the sky. A ranger with sharp eyesight suddenly announced as he looked towards the distant clouds. Huh. White Knight was confused. He unconsciously turned to look where the ranger pointed. They were currently within an abyssal monster nest. They had only arrived here safely due to the teleportation magic array the quest had provided. It was hard to imagine someone else being here. After a close look, White Knight discovered someone flying across the sky. However, roughly 2 seconds later, White Knight's expression darkened. His team members' expressions were similarly grim. They noticed the Silver Dragon following the player closely. Based on the dragon's appearance, it seemed furious. Moreover, now that the Silver Dragon was free of the magic array's suppression, it looked far stronger than before. The silver dragon they had previously faced felt like an adorable kitten compared to the prehistoric beast that flew through the sky. Crap, just who is that? As these players watched the figure fight while fleeing the silver dragon, they were stunned. They even wondered if that figure was an NPC rather than a player. However, the green diamond marker above the figure's head confirmed that it was a player. Even if they wanted to deny the truth, they had to face the facts before them. In the sky, Feng had activated Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60% for 10 minutes. In addition, he had activated Wind Rider. Overall, he was slightly faster than the silver dragon. Initially, Feng had despaired, prepared to die and lose the Abyss Ancient Book. However, after examining the silver dragon's information, he breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the heavenly dragon's breath having absorbed a large portion of its power, the silver dragon had fallen into an extremely weakened state. The previous roar had been the silver dragon's last strand of power. Now both its level and tier had fallen significantly. Silver Dragon, Dragon Tier 4. Level 55. Extremely weakened. Although Feng was definitely no match for a level 55 Tier 4 boss, with the power of darkness coursing through him and the partially restored heavenly dragon's breath, his attributes had far surpassed that of a Tier 2 class of the same level. He also had a skill like Wind Rider to boost his speed. Escape was entirely possible. Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Ring, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Equipment requirement. Strength 400, Agility 400, Intelligence 200. When equipped. All attributes plus 50, level 40. Strength plus 50%, Agility plus 50%, Intelligence plus 35%, Endurance plus 50%. Movement speed plus 35%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the heavenly dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 50-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 40%, attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Additional skill 2. Dragon Breath. Inflicts 10x damage in an 80 by 5-yard line in front of you. There is a 30% chance to induce the fainted state for 3 seconds. Cooldown 4 minutes. Additional skill 3. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the heavenly dragon, increasing HP by 500%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, and defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. Additional passive skill. Dragon's Domination. Increases the basic attributes of all allied dragons by 15% while suppressing the basic attributes of all enemy dragons by 20%. Every dragon within a radius of 1,000 yards will increase the user's attributes by 500 points. The Dragon Slayer Massacre once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with just 3 magic stars. Current restoration 1/4. After Feng investigated the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's attributes, he finally understood why the legendary NPC Faust had said that as long as he restored the ring he would not have to fear the Abyssal Blade's backlash. Despite having only completed 1 out of the 4 restoration requirements, the fragmented legendary ring's abilities were so powerful. He could only imagine how powerful it would be against dragons if he fully restored it. Even if the silver dragon were invincible at this stage of the game, due to the dragon's domination skill, he had gained a 500-point buff to all of his attributes. Currently he was even stronger than when he had been at his peak by a large margin. He was even stronger than a Tier 2 class of the same level. Moreover, the skill had suppressed the silver dragon's basic attributes by 20%. It simply could not catch up to Feng. Chapter 875, Temple Ruins. In the sky over the valley, Feng dodged the silver dragon's attacks as he observed the surrounding terrain. Although the power of darkness had a very long duration, it was bound to end eventually. Once he lost the power of darkness's buffs and had to rely solely on the heavenly dragon's breath, escaping the silver dragon would be impossible. There it is. Feng quickly found the silver dragon's egress. He then turned and dashed towards that area. Dilapidated temple ruins used to occupy the area. However, the dragon's emergence had razed the ruins. Now there was only a massive crater with the scattered fragments of the temple ruins. The scene reaffirmed Feng's previous assumption. There was a 99% chance that White Knight and the other owl members' unexpected arrival was due to a quest. The silver dragon's entrance was even more precipitous. Moreover, as soon as the silver dragon had appeared, the Tier 5 Cursed Dark Sanctuary had activated. This spell had obviously been set up to prevent something from escaping, and that something was definitely the silver dragon. Since the spell had been set up to prevent the silver dragon's escape, there should be a spell that could reseal it, just like in the obelisk in Stone Forest Town. The crater was bottomless. The dragon soon realized that Feng was flying towards the crater. Although it was afraid to go near the pit again, Feng had stolen its power and left it weakened. Even if it could still recover, recuperation would take a long time. It wouldn't be able to soothe the hatred in its heart if it did not get rid of this swordsman. Hence, it too flew into the crater after Feng. Once the silver dragon vanished, White Knight and his team heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not agitate the dragon, they more or less had a chance of getting rid of these mutants. Had the silver dragon joined the battle, they would have lost all chance of completing their quest. Just who is that person? He was actually able to stand up to the dragon for such a long time. The members of Owl had been deeply shocked when they saw the scene from before. At the end of the day, a dragon was still a dragon. Even if it was weakened extremely, it was still not an ant that players like themselves could go up against. Previously, they had managed to see very clearly that, although the silver dragon was in a weakened state, the information it displayed showed that it still had the strength of a level 55 Tier 4 boss. It would be a piece of cake for the silver dragon to squash them into pancakes, so much so that they wouldn't even have any power whatsoever to resist it. Alright, focus. The dragon has already disappeared. Let's hurry up and wipe out these mutants. Use a magic array to suppress them right away. We no longer have time to hold back. Feng's performance had likewise shocked White Knight considerably. However, he did not think that Feng could pin down the silver dragon for very long. Hence, they needed to finish up their task as quickly as possible. As soon as White Knight said so, 15 magical class players in the team each took out a magic scroll and a blue potion. When these magical class players drank down the intermediate mana recovery potion in their hands, their mana, which had been below 10%, instantly recovered by 30%. Their mana recovery speed also doubled for 30 seconds. Following which, these 15 players activated a magic array. Immediately, a gigantic magic array enveloped all of the mutants. The initial extreme frost field had already slowed down the reactions of these mutants significantly. With the effects of the magic array added in, the mutants' speeds decreased further by a large margin. Their attributes were also suppressed by 30%. Although the attributes of the mutants were still superior to theirs, they were no ordinary experts. Originally, with just the effects of the extreme frost field, each of them could easily handle a common mutant by themselves. Some of them were even capable of pinning down the elite mutants. Now, against these much slower and weaker mutants, everyone had an even easier time fighting. The appearance of the magic array had instantly turned the tide of the battle. At the bottom of the crater, Feng very quickly discovered a gigantic magic array surrounded by 36 stone pillars over 100 meters tall with numerous divine runes engraved onto them. In addition to these pillars, he also spotted a destroyed altar at the corner of the magic array. It seems that, as long as that place gets repaired, I can reactivate the seal. Feng immediately rushed over to the altar. As soon as he arrived before the stone altar, however, he immediately felt as if he had been scammed. To restore the stone altar, he actually needed 1,000 magic crystals as well as the permanent sacrifice of 80 points of all his basic attributes. The number of magic crystals required was nothing to Feng. After all, he always carried several thousand crystals with him in case of emergency. However, the permanent loss of 80 points in all attributes was a different story. To current ordinary players, losing that much in attributes would practically cripple their account. However, seeing the silver dragon already flying over, Feng gritted his teeth and clicked, accept. Anyway, after restoring the heavenly dragon's breath, the ring now provided additional basic attributes. It also received massive improvements in various other aspects. Overall, even after factoring in this loss, he still ended up with a net gain in basic attributes. The instant Feng clicked accept, he immediately felt power draining out of his body. Meanwhile, the silver dragon, which had just arrived before Feng and was about to slap him to death with its claws, suddenly froze, fear flashing in its eyes. At this moment, it distinctly heard the clanging and jangling of metallic chains. All at once, the silver dragon was terrified. It no longer cared about Feng as it instantly tried to distance itself from this place that had once trapped it. You want to escape? At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Feng's face. If he were to let the silver dragon escape now, he would have sacrificed his attributes for nothing. Abyssal bind. Suddenly, over a dozen pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, directly binding the silver dragon. Although Abyssal bind had little effect on a monster of the silver dragon's caliber, it still managed to delay the dragon by half a second. To most, this half a second might not seem like much. To the silver dragon, however, this half a second was sufficient to send it falling from heaven straight into hell. The silver dragon broke free of the pitch-black chains, but before it could escape the crater, numerous golden chains shot out from the magic array and bound it. No matter how hard the silver dragon struggled, it was slowly, bit by bit, dragged back down to the bottom of the crater. At this moment, the silver dragon's heart overflowed with despair. It had gone through such lengths to escape its bindings and regained its freedom, yet just for the sake of getting some petty revenge on a puny little human, it now suffered the binding of these damnable chains once more. Human, you are very amazing. You managed not only to plunder my strength but also to survive against me for so long, and even to reseal me now. I acknowledge you to be an existence equal to myself. At this moment, the silver dragon stopped struggling. Instead, it quietly observed Feng as it asked, "Are you willing to make a trade with me? You should know that dragons won't easily make trades with weak existences like humans. Moreover, dragons always keep their word. As long as a dragon promises to do something, they will definitely see it through." Trade. Feng was surprised in spite of himself when he heard this. At the same time, the sound of several system notifications also entered his ears. Chapter 876, Breathtaking Feng. The silver dragon's words already posed some temptation for Feng in the first place. After hearing the contents of the system notification, he was further stunned. System, congratulations. You have obtained the recognition of the dragon race. System, congratulations. You have learned the language of dragons. System, hidden quest life redemption triggered. Do you wish to accept this quest? So there's such a benefit for resealing the silver dragon as well. After taking a look at the system notification window, Feng shifted his gaze back to the silver dragon. Dragons weren't just incomparably powerful. They also loved collecting treasure. If he could complete this quest relating to the dragon race, the potential rewards would definitely be much more bountiful than those from quests given by human NPCs. Originally, White Knight and the others were the ones who should have received this quest. Now, however, Feng had accidentally stolen this opportunity from them. Sure, but what will I get in return? Feng asked, smiling as he looked at the fallen silver dragon. In any case, he was not in a rush to go anywhere. Hearing the dragon out wouldn't hurt. I know that you humans are always in pursuit of power. I know of a certain location. At that place, there is a secret technique tablet that powerhouses among you humans are always dreaming of obtaining. If you can release me and help me vanquish those mutants, I can send you to that place, the silver dragon said slowly. Secret technique tablet? Feng was shocked despite himself. He truly never imagined that this hidden quest he triggered would actually offer such a bountiful reward. If he could obtain an additional secret technique tablet, he would be able to nurture even more guild experts. All right, I agree to your offer, Feng answered without hesitation. System, hidden quest life redemption accepted. Quest content, help the silver dragon kill the mutants. Such good opportunities did not come easily. Currently, Feng was still utterly helpless about the Golden Tablet quest. That mysterious youth was simply too powerful. Feng simply had no chance to complete the quest at his current level. Dealing with the mutants, on the other hand, was much less demanding. These mutants had appeared just recently. They had not undergone any growth as yet and were currently at their weakest. Hence, it would be significantly easier to kill them. If he were to give the mutants 10 days or half a month, even he would be helpless to do anything about them. Following which, Feng destroyed the stone altar once more and liberated the silver dragon. Though I cannot get too close to those mutants, I can support you from the sidelines. Looking at the chains binding its body disappearing, the silver dragon extended one of its massive claws to Feng and said, "Hop on. I will bring you over to the battlefield." Given free rein, those mutants will only grow stronger as time passes. We need to exterminate them as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Feng hopped directly onto the silver dragon's claw. Indeed, just as the silver dragon had said, even if those mutants did not devour or kill any monsters or players, they would still grow stronger with the passage of time. Without any intervention, they would become a disaster in God's domain in a few days. In his previous life, a mutant that had been left unchecked in Starmoon Kingdom had wreaked devastation on the kingdom. By the time players realized the severity of the situation, that mutant had already grown into a difficult foe to defeat even with more than 100,000 players. Suddenly, the silver dragon spread its wings and flapped them. It then flew straight out of the crater and shot into the sky. "Boss, something's not right with these mutants," a level 38 male swordsman suddenly said. "I keep feeling that they're becoming stronger and stronger." "Yeah, I get the same feeling. Although there aren't any changes to their maximum HPs, my attacks are actually doing less and less damage to them." "Me too. Moreover, their movements and reactions are gradually improving." At first, everyone had thought this was just their own misconception. However, after one person mentioned it, everyone else similarly felt that something was amiss. If they allowed these monsters to continue strengthening, their situation would become increasingly precarious. After all, just from a numbers point of view, they were now at a disadvantage. Initially, there had been 101 mutants. Now there were still 87 of them. On the other hand, their team, which had started with 100 members, had only 64 members remaining. Most tragically, even until now, they had yet to defeat a single elite mutant. Moreover, they had also used up nearly all the magic scrolls and tools they had brought with them. This was the first time they had encountered such a difficult quest where they could not see any hope of victory whatsoever. White Knight, who had been kiting the chieftain mutant all this time, frowned deeply as well. In truth, he too had long since noticed that these mutants were becoming increasingly stronger, especially the chieftain mutant he was kiting. Whether it was in terms of reaction speed, defense, or attack power, these monsters were receiving gradual minor improvements. However, he was also helpless about the situation. He had already made plenty of preparations for the quest this time. He had never thought that they would still end up failing. Just as everyone was falling into the pits of despair, a massive figure appeared in the sky once more, the roar it released making everyone from Owl tremble. "It's over. We're truly finished this time." All their hearts sank into utter despair when they saw the silver dragon flying towards them. A tier 4 silver dragon was far more powerful than these mutants they were struggling against. They already possessed no chance of victory against these mutants. Now that a silver dragon was joining the fray, they did not even have the heart to try to resist. "Hey, look at the silver dragon's claw. There seems to be a person standing there." Frozen Dream exclaimed as she stared at the distant silver dragon, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The silver dragon was beyond terrifying. It was truly hard to imagine there would be someone capable of standing on the dragon's claw. Hearing Frozen Dream's words, everyone promptly focused their gazes on the dragon's claws. "Isn't that the player from before? I'm not dreaming, right? The silver dragon that was trying to kill him before has actually fallen under his control? Is he even human?" Everyone was thunderstruck when they saw Feng standing on the silver dragon's claw. Once upon a time, they had been prideful over the fact that they were in possession of either a bronze or mysterious iron mount even before reaching level 40. After looking at Feng, however, they were just a bit short of dying from embarrassment. As the silver dragon rapidly approached them, Its powerful aura left everyone breathless, despite several hundred yards still separating them. Shortly after, Feng jumped down from the silver dragon's claw and landed before everyone. None of the members of Owl could find it in themselves to speak to Feng. They only observed him quietly with eyes full of fear. Just the thought of the silver dragon hovering above Feng made them shudder. A single snort from the silver dragon would be more than enough to wipe them out completely. One could say that their fates were currently in Feng's hands. "Fellow friend, how may I help you?" At this moment, even White Knight had an incomparably tense expression as he looked at Feng. Setting aside the silver dragon hovering above Feng, just the swordsman himself gave White Knight a feeling of an unreachable existence. Even though White Knight clearly couldn't feel any danger coming from Feng, the aura the latter radiated was actually somewhat superior to even a lord-ranked monsters of the same level. In front of an expert of such caliber, even his prideful self had to tread with great caution. Chapter 877, Brutal Massacre. Feng sent a glance at White Knight and the others, who were currently still locked in combat. From the current state of their battle, they were performing much better than he initially expected. At this moment, Feng had to admit that Owl was indeed an adventurer team on par with the Midnight Tea Party. There was quite a number of capable experts among them. If Zero Wing's main force were the ones fighting here today, they would have long since fallen to these mutants. In particular, White Knight, who was pinning down the chieftain mutant, had already achieved perfection in terms of skill utilization. Feng estimated that every one of White Knight's skills had a completion rate of at least 90%. Despite fighting in such a cramped and dangerous environment, White Knight still managed to achieve such results. Moreover, his control and utilization of his surrounding environment were similarly at a breathtaking level. Feng did not think that even he himself could perform any better than White Knight in this aspect. In addition, White Knight's predictions of the chieftain mutant's movements were extremely accurate. Although the level 50 chieftain mutant was not as strong as a level 50 Grand Lord, it was not that far off either. Even with the effects of the extreme frost field and suppression barrier, a player at White Knight's level would still face extreme difficulty evading the chieftain's attacks, not to mention doing so in such a cramped environment and without exposing any of his allies to the chieftain's attacks. If White Knight could not predict the chieftain mutant's movements 1 or 2 seconds ahead, it would be utterly impossible for him to guide the chieftain's attacks accurately. Unfortunately, although White Knight and the other members of Owl were amazing, it was obvious that the mutants had the advantage in this battle. As more time passed, the combat power of the mutants would increase as well. It was only a matter of time before White Knight and the others were wiped out. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to look for trouble," Feng said as he took another glance at the overall situation of the battle. Seeing the anxious and slightly hostile expressions White Knight and the others were wearing, he could not help but laugh as he said, "Moreover, even if I came to look for trouble, I could simply just stand to one side and watch. In any case, these monsters will kill you guys eventually." When everyone heard Feng's words, they wanted to rebuke him. In the end, however, their words got stuck in their throats. This reaction wasn't just due to the strength Feng had displayed. It was also because Feng's words were not wrong. "May I know if fellow friend would be willing to help us out? After the battle, you can have all the loot of these monsters. We won't take anything." White Knight took the initiative to ask after giving the situation some thought. "Big Brother White, these monsters are so powerful. The loot they drop will definitely be very amazing. Moreover, we've only managed to reach this point after sacrificing so much. Yet now we're giving all the benefits to someone else." Frozen Dream immediately panicked upon hearing White Knight's proposal to Feng. Although they were indeed in a precarious situation, she did not think that Feng would have a way to deal with these many mutants. Both sides needed to work together in order to have a chance to eliminate these mutants. Rather than just giving up all the loot, they should negotiate with Feng. At the very least, they should ask to get the quest item. The other members of Owl similarly grew anxious. However, they also knew that White Knight was doing this for them. While in this area, there were only 2 methods for them to leave. Either they killed all of the mutants or they were killed by the mutants. Judging by the current momentum of the battle, it was only a matter of time before they died, and they would suffer significant losses if they died. Aside from losing a level, they would also drop a piece of equipment. It would take them a long time to recuperate from such a loss. All right. Feng nodded as he looked at White Knight retreating while fighting the chieftain mutant. In reality, even if White Knight did not make such a proposal, he would still help them exterminate these mutants in order to form a connection with the future legendary adventurer team. He could get White Knight to owe him a favor by doing so. White Knight was a man who stood by his word. As long as he promised something, he would definitely do it. Back then, the Ranger had owed the Super Guild King's Return a favor. In the end, he had started a war with King's Return's rival, the Super Guild Pantheon, without hesitation, aiding King's Return in securing a war fortress. A war fortress was different from a player-established city or town, which had a fixed location. A war fortress could move, only it was very costly to shift around. However, it was the perfect tool to attack cities and devastate lands. At the same time, a war fortress could also serve as a small-scale city. It could move to the latest leveling maps to greatly reduce the travel time of players. The value of a war fortress was far above even that of a legendary item. For this reason, Pantheon had hated Owl down to the very bone. The Super Guild had even mobilized its army to assault Owl's main headquarters. Although Owl ended up winning in the end, the adventurer team had suffered tremendous losses. Meanwhile, although White Knight had not said that he would owe Feng a favor, the Ranger would definitely remember the favor Feng would do him today. Just this point alone was enough for Feng. Many thanks. Upon hearing Feng agree to his proposal, White Knight breathed out a sigh of relief. His teammates might not be convinced of Feng's strength, but if Feng did not possess sufficient strength, how could he possibly have managed to treat the Silver Dragon as a mount? Following which, White Knight had Frozen Dream write out a contract. After both sides signed the contract, they added Feng to the team and appointed him the team leader. What's there to thank him for? Haven't we given him all the benefits already? Frozen Dream silently pouted, feeling extremely displeased as she looked at Feng, who was wearing a black cloak and had his identity hidden. She refused to believe that Feng could truly do anything about these mutants. In the end, he would just be utilizing the strength of the Silver Dragon. However, this was the Silver Dragon's strength, not Feng's own strength. After signing the contract, Feng also informed the Silver Dragon to take action. In the next moment, the Silver Dragon let out a deafening roar, and a gigantic silver magic array covering a radius of 500 yards appeared immediately, catching everyone within it. As soon as the magic array appeared, the mutants began emitting white smoke from their bodies. Not only did their defense abruptly decrease by a large margin, but even their attack power had weakened significantly. Such a powerful spell. At this moment, everyone fully experienced just how powerful this silver magic array was. Originally, their attacks only dealt around -200 to -300 damage to the common mutants. Now, however, their damages doubled. On the other hand, the damage the common mutants were dealing to their MTs had decreased significantly, instantly going from around -5,000 damage per hit to around -2,000 damage per hit. This sudden development greatly lessened the burden on the MTs and healers. Unfortunately, even with such a powerful spell assisting them, it was still not enough to bridge the gap between the two sides. The HPs of the mutants were simply too high. Just the common mutants already possessed 1,500,000 HP, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. The monsters had more than enough HP to exhaust them to death. Let's use you all to test my new strength then. A hint of excitement flashed in Feng's eyes as he looked at the clumped-up mutants. In the next moment, Feng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind a common mutant. Chop. -6,417. Thundering Flash. -3,405. -8,717. -7,004. -10,214. Thunder Flame Explosion. -12,137. The common mutants' HP rapidly flowed away like running water. Even Feng's normal attacks dealt around -2,200 to -2,300 damage. When the members of Owl saw Feng's damage, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. The swordsman's damage was 2 to 3 times higher than even the extremely well-geared White Knights. In the next moment, Feng adjusted his positioning slightly and followed up with Dragon Breath. A beam of white light instantly engulfed close to 40 common mutants, damage of over -20,000 points appearing above the mutants' heads. Some even received critical damage of over -40,000 points. Over a dozen of the mutants struck also fell into a fainted state on the spot. Just who is this person? Frozen Dream was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. However, what no one knew was that Feng was currently under the effects of the power of darkness as well as the dragon's dominator. Even the high HP and defense of the mutants could do little against his attacks. Moreover, Feng was not afraid of attracting the aggro of the mutants at all. With his speed and mysterious footwork, none of the mutants could close in on him at all. In fact, Feng was even utilizing his high damage to gradually lure and concentrate the common mutants into a group. When he had gathered nearly 60 mutants, he abruptly pointed his sword towards the sky. Skywheel Sword. Countless golden divine swords rained down from the sky, trapping all the mutants within a radius of 20 yards and dealing damage of over -5,000 points to every one of them. Immediately after, Feng cast Firestorm. Scorching flames instantly engulfed the common mutants. Everyone immediately saw damages ranging from -30,000 to more than -50,000 rising through the flames. Moreover, this phenomenon repeated itself once every second for 6 seconds. Feng was still not done with his attacks. He retrieved a silvery gray Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it, rapidly chanting the incantation recorded within the scroll. Suddenly, numerous silver whirlwinds appeared amid the group of mutants, continuously garroting them, dealing over -20,000 damage each second for 4 seconds. Tier 2 spell Storm Garrote. Due to the silver whirlwind's powerful suction, these mutants couldn't escape the garroting at all, their HPs continuously decreasing. This sight rendered everyone speechless. Every one of these mutants was a boss-level monster. Yet now Feng was actually fighting them as if they were weak low-level monsters. None of them knew what to say about Feng's performance. However, the HP and defense of these mutants were simply too high. Although this method might work against normal elites and special elites, it was totally ineffective against these monsters that had over 1,000,000 HP. Just as everyone was thinking of a way to help Feng scatter the group of mutants, Feng took out another Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. This time it was the Tier 2 spell Blizzard. Not only did the spell freeze these mutants for 8 seconds, but it also dealt over -40,000 damage to each of them. After using one scroll, Feng would take out another Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it was another AoE attack magic scroll. After he went through a total of 8 Tier 2 magic scrolls in a row, the common mutants, which originally had 1,500,000 HP, had less than half their HPs remaining. Crap, does this guy run a magic scroll photocopying shop or something? Feng's actions left everyone flabbergasted. They could be considered a top-class adventurer team. Throughout their time playing God's Domain, they had accumulated a significant stockpile of items. They also possessed quite a few Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, even for them, Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls were still extremely rare items. Until now, their entire team had managed to collect only 5 of such scrolls, which they had used up on previous quests. Now, however, Feng alone had taken out 8 of such magic scrolls. Just as everyone thought Feng had already run out of scrolls, the latter pulled out yet another Tier 2 magic scroll. Everyone was now at a complete loss for words. This was definitely the first time they had seen such an extravagant way of grinding monsters. On the market, a single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll currently sold for around 200 gold. One could buy a level 40 dark gold weapon already with that kind of money. Despite that, Feng was actually using these scrolls as if they were ordinary skills. What no one knew was that Feng really did not lack in Tier 2 magic scrolls. He had obtained plenty just from the various field bosses he had raided with Zero Wing's main force. There were also the magic scrolls his guild obtained from Hell Mode and Hard Mode team dungeons. Moreover, as he ventured to new high-level maps, he would often come across bronze or mysterious iron treasure chests. In addition, after capturing Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing had acquired many magic scrolls from the town's treasury. Just the number of Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls in Zero Wing's possession right now came close to 100 pieces. Even the stockpiles of super guilds were not as well stocked as Zero Wing's. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, Feng had prepared close to 60 Tier 2 AoE attack magic scrolls. More than enough for him to massacre the common mutants. When Feng used the 24th scroll, the common mutants finally could not hold out any longer. They abruptly fell before him one after another. The abundant amount of EXP they provided allowed Feng to level up once to level 41. Chapter 878, Foolish Humans. Frozen Dream and the other OWL members were speechless as they stared at the dozens of dead common mutants. A single Tier 2 AoE attack magic scroll cost at least 200 gold, yet Feng had just used 24 of them. He had essentially blown through enough money to purchase an epic weapon. Meanwhile, not only had the abundant EXP allowed Feng to level up once, but the rest of the team also leveled up once or twice. Every OWL member was now at level 40, with some being only a short distance away from level 41. These monsters give a ton of EXP. Haha, this is awesome. I'm fully recovered after leveling up. Joy began to fill these players' eyes. Both the healers and the magical classes who had been running out of mana had fully replenished mana bars. Their confidence in dealing with the remaining level 50 elite and chieftain mutants had been restored as well. Previously, these players had lost hope of emerging victorious as they knew that they would not outlast these monsters. There were simply too many common mutants. Everyone on the team would have died long before they finished them all off. It's no wonder why he was so calm. He really does have a way to deal with these monsters by himself. Frozen Dream could not help but shift her gaze towards the cloaked Feng. When she thought back to her previous words, a light blush colored her pale white cheeks as embarrassment overtook her. If not for Feng's aid, they would have died here. None of those who had spoken out against Feng's participation said a word. They only admired the cloaked swordsman. At this point, only the 14 elites and one chieftain remained. Their team had finally reclaimed the advantage of numbers. Although the remaining monsters were far more difficult to deal with, they shouldn't have any issues taking down the remaining adversaries with a powerful damage dealer like Feng on their side. Just as the thought of ridding themselves of the mutants entered everyone's minds, the remaining mutants transformed into a black liquid and gathered at a single point in the air. The black mass's aura grew stronger as the liquid gathered. The team's caution intensified as they watched the ball of black liquid squirm in midair. Be careful. He has absorbed a lot of power from my body, the silver dragon suddenly said. As the silver dragon finished its warning, the black liquid transformed into a black dragon and fell, shattering the ground with its weight. The dragon the black liquid had formed was much smaller than the silver dragon. It was only roughly 20 meters tall. However, that was still more than tall enough to tower over players. The dragon loomed like a 7-story tall building. With a swipe of its powerful claws, it could rip through players like paper. Mutated Dragon, Mutant Dragon Tier 2. Level 50. HP 80, 000, 000/80, 000,000. After reading the mutated dragon statistics, Feng frowned, a grim expression overtaking his face. Although the mutant's level had not changed, only transforming from a Tier 1 chieftain to a Tier 2 lord, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The problem was no longer limited to a gap between their tiers. Rather, the problem was their positions on the food chain. The Tier 3 upper-rank Frostbone dragon Feng had previously killed had not been a true dragon despite its appearance. The mutated dragon before them, however, was a bona fide dragon. It was even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Even though it was only at the Tier 2 standard and the same level, it could easily defeat the Tier 3 Frostbone dragon. Furthermore, this dragon was a mutant, which gave it a vast potential to grow in various aspects. Feng was no longer able to determine the mutated dragon's true power. However, he could say one thing with certainty. The mutated dragon was exceedingly strong. If they allowed the mutated dragon to grow, it would cause a calamity across God's domain that was several times more severe than the Abyss Passage's opening. Not only could the mutated dragon grow indefinitely, but it also wasn't restricted to certain regions. It could go anywhere it wished, unlike Abyss Passages which only affected the country where it spawned and its neighbors. In fact, Feng wasn't the only tense player in the group. The OWL members were also anxious. Even an expert like White Knight felt a tremendous pressure from the mutated dragon. It felt as if they were sailing across the open ocean in a small boat, the threat of capsizing looming before them. Their lives could end at any given moment. Foolish humans, I really have to thank you. If not for your help in ridding me of all of that excess power, I wouldn't be able to display my true power. Revealing a human-like sneer, the mutated dragon laughed coldly as it said, I also have you to thank, foolish dragon. If not for your help, these humans wouldn't have succeeded. As a show of gratitude, I'll devour you all to nurture my power. I won't let you have your way, the silver dragon bellowed. Suddenly, a silver magic array enveloped over half of the valley. Numerous silver chains emerged from the magic array and bound the mutated dragon. You've lost your mind. You are actually willing to sacrifice your lifespan to cast this spell. The mutated dragon was flustered as it felt the silver chains drain its strength, yet no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't even scratch them. So what if you've used this spell? How much of your lifespan can you afford to expend? Once you're exhausted, I will regain my freedom. You cannot stop me. Human, I will leave the rest to you, the silver dragon said weakly. Casting this spell had obviously taken a massive toll. Suddenly, a system notification reached Feng's ears. System, you have to kill the mutated dragon within 2 hours. If you cannot complete this task, the silver dragon will exhaust its lifespan and die. At the same time, a timer appeared next to Feng's system interface. 1 hour, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Haha. As expected of a foolish dragon. Even in the face of death, you place your hopes in these little ants. Do you really believe that even after siphoning my strength, these ants can defeat me? The black mutated dragon laughed maniacally. Fine, let me show you foolish humans how terrifying dragons truly are. Saying so, the mutated dragon dashed towards the group of players. Be careful. Melees focus on dodging. Do not try to block the mutant's attacks. All ranged players target its joints. White Knight issued his commands immediately. The mutated dragon was, by far, the strongest monster they had ever faced since joining God's domain. Mutated dragon, mutant dragon tier 2. Level 50. HP 40, 000/40, 000/000. They might not have had any hope of victory before, but the silver chains now suppressed the mutated dragon. Both its attributes and mobility had been significantly restricted. Moreover, they had recovered to their peak states and risen to level 40, improving their basic attributes. All hope was not lost. Very quickly, 3 level 40 MTs moved to stand between the mutated dragon and the rest of the team, each one possessing over 18,000 HP. Seeing the mutated dragon swing one of its massive, clawed forefeet at them, all 3 MTs took evasive measures and activated their life-saving skills simultaneously, reducing the damage they took by half. As the mutated dragon attacked, the distant White Knight used Triple Piercer, the skill with the greatest impact among all his tier 1 skills. His skill completion rate had even reached 97%, the original 3 arrows merging into one. The newly combined arrow tore through the air as it penetrated the mutated dragon's wrist. Boom. Minus 2,315. Although White Knight's attack struck the joint, it did not affect the dragon's forefoot at all. The claws blurred as they struck a Guardian Knight that had not dodged in time. The Guardian Knight's HP instantly fell by 10,000. If he had not activated his life-saving skill, he would have become mincemeat the moment the dragon's claws reached him. This is after it has been weakened? The players gasped when they saw the mutated dragon's defense and damage. With such high damage, defense and speed, they had no hope of contending with the mutated dragon as they were right now. As the owl members began to despair, a black figure appeared before the mutated dragon. This figure was none other than Feng. Seeing this, disgust flashed in the mutated dragon's eyes. It slapped at Feng with its forefoot as if it were swatting a fly. Before anyone could react, the dragon's forefoot struck the ground, forming a crater with a radius of over 10 meters. Chapter 879. Overwhelming a dragon with force. The players from Owl were stunned when they saw the mutated dragon's strength. They had often seen attacks form craters after hitting the ground. However, this was the first time they had seen an attack form such a massive pit. Moreover, this had been a normal attack, not a skill. Why was he so impatient? Frozen Dream frowned at the crater beneath the mutated dragon's front foot. From the damage their guardian knight had received, she understood that they could not stand up against the mutated dragon in a head-on clash. They could only rely on the melees to kite the dragon while the ranged players dealt damage and whittled down its HP. Only by doing so would they have any hope of emerging victorious. Yet Feng had stubbornly rushed up to the dragon, dying with a single swat. Now their team had lost a powerful ally, reducing their chances of defeating the dragon even further. However, as the mutated dragon lifted its claws, these players discovered a figure beneath the giant forefoot. How? The team was astonished. The mutated dragon's strength was obvious. Even level 50, Tier 2 MTs wouldn't withstand such destructive power, yet a swordsman like Feng had survived. How could they not be shocked? Such high strength. If not for the dragon's domination suppression and the additional 500 attributes I received, I would have been forced to waste a life-saving skill. Feng inwardly celebrated his survival. For each dragon that was within 1,000 yards, Dragon's Dominator would increase all of his basic attributes by 500 points. Currently, 2 dragons were within range, the Silver Dragon and the Mutated Dragon. The Mutated Dragon was, in fact, a member of the dragon race. With 2 dragons present, each of Feng's basic attributes had gained 1,000 points. However, Feng did not only enjoy this buff. As the heavenly dragon's breath increased his attributes by a percentage, his strength, agility and endurance had increased by another 50%, and his intelligence by 35%. Moreover, as he still had the effects of Power of Darkness, Feng's current attributes had long since exceeded that of a level 50, Tier 2 metric tons. Blocking the weakened mutated dragon's attack wasn't an issue. However, it was somewhat strenuous. Although Feng had blocked the mutated dragon's attack with his swords, he had lost 2,187 HP. Of course, 2,000 damage wasn't considerable to Feng. After all, Feng currently had a maximum of 83,460 HP. Such low damage was practically negligible. Not to mention there were multiple healers on standby who could restore him to full health at any moment. Is he a human or a ghost? Owl's members were thoroughly stupefied. They had already been impressed by Feng's basic attributes. Even their leader, White Knight, was no match for him. However, they had been able to see the swordsman's boundaries during the last fight. He had not been completely out of their reach. Watching him now, however, they realized that they were a part of 2 different worlds. While these players were still frozen with shock over Feng's absurdly high attributes, the mutated dragon noticed that the swordsman was still alive. Immediately, it slammed its claws down on Feng once more. Boom! The already large crater expanded further. This time, however, the mutated dragon's forefoot had not hit Feng. After dodging the attack, Feng swung the abyssal blade at the dragon's claw and executed chop. Minus 34,157. Upon receiving the critical damage of over minus 30,000 points, the mutated dragon's foot trembled slightly. There was even a shallow cut across its adamantite-like scales. Damn, my attacks are only dealing around 1,000 damage, yet he can deal over 30,000 damage with a single hit. Is he really a player? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Feng's damage. White Knight, who had attacked the dragon continuously, froze momentarily, his eyes glued to the cut left on the mutant's joint. While it was impressive that Feng's attack had managed to deal over minus 30,000 damage, the implication of leaving a cut across the dragon's scales was far more significant. Direct damage would at most reduce the mutated dragon's HP. However, inflicting external injuries would weaken the mutated dragon's combat power. His longbow was an epic weapon, yet his attacks couldn't even scratch the mutated dragon. There was one thing he was very certain of. The ability to injure a monster's body was unrelated to a player's attributes. It was mainly due to the quality and sharpness of the player's weapon. Is he using fragmented legendary weapons? White Knight's shock increased as he glanced at Feng's 2 swords. He had gone through hell and back to obtain his current longbow. He had never once harbored any thought of obtaining a fragmented legendary weapon. With this revelation, White Knight considered befriending Feng. He had played God's domain with the intention of getting to know various experts. He wanted to challenge his limits and surpass them. However, what White Knight did not know was that Feng's weapons were not fragmented legendary rank. They were only on par with epic weapons. However, due to the magic devices he had equipped, their sharpness and destructive power had improved significantly, which allowed them to wound the mutated dragon. "I'll serve as the MT. The rest of you attack from afar," Feng commanded through the team chat after attracting the mutated dragon's aggro. Originally, the members of OWL had their issues with Feng leading their team. Now, however, they followed his commands without argument. The healers began to focus on Feng, whereas the melee players retreated to maximum range, attacking the mutated dragon with the ranged players. Although the melee players' ranged damage couldn't compare to their ranged companions, overall, they dealt a considerable amount. With a powerful MT like Feng, the healers had gained some peace of mind. They didn't need to worry about Feng being instant killed. The ranged damage dealers could also attack without holding back. Even if the power of darkness ended right now, Feng was confident he could dodge the mutated dragon's attacks. However, he would have far fewer chances of counterattacking. In any case, Feng's goal in attacking the mutated dragon was not to decrease its HP, but to injure its joints. Although a single attack's effects were not noticeable after 100 attacks, the effects were obvious. Once the mutant's joints were heavily wounded, both its reaction speed and attack speed fell drastically. This made evading the dragon's attacks and launching counterattacks even easier for Feng. Eventually, the mutated dragon became utterly helpless against Feng. It could only watch as the little human before it avoided every one of its attacks. In the end, even losing the buffs from Power of Darkness, Feng was still able to dodge the mutated dragon's attacks effortlessly. Meanwhile, although the other players' damages were not considerable, their total damage exceeded the mutated dragon's recovery speed. From time to time, Feng also dealt a heavy blow. As a result, the dragon's HP continuously decreased. Time passed quickly. The mutated dragon's HP had finally fallen to 20%. "Humans, your luck ends here," the mutated dragon bellowed, its roar echoing throughout the valley. The mutated dragon, which had been 20 meters tall, started to grow, reaching 30 meters instantly. Not only did it receive an enhancement to its strength and speed, but its range had also increased, making it far more difficult for Feng to evade its attacks. In the next moment, the mutated dragon swiped its tail at Feng, the swipe's force instantly generating a storm. However, before the storm could devour Feng, the dragon's tail arrived before him. Moreover, the dragon's attack range with its tail was quite wide, and Feng did not have enough time to dodge. Defensive blade. Ping. The attack threw Feng. Even the players attacking from over a dozen meters behind him died instantly. Unfortunately, the mutated dragon was not done. It began to swing its tail like a whip, covering the area with afterimages. One swipe, 2 swipes, 3 swipes. By the time the mutated dragon's attack ended, Feng's defensive blade had been exhausted of block counts. Meanwhile, there were less than 40 players still standing. If the mutated dragon launched that tail attack 1 or 2 more times, it would wipe out their team. The mutated dragon's terrifying chain attack had also devastated the surrounding forest, leaving very little behind. The dragon race's explosive power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I haven't used all of my cards yet. Feng released a sigh of relief, following which he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Chapter 880, Slaying a Dragon. Boss, the dragon's defense and reaction speed have improved quite a bit. With our remaining numbers, I'm afraid that we can't survive another round of chain attacks, a green-robed, level 40 male summoner anxiously reported. Once the mutated dragon went berserk, a single round of whipping its tail had annihilated all of his summoned creatures. Even their attacks were becoming less effective. Previously, they had been able to more or less hit the dragon, each of their attacks dealing around -1,000 damage. Now, however, the mutant blocked over half of their attacks with its tail. Even when their attack struck the dragon, they only dealt around -600 damage. After factoring in the members they had lost and the healers, their overall damage could not overcome the mutated dragon's regeneration. It was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. This is the final push. Throw everything you have at it. White Knight had been watching the battle from the rear. Excluding Feng's hidden statistics, he had run through various simulations in his mind based on his team's statistics and calculated their probability of taking down the mutated dragon. However, no matter how many simulations he ran through, they were no match for the mutated dragon. The difference between them was simply too massive. He had never expected the mutated dragon to be so terrifying after going berserk. Ordinary bosses generally gained around a 30% increase to their combat power after going berserk. However, the mutated dragon's overall combat power had increased by 50% at the very least. White Knight even suspected that the mutated dragon had doubled its strength after going berserk. Even after Feng had joined, they had barely stood against the dragon. Now that the dragon's strength had grown, they had no hope of victory. Hearing White Knight's orders, every player began to use their most powerful moves against the mutated dragon. Some even activated berserk skills. Although not every owl member possessed a berserk skill, the remaining 40 or so members were all experts with the highest strength among the team. Over a dozen had learned berserk skills. Immediately, these dozen or so players' attributes soared. White Knight and Frozen Dream experienced the greatest improvements, their main attributes increasing by 100%. "Buy me some time," Frozen Dream shouted. Immediately she began to chant an incantation, the surrounding mana gathering rapidly around her. "Okay. Everyone aim for the dragon's joints," White Knight shouted. Their survival now depended on this very moment. Either the mutated dragon would wipe them out while it was still berserk, or they would finish off the mutated dragon's 8 million HP while they were berserk. Spells and arrows flew at the mutant. Seeing this, the dragon swiped its claws. Ping. The dragon's massive forefoot blocked over half of the attacks easily. Only extremely accurate attacks like those from White Knight had struck the dragon. -3,348. -1,448. -1,279. -1,354. Although numerous attacks had landed, only White Knight's attacks broke past the 3,000 threshold. Everyone else only dealt around -1,000 damage. Their overall damage barely made a dent in the dragon's remaining HP. Before White Knight and the others could launch another volley of attacks, the mutated dragon rose its tail once more. "Watch out for its tail attacks. Fall back," White Knight instructed and began to retreat while attacking the mutated dragon's massive tail. However, the tail's attack speed and range were too much for them. Even Feng had not been able to dodge the attack in time and had been forced to rely on a life-saving skill. Although everyone had retreated quite a distance from the mutated dragon, they were still within range of the shockwave that would follow the tail swipe. The resulting shockwaves alone were enough to end White Knight and his companions. Boom. A sonic boom ripped through the air as the dragon's tail swiped at Owl's players, the tail's attack range reaching over half of the team. Suddenly, however, a streak of blue light hacked at the swinging tail. Boom. The mutated dragon's attack halted abruptly. At the same time, a figure sank to the ground, a large crater forming around the player. He blocked it. White Knight's jaw dropped as he stared at the figure in disbelief. Although he had not seen it clearly, he had caught a glimpse of Feng swinging his sword at the mutated dragon's tail. The instant his sword collided with the tail, however, Feng vanished. The mutant's tail already contained far more power than its 4 feet. The dragon had also gone berserk, yet Feng had blocked the attack. Shortly after, Feng climbed out of the pit. Although he appeared somewhat miserable, his HP bar revealed that he had only suffered negligible damage. The improved Heavenly Dragon's power really is amazing. With this, I can take the mutated dragon's attacks without any problems. Feng flexed his muscles a little. Due to the impact, he was sore everywhere. Overall, however, his combat power had not been affected overmuch. Not only had Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP by 500%, but the skill also increased his strength by 150%, agility by 50%, and defense by 300%. Currently he had over 260,000 HP. With his enhanced defense he had only received around -3,000 damage after receiving the direct hit. Even without the healer's assistance he could easily withstand several hundred such attacks. He didn't need to fear the berserk mutated dragon at all. Following which, Feng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the mutated dragon. He then used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Flame Burst. In the next moment, the twin swords Feng wielded and those of his doppelganger transformed into dazzling miniature suns. Scorching white rays of light then slammed brutally into the back of the mutated dragon's neck, one after another. -62,487. -43,718. -127,496. -43,587. 30 consecutive scorching blades bit into the mutated dragon's neck, all 30 strikes hitting the same location. In addition, a dozen abyssal blade phantoms continuously assaulted the mutant, each dealing up to -6,000 damage. The mutated dragon released an agonized cry as it slammed into the ground. The mutated dragon's HP had instantly fallen from 8 million to 5,640,000. Immediately after, Feng used Firestorm and Dragon Breath. The mutated dragon's HP fell below the 5 million threshold. This is insane. The witnessing players were nearly speechless as they stared at the fallen dragon. White Knight was just as shocked. He could not figure out how many cards Feng had kept hidden. Feng alone was savagely beating a boss that his entire team had been helpless against. At this time, Frozen Dream finally completed her chanting as she waved her staff. A deep blue magic array suddenly appeared above the mutated dragon. A gigantic ice spear then emerged from the array and descended on the mutant. Tier 1 Curse Frozen Earth. When the ice spear struck, not only did it inflict over -7,000 damage, but it also encased the dragon's forelimbs in a layer of frost, restricting it. Despite the mutated dragon breaking free from the layer of ice, the ice reformed instantly. Moreover, each time the dragon struggled free it wasted a lot of time to do so. As a result, the mutated dragon's reactions were somewhat delayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng launched one attack after another. With an absolute MT like Feng pinning down the mutated dragon, the other team members began to launch a fierce assault. As a result, the mutated dragon's HP fell rapidly. 4,500, 000. 4,000,000. 3,000,000. 1,000,000. When the mutated dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and used the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the mutated dragon. Over a dozen consecutive slashes bloomed over the mutated dragon's heart. The mutated dragon's HP hit rock bottom instantly, falling to the ground with a loud boom. Over a dozen shining items dropped around its humongous body. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Feng's body as he reached level 42. Chapter 881, 3-Star Promotion Order. As the golden glow engulfed Feng's body, the rest of the team experienced the glow as well. Some even experienced the phenomenon twice, their levels launching from 40 to 42. The bountiful EXP that the mutated dragon had provided stunned them all. Even at their level, the mutated dragon had awarded them enough EXP to level up at least once. They had just saved several days of effort. Success. We won. Everyone cheered as they looked at the motionless mutated dragon. The mutant had been far stronger than any monster they had faced before. They shouldn't have survived it at their level, yet they had defeated it. Although they had relied on Feng's strength, they were excited. Some of their excitement was also due to the system notification they received after the dragon had died. System, congratulations. You have received the Dragon Slayer title. Wielder of this title will gain a 10% increase to their humanity reputation. Although this title did not affect their combat power, many players dreamed of the buff it provided. In God's domain, humanity reputation was crucial. Aside from the fact that one needed a certain amount of reputation to purchase land and housing, Higher reputation allowed players to enjoy discounts when repairing or purchasing items in NPC cities. After reaching the highest achievable reputation, one could even enjoy a 40% discount. Although players were discovering more methods of earning coins, players still needed more. Aside from purchasing consumables and some luxury items such as delicious food, most of a player's money went to repair fees. Moreover, as players equipped higher quality and leveled equipment, the repair fees increased. With a 40% discount in cities, a player could save a large sum of money. Moreover, as players gained more levels, raising one's reputation in a single city would not be enough. Many high-resource leveling spots were quite far from starting cities. Traveling back and forth was inconvenient. If a player wanted to level up quickly, they needed to have high reputation in multiple cities. However, reputation was not easy to obtain. Even until now, players still had headaches over gaining reputation in their respective cities. Now that these players had the Dragon Slayer title, they wouldn't have to put in as much effort. It was especially true for independent players. However, the team was more interested in the mutated dragon's loot. The mutated dragon had dropped over 10 items. Needless to say, such a powerful monster's loot would be astounding. It would not surprise any of them if it even dropped an epic item. Watching Feng collect the items one after another, they nearly drooled. However, White Knight had promised Feng that he could claim all of the drops. Hence they could only watch enviously. Look, is that an epic weapon? Crap. Look at that magic scroll. It can concentrate mana naturally. It should be a tier 3 scroll at the very least, right? That design is huge. Although these players realized that the items belonged to Feng, they still wanted to know what they were. As Feng picked up the scattered coins and items, he noticed a purple-gold diamond-shaped token. A single word had been engraved on this token. Promotion. As expected of a dragon, its loot is awesome. Feng tried to calm his excited heart as he looked at the token. If not for White Knight and the others' presence, he would have laughed like a maniac. This promotion order was no ordinary promotion order. It was a shop promotion order. Moreover, it wasn't a 2-star shop promotion order, but a 3-star shop promotion order. In God's domain, even 2-star shop promotion orders were extremely difficult to obtain. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom and its neighboring kingdoms, no other trading firm aside from the Candlelight Trading Firm possessed a 2-star shop. Only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop. Moreover, the Super First-Rate Guild had only obtained it a few days ago. Current players had no hopes of getting their hands on a 3-star shop. To obtain one, players would need to kill a relatively high-leveled, high-tiered field boss, open a high-ranked treasure chest, or complete the challenge quest. Obtaining a 3-star shop promotion order from a field boss was unrealistic, as only level 50 or higher tier 4 field bosses had a chance of dropping them. As for treasure chests, the promotion order would only appear in dark gold treasure chests found in level 50 or above maps. As for the challenge quest, its difficulty approached that of a legendary quest. The money required just to accept the quest would send cold shivers down the spine of any large guild in God's domain. Take the 2-star shop in the Black Dragon Empire for example. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had accepted the challenge quest to promote that shop. However, the Super First-Rate Guild had challenged the quest 3 times before it succeeded, and each challenge had cost 6,000 gold. Ordinary guilds could not afford that right now. Only Super First-Rate Guilds and Super Guilds might have enough to take on the challenge quest. Although promoting a shop to 3-star status was exceedingly difficult, any guild that could afford the fee would make an attempt. After all, there was a qualitative difference between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. The greatest difference was that when a shop reached 3-star status, its 1-star shops could be promoted to 2-star status. This one aspect was more than enough to throw the various large guilds into a frenzy. Aside from this, a 3-star shop offered far more functions than a 2-star shop. After reaching 2-star status, a shop would gain access to the special workshops. At 3-star status, a shop would gain access to the basic meditation room. As the name suggested, the meditation room was a space that allowed players to process their thoughts. Moreover, due to the dense mana inside the meditation room, players could maintain a clear state of mind, allowing them to better exert their abilities. The special workshop, on the other hand, only altered the environment to adjust one's mood. Of course, the meditation room also offered every function a special workshop possessed, allowing a player to alter the room's environment. This was the main reason why the various lifestyle masters in the past had surged towards high-star ranking shops. A positive work environment was crucial to lifestyle players. However, there were two downsides to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. The first was the cost. To maintain the mana density inside the room, one needed to spend a lot of magic crystals. Maintaining the mana density for a day cost a total of 300 magic crystals. The price of a single magic crystal had already reached 25 silver. A total of 300 crystals was the equivalent of 75 gold coins. Hence, meditation rooms were only used to produce high-valued items. The second drawback was its scarcity. At 3-star status, a shop could only offer 3 basic meditation rooms. For an establishment like the Candlelight Trading Firm, that was far from enough to satisfy its advanced lifestyle players. Forget it. It's better to not have one at all. Melancholic can worry about it later. Feng chuckled. He then stored the promotion order. Currently, he was eager to return to White River City and promote the Candlelight Trading Firm there to 3-star status. Among the many items that had dropped, there were also 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls for bottles of exotic potions and 3 forging designs. The rest were weapons and equipment. Among these items, the most valuable outside of the promotion order were the 2 epic items. One was a scale-covered shield engraved with divine runes, while the other was an aqua robe. Chapter 882, Uncrowned Sword King. The guild's MTs are quite lucky this time. Feng smiled at the scaled shield covered in divine runes. A shield was an integral part of an MT's equipment. A good shield could elevate an MT's strength significantly. On the market, MT's shields were always the most expensive equipment. They were worth at least double that of a weapon of the same rank and level. Dragon Scale Shield Epic Rank. Level 40, Level 100. Equipment requirement: Strength 600. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 4020, Level 40. Block rate 39%. Strength plus 84, Endurance plus 107. Magic resistance plus 20. Defense skill plus 2 levels. When equipped, Strength and Endurance increased by 10%. All skills plus 1 level. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional skill. Dragon Scale Body. Forms an energy shield around the user's body, increasing defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery ability by 500% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional passive skill 1. Sturdy. Halves received impact and reduced damage received from the front by 15%. Additional passive skill 2. Lightweight. Increases shield movement by 20%. The epic ranked purification robes also had high attributes. However, it was far less valuable than the Dragon Scale Shield. As for the other pieces of equipment he had obtained, they were either level 50 dark gold equipment or fine gold equipment. It was still too soon for current players to equip them. This should be White Knight's quest item. After Feng tidied up the dropped equipment, he discovered a glass bottle. The bottle contained a black liquid. It was none other than the mutated dragon's original form. Although the bottle did not have a label, its introduction stated that it was a specimen of a mutated life. Other than that, there was no information. After considering the matter, Feng handed the bottle to White Knight. This is. After White Knight saw the glass bottle, surprise colored his expression. Take it. Even if I keep it, I can't use it. Feng laughed. The mutant specimen was useless to him. On the contrary, if he gave it to White Knight, he could earn a favor from the ranger. If he came across any trouble in the future, he could even ask for White Knight's help. Thank you. If you encounter any issues in the future, just say the word. I'll help out to the best of my abilities. White Knight accepted the glass bottle without hesitation. The item was simply too important. Without it, he would fail his quest. If that happened, his account would be crippled. He would have to spend a long time to regain his strength. Would it be convenient for you to reveal your name, sir? We can add each other as friends so that we can contact each other easily in the future. Hearing White Knight's logic, the other owl members' jaws dropped. Since he had joined God's domain, White Knight had never added anyone as a friend. Various big shots from super guilds were no exception. "Ah, right. I haven't introduced myself." Feng took off his black cloak and revealed his black flame appearance. "My name is Black Flame." After Feng revealed himself, every witness fell silent. They stared at Feng's face. Feng looked to be in his 30s. He had a firm face with faint stars flashing in his eyes. His aura felt so profound that those around him felt oddly drawn to him. "You are Zero Wings Sword King Black Flame?" Frozen Dream's delicate face revealed her disbelief. God's Domain's players often discussed the God's Domain experts list. Practically everyone was familiar with the great deeds of the list's various experts. The name Black Flame was a particularly hot topic. Black Flame's rise had been intensely fast. The secret pavilion had even given him the title, Sword King. How high had his evaluation been to become the king among swordsmen? When the secret pavilion had updated their experts list, many swordsman experts had complained about the pavilion's decision. Even Owl's many swordsmen had been dissatisfied, declaring that they would challenge Black Flame to teach him a lesson. Now, however, it would seem that the title of Sword King had not been an exaggeration. They even wondered if Black Flame's rank on the God's Domain experts list was a little too low. The strength Black Flame had just displayed had far surpassed the secret pavilion's evaluation. Even some of the swordsmen who had previously intended to challenge Black Flame were dumbfounded. "Strong Slash, didn't you say that you wanted to challenge Black Flame? This is your chance." A few of the owl members teased their companion, grinning at a youth in silver light armor. In terms of strength, Strong Slash ranked 15th among their adventurer team. Although his battle records weren't necessarily stunning, he was undefeated in their home city's underground arena. He had already won 99 battles with a perfect winning streak. His defeated opponents even included large guilds' well-known experts. Back when Strong Slash had declared that he would challenge Black Flame and defeat him, nobody had doubted the youth's words. After all, Strong Slash's combat standards had reached the second stage of the realms of refinement, the flowing water realm. With his skills and equipment, it was not impossible to contend with a Void Realm expert. "I said in the future, not now." Strong Slash rolled his eyes at his laughing companions. If he challenged Black Flame, someone who had just stood against the mutated dragon and won, it would not even be a fight. It would be a miracle if he survived even one of the Sword King's attacks. The players laughed when they heard Strong Slash's response. "My name is White Knight, the leader of an adventurer team. Guild leader Black Flame, if you need help with anything in the future, just call me." White Knight had also begun to size up Feng, shock filling his heart. Only now did he understand why Zero Wing had risen to power so quickly and had grown strong enough to challenge God's Domain's major powers. With such a powerful leader, what did Zero Wing need to fear? Following which, White Knight and Feng added each other as friends. "Since team leader White has said as much, I happen to have something that I need your help with in 1 or 2 days." After giving it some thought, Feng continued, "Recently our guild has tried to raid a certain area and we urgently need experts. We need roughly 30 players. Favors should not go to waste. It was wise to use them frequently to increase a bond between two parties. Moreover, he required the help of a group of experts to raid the holy city of Titan's entrance trial. His strength alone was not enough to pass the trial. All right. When the time comes, just say the word. I'll lead a team over." White Knight did not hesitate to agree. On the contrary, Feng could see anticipation in his eyes. A place that even Black Flame had trouble raiding must be immensely difficult. Moreover, he really wished to experience Black Flame's world. After both sides agreed, White Knight led his team, departing from the valley. Feng, on the other hand, approached the silver dragon that had stood by the side all this time. "Young hero, thank you for accomplishing my long-cherished dream." At this moment, the silver dragon appeared extremely weak. Even speaking seemed laborious. "I only did what needed to be done," Feng politely replied. The silver dragon then took out a flashing golden magic scroll and said to Feng, "This magic scroll will take you to the shrine where the stone tablet sleeps. However, the shrine is very dangerous. With just your current strength you will not survive. It is best if you go there only after you have achieved your Tier 2 class. At that time, you will have somewhat higher chances of obtaining the stone tablet. Saying so, the silver dragon handed Feng the magic scroll. It then flapped its wings and left the valley. Before Feng could examine the golden magic scroll, a system announcement reached his ears. System announcement. System upgrading. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 40 hours. System. You have 10 minutes remaining to log out. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 883, New System. Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system announcement. Isn't the fourth evolution happening a little too soon? Feng frowned deeply. This was not good news for God's Domain's players. Every evolution the main God system underwent increased the realism and difficulty of the fights against monsters. Moreover, this was the first time Feng had seen a system upgrade require 40 hours. Generally, system upgrades only lasted from 12 to 24 hours. Even in the past, none of the upgrades had needed more than 24 hours to complete. However, Feng did not have time to consider the situation. He only had 10 minutes left to log out of the game. He needed to find a safe location quickly. After the mutated dragon's death, the dark sanctuary over the valley had begun to dissipate. Either due to the silver dragon's absence or some other reason, many monsters began to appear in the previously scarcely populated valley. Moreover, these were not low-leveled monsters. The lowest among them was level 30, while some were even level 45. Among them there was no lack of elite monsters. To current players, monsters of this level were still dangerous opponents. Finally, after finding a stream without nearby monsters, Feng logged off. The morning sun shone brightly. Suddenly, the virtual gaming cabin in the room opened and Feng climbed out. Compared to when Feng had first entered God's domain in this life, he was much stronger and more muscular. He had also grown slightly taller. In addition, his aura had changed tremendously. He gave off a calm and comfortable aura which attracted others. Since this system upgrade will be so long, God's domain must be chaotic right now. Feng smiled. He then instructed the AI housekeeper to turn on the television. Just as Feng had predicted, many television programs were already covering God's domain's system upgrade. After a period of development, God's domain's influence on the real world had gradually expanded. In addition, the mass production of God's domain's virtual reality helmets had begun, which resulted in the helmet's continuous price drop. Now more and more people could enjoy God's domain. Gradually, God's domain had become a big part of most people's lives. Moreover, the game's advertising had grown, with the game's biggest selling point being the various lifestyles and entertainment it offered, in addition to its ability to extend one's lifespan. Although technology constantly improved, there was still a limit to how much it could extend a human life. Meanwhile, God's domain could indirectly extend the human lifespan, allowing everyone to enjoy nearly double their natural life expectancy. This alone attracted many people. Furthermore, the game played a medicinal role. The current technology in the field of medicine had reached a very high level, and most diseases could be cured. Unfortunately, even now, disabilities remained unconquered. However, upon entering God's domain, blindness, deafness, or amputation did not matter. These people could live an ordinary life. As Feng understood it, after widespread promotion, many ill people had joined God's domain. Many of them even refused to leave the game world. The following report regards God's domain's latest change. The game's official developers have expressed their sincerest apologies regarding players' dissatisfaction with the latest system upgrade. They have also explained why this upgrade requires so much time. There are two main reasons for this. The first reason is that the main God system has collected sufficient data and can undergo another system upgrade. The inclusion of the mind space system is the second reason. This system will attract even more people to this virtual reality game in the future, turning it into a true second world. When the reporter mentioned this, Feng was taken aback. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Didn't this new system only launch 2 years after God's domain's release? Feng glared at the holographic screen's message. The mind space system was also known as the Realm of God. In the past, during God's Domain's first year, the game had been very popular. However, its influence on the real world had been limited. The most the game had achieved was the expansion of the virtual gaming industry's influence on the real world, growing from a niche industry to a household concept. However, the realm of God's appearance had pushed God's Domain to its peak as an industry. Due to the realm of God, any God's Domain player could create their own virtual space. If players did not want to play the game, they could enter their virtual spaces for some rest and entertainment. While in a private space, they could adjust the environment to their liking. However, the more realistic the environment and the larger the space was, the more resources one needed to pay. One could even go as far as adjusting the flow of time inside their personal space. As far as Feng knew, one could adjust the flow up to 10 times that of natural time. In other words, 10 days in one's personal space was the equivalent of a single day in the real world. Hence, theoretically, it was possible to extend one's lifespan by up to 10 times. Meanwhile, while in one's personal space, a player's body would remain at its peak health. Age would not limit their enjoyment. Due to this reason, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in the real world. Countless people had gone crazy over this new system. To enjoy longer lifespans, some wealthy tycoons had even paid an exorbitant price to construct their own space. God's Domain had truly raked in the money once it released the realm of God. In Feng's previous life, he too had set up his own space and often invited his friends for get-togethers. However, Feng's space had been quite average. He had only increased the time flow by 4, and the space had only been roughly as large as a football field. Even so, he had earned the envy of many ordinary experts. Constructing a personal space was not as simple as establishing a guild residence, where one only needed to purchase a plot of land and invest some coins. To construct a personal virtual space, one needed memory. Players could not simply construct a personal space because they desired it. Sustaining a personal space placed a heavy burden on the system. The more luxurious and spacious the space was, the more memory its support required. In God's Domain, memory had a different well-known name. Mana. Constructing a personal space required mana. However, it required more than just a little. Players could not use the low-quality mana from magic crystals. Rather, one needed 7 luminaries crystals. However, 7 luminaries crystals were insanely rare in God's Domain. This was clear just by looking at Starmoon Kingdom. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, one could only find 7 luminaries crystal in the capital. Furthermore, 7 luminaries crystals were astonishingly expensive. An ordinary expert could only look on, powerless with their measly finances. If an ordinary player got their hands on a few, selling them, they could live the rest of their lives without any concern for money. This was why Feng had been so excited when he had reached the Forgotten Lands and encountered the 7 luminaries mountain in the God's Grave. Unfortunately, his strength had been limited. He hadn't been able to leave that area with a single small chunk. After the news report regarding God's Domain ended, Feng ate a casual meal. He intended to check on the newcomers Lei Bao had been training during this time. Zero Wing could not compare to super guilds, where the latter had a perfect expert nurturing system and no shortage of talents. Fortunately, Zero Wing now had the Big Dipper Training Center to support it, providing an excellent training environment. Feng had a few of Zero Wing's newcomers sign a series of agreements and directed them here to undergo special training. They were the experts that Zero Wing nurtured internally. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's funds were limited. It could not afford to train enough newcomers. To a large guild like Zero Wing, these few were like a drop in the bucket. Feng's female assistant, Liang Jing, suddenly called him and reported, "Master Feng, a gentleman named Yuan Tiexin has arrived looking for you. He claims to be an acquaintance of yours. Do you wish to meet him? He sure moves quickly." Feng smiled faintly. "Have him wait for me in the main hall's reception room. I'll head over right away." Chapter 884, Empress Purple Jade. The Mind Space System's sudden launch in God's Domain had massively impacted the real world. Feng could clearly remember that when this system had launched in his previous life, the world had gone crazy over it. Before the new system had been revealed, very few major corporations and financial groups had been willing to invest into God's Domain. Most only wanted to observe. Take the Big Dipper Training Center for example. Although the corporation's higher-ups had known about God's domain, none of them had paid particular attention to the game. Instead, they had focused on developing the training center itself. The other corporations within the city shared similar thoughts. After all, without any clear signs of profit, who would recklessly invest in the game? However, when the new system had been implemented, these individuals could no longer resist. Every one of these corporations had invested into God's domain, hoping to get a share of the pie. Due to these people, the cost of coins had undergone massive inflation. Feng had even earned a small fortune by taking advantage of the price increases. Considering the situation, Feng immediately called Melancholic Smile and Aqua Rose, instructing them to start purchasing large sums of coins as soon as they could log back into God's domain. The more coins they amassed now, the more profit they could earn in the future. Inside Big Dipper Training Center's reception room, a middle-aged man lounged on a sofa made of soft, white tiger leather. On either side of him stood a man and a woman. Both this man and woman only looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. However, they both carried a martial artist's aura. Uncle Yuan, this Feng fellow is too arrogant. He has made us wait for so long. Even Big Dipper's director wouldn't dare to neglect us like this, the young man wearing blue martial arts robes said impatiently, frowning deeply. Although the secret pavilion was different from super guilds, it still had significant influence in the real world. Moreover, the pavilion had recently agreed to collaborate with a few international corporations, elevating its status. Every single corporation within this city would be more than eager to gain the pavilion's favor. Yet even after venturing this far for a personal visit, not only had Feng not welcomed them himself, but even after over 10 minutes, Feng was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't taking them seriously. We're not in a rush. In any case, he hasn't refused to meet us, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Moreover, we are the ones who want to collaborate with Zero Wing. A small wait doesn't matter. You're still too brash. This is why the guild leader told you to temper yourself. You should learn from Wenhua. At Yuan Tiexin's words, the male youth turned to the beautiful woman standing on the other side of Yuan Tiexin, falling silent. He wasn't qualified to respond. There were 3 great geniuses among the experts the secret pavilion nurtured internally. The most popular among the 3 was Cold Autumn, as he had broken through the half-step refinement realm at such a young age and had officially entered the refinement realm. Wenhua, who had joined a little before Cold Autumn, followed closely behind. Even the secret pavilion's old monsters repeated praised Wenhua's combat talents. They all concluded that her chances of reaching the domain realm were quite high. People like them constantly pursued the domain realm. However, entering the refinement realm was already extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the domain realm. Those who did so were incredibly rare even in super guilds. The fact that these old monsters' evaluation had been so high spoke volumes about their high opinions of Wenhua. If the young man attempted to compare himself to Wenhua, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. He simply could not hold a candle to her. As Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, Feng walked into the reception room with Liang Jing. I apologize that I've made you wait, Feng said as he sat across from Yuan Tiexin. When he glanced at the man and woman beside Yuan Tiexin, he was momentarily surprised, though he did not reveal it. Feng recognized the great beauty beside Yuan Tiexin. Empress Purple Jade. Although her appearance was slightly different from her game avatar, the difference was minor. However, she still looked very young and immature. The arrogant aura that she had possessed in the past was also absent. Feng was familiar with Purple Jade because he had learned void steps from her. He had lost count just how many times he had watched her battle videos. Even if her physical appearance was slightly different, he still recognized her with a glance. Why is she here? Feng wondered. As Feng understood it, Purple Jade was one of the secret pavilion's 3 great geniuses. The pavilion's upper echelons had favored her, and her status within the pavilion had been on par with the guild elders. To put it bluntly, her position was not any lower than Yuan Tiexin's. Why did the secret pavilion allow such a gem to come here? Moreover, she stood by the side as if she were a bodyguard. Although Feng had hidden his observation, it had not escaped the notice of an old fox like Yuan Tiexin. Noticing Feng's reaction to Wenhua, Yuan Tiexin's mouth hooked up into a smile. Their guild leader had sent Wenhua for the sole purpose of shocking Zero Wing. Recently, Zero Wing had gained too much momentum. Not only was the guild rapidly developing, but the guild's performance in the Dark Arena had also been stunning. Zero Wing did not appear to fear any guild. If the secret pavilion wished to collaborate with Zero Wing, they had to slow Zero Wing's progress, teaching the upstart guild that entities such as themselves were not as simple as they appeared. By doing so, they would have an easier time negotiating. However, Feng's perception had surprised Yuan Tiexin somewhat. He had not expected the youth to notice Wenhua's strength so quickly. "May I know what business you wish to discuss with me?" Feng asked after recovering from his surprise. "Didn't I tell you that the secret pavilion views Zero Wing favorably? To put it simply, I've come here seeking cooperation. Hence, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to guild leader Black Flame, or one of the guild's upper echelons who has the authority to approve such decisions," Yuan Tiexin slowly explained. "Seeking cooperation?" Feng continued asking. "Excellent. What kind of cooperation does the secret pavilion have in mind?" "We are interested in cooperating with Zero Wing in secret. Can you make a decision like this? If not, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong," the male youth snapped. Yuan Tiexin made no attempt to rebuke the youth's words, only watching the situation play out. It was no doubt that he agreed with the youth's words, thinking that Feng was just a busybody. Although Yuan Tiexin felt that Feng had great potential, qualifying to preside over the affairs of Zero Wing's workshop at such a young age, in the end he was only a part of Zero Wing's middle management. He did not qualify to join discussions of cooperation between guilds. Fortunately, Feng did not allow the young man's tone to rile him. After all, to outsiders he only appeared to be a member of the guild's management team. "I understand your concerns. However, I do possess the authority to make a decision on any matter of cooperation you wish to discuss. If you don't believe me, you can contact our guild leader in God's domain." Feng shook his head and laughed. Yuan Tiexin was slightly stunned by Feng's response. For a time he was at a loss for words. Either Zero Wing was daring enough to use a new talent, or the guild had no one else for the job. Just how much faith must one possess to allow someone so new to God's domain to make such important guild decisions? The fact that Zero Wing had developed into its current state showed that the guild possessed a powerful background. Anyone that claimed otherwise was either lying or a blind fool. Generally, the various upper echelons of such a powerful organization would be at least in their 30s. Any exception was either a frightening talent or someone with a very powerful background. However, Yuan Tiexin had investigated Feng thoroughly, and no matter how he looked at the results, Feng was neither. "May I know your game ID?" Yuan Tiexin asked softly. Chapter 885 Guild Secret. When Yuan Tiexin had met Feng for the first time, he had investigated the youth thoroughly. The results had surprised the old man. Feng was just an ordinary person. Even when he joined God's domain, he had used a trial helmet. Yet somehow, after entering God's domain, Feng had risen to become one of Zero Wing Workshop's managers. Although Yuan Tiexin admitted that Feng possessed some skill and fighting strength, he was too young. Hence, Feng's claim had surprised him. "He is a core member of Zero Wing, huh?" Wenhua, who had remained cold and indifferent, shifted her gaze towards Feng. She had never imagined that the currently flourishing Zero Wing would allow someone who was only a few years older than her to join the guild's top management. Initially, she had not wanted to take part in the negotiations. However, upon hearing that she might meet Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, she had agreed. She wanted to see just what the legendary Sword King Black Flame looked like. If possible, she might even find an opportunity to spar with the man. Now, however, she was disappointed. "By game ID?" Feng laughed. He then said, "I am Yi Feng in God's domain." "You're Yi Feng." Yuan Tiexin's expression immediately grew hard. He simply could not believe this. Hurriedly he asked, "Are you really Zero Wing's Yi Feng? The Yi Feng that led the Azura battle team?" "Impossible. You're so young. How could you possibly be Yi Feng?" Yuan Tiexin wasn't the only one surprised. The male youth and Wenhua's eyes both went wide with shock as they stared at the ordinary-looking man before them. The name Yi Feng might not mean much to ordinary experts. They might not even know this name at all. However, among God's domain's major powers, almost everyone knew the name. This was particularly true for the Secret Pavilion, which was known for its information network. The Secret Pavilion had even created an exclusive database that collected information on Yi Feng. Based on what they knew so far, although Yi Feng looked young, no one believed it. No youth in his early 20s could reach the Void Realm. He should be at least 24 or 25. Even so, he was considered an extremely talented individual. God's domain's various major powers also suspected that Yi Feng had been secretly nurtured by whatever major power stood behind Zero Wing. Otherwise, he never would have defeated the Battle Wolf's Wolf King Sirius. Meanwhile, even now, Yi Feng's identity was shrouded in mystery. They would never have dreamed that the Shi Feng before them was actually the Yi Feng who had caused such a commotion among God's domain's major powers. I'm young. Shi Feng scratched his head awkwardly as he glanced towards Wenhua. Wenhua was only 19 years old while he approached 22 years old. Yet she had called him young. I didn't mean it that way. I just don't believe that you are Yi Feng, Wenhua replied seriously, shaking her head. She was most proud of her age and strength. Within her age group, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. She did not even take the pavilion's #1 genius seriously. However, if Shi Feng had truly defeated Sirius at such a young age, his talent was truly terrifying. Even she could not afford to take him lightly. Hearing Wenhua's honesty, Shi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. It had never crossed his mind that they would refuse to believe him even when he revealed the truth. If he told them that he was also Black Flame, they would most likely deem him a con artist. I'm truly sorry for Wenhua's rude behavior. Yuan Tiexin apologized as he tugged Wenhua's sleeve and sent the girl a glance. He then returned his gaze to Shi Feng, smiling as he said, I have come here representing our guild leader, and we would like to keep the subjects of our talks absolutely secret. Hence, Wenhua has spoken out of hand. Since we've confirmed that there are no issues, let's discuss business. Although Wenhua had fallen quiet, her interest in Shi Feng grew. A passion-fighting spirit filled her eyes when they landed on Shi Feng. He felt as if she would challenge him to a duel at any moment. If Wenhua's past admirers could see this, they'd probably tear Shi Feng apart. Understanding Yuan Tiexin's intentions, Shi Feng looked towards Liang Jing and said, Liang Jing, head down for now. Liang Jing sighed helplessly as she left the room. Truth be told, she was very curious about who Yuan Tiexin and his companions were. Rather than fear or awe over Shi Feng's identity as a martial arts master, the two youths had been shocked by his game ID. After watching Liang Jing leave the room, Yuan Tiexin adopted a serious tone as he said, You are aware that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds in God's domain have their own expert training programs, correct? I know a little about it. After selecting a few talented youths, these guilds have them sign an agreement and put them through a training regimen, helping them become peerless experts. Shi Feng nodded. These powerful guilds' internal nurturing programs were no secret. However, the majority of virtual gaming guilds could not establish their own programs. You are correct. But that is only on the surface. Regarding cost, many first-rate guilds could easily do the same, Yuan Tiexin said, smiling. You're saying that it is not a matter of funding? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. As he understood it, one needed a specialized training venue and expert instructors to nurture expert players. In addition, one needed a large supply of advanced nutrient fluids. All of these aspects required money. Without sufficient capital, it was simply impossible to nurture a large number of experts. That's right, it's not an issue of capital. A simulated training system is far more important. This is a system that the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds have developed on their own. They have collected information on countless experts with this system, and with it, can allow their newcomers to spar with the simulations at any time. Think about it, which has not had to experience countless life-threatening battles to reach their current status. A real martial artist or a virtual gaming expert. The main reason behind the Secret Pavilion's transcendental status in the virtual gaming world is our dabbling in the sales of information on various gaming experts, a practice that other guilds rarely implement. With this information, one can realistically reproduce these experts in their simulation training system. You understand now, right? No matter how much capital those first-rate guilds manage to obtain, as long as they do not possess the simulation training system, they can't progress, and they will never become true powerhouses in the virtual gaming world. I believe that you are aware that there are multiple first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world that are even stronger than a few super first-rate guilds, yet they have failed to be recognized as super first-rate guilds themselves. The reason for this is their lack of a simulation training system. Yuan Tiexin's explanation had shocked Feng once more. At the same time, Feng now had answers to many of the issues he had faced before. Meanwhile, there is a defining difference between a super guild and a super first-rate guild. Chapter 886, Guild Legacy. Uncle Yuan, this is our guild's biggest secret. If you just reveal it, there will be consequences, right? Wen Hua warned, shocked by Yuan Tiexin's decision. To ordinary guilds and independent players, the simulation training system was a major secret. However, first-rate guilds who wished to further themselves already knew this. As for the difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds, only super guilds and several transcendental powers knew the truth. Even super first-rate guilds had no clue, as these guilds assumed that the difference lay in overall strength accumulated over the years. Don't worry about it. In any case, it impacts our cooperation. Yuan Tiexin waved his hand, signaling that there was nothing wrong with revealing the truth. Feng was at a loss for words. This was the first he had ever heard of such things. He had never thought that there was actually such a defining difference between first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds. Moreover, there was an unknown difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. It would seem that these colossal organizations had not remained standing over so many years for no reason. All this time, Feng had assumed that the difference between guilds only lie in their member and expert count. Now, however, it would seem that there was more to the story. The main reason why super first-rate guilds fail to gain recognition as super guilds is insufficient guild legacy completion rate, Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he mentioned guild legacy completion rate. Guild legacy? Feng drew a blank. This was the first time he had heard this term. It's expected that you do not know of it. Yuan Tiexin then explained slowly, saying, I previously mentioned the simulation training system. However, there are also differences between each guild's simulation training system. Although the information super first-rate guilds' training systems collect is nearly the same that super guilds collect, super guilds' training systems possess complete legacies that can help players reach the domain realm. Super first-rate guilds' legacies, on the other hand, are incomplete and can only help one reach the void realm. This makes it extremely difficult for the top-tier experts in super first-rate guilds to cross that final threshold. That is why there are so few experts capable of reaching the domain realm in super first-rate guilds. Feng suddenly came to a realization. The gap between a void realm expert and a domain realm expert was massive. Moreover, as players' levels increased, combat techniques became extremely important. It was especially true if one wanted to obtain top-tier equipment. The main god system would provide all sorts of trials, and these trials tested a player's strength. That's right. This is the biggest difference between super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Yuan Tiexin nodded. He then added softly, after many years of gathering information and working to improve ourselves, the secret pavilion has finally completed our guild legacy. As an upstart guild, Zero Wing's background is too shallow. It lacks the resources to nurture experts efficiently. Zero Wing doesn't have a chance of competing with super first-rate guilds, much less super guilds. Moreover, even if Zero Wing successfully established its own simulation training system, its operation is very costly. It requires the latest high-level energy. I believe that you understand just how difficult it is to collect high-level energy. Like the S-rank nutrient fluid, one cannot purchase it with money alone. The secret pavilion is trying to expand and requires a large number of talented players. We believe that Zero Wing has great potential and we have decided to invest in Zero Wing. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, not only will we supply significant funding, but we will also offer various support using the secret pavilion's connections. This will allow Zero Wing to rise instantly and significantly. Furthermore, we will provide 20 slots for our training system. Your guild wouldn't need to create its own system, Yuan Tiexin explained temptingly. You might not think that 20 slots are a lot, but the secret pavilion has also invested in other large guilds. Even for first-rate guilds we only provide 10. The male youth beside Yuan Tiexin was shocked when he heard the offer include 20 slots. His performance in the secret pavilion was already quite impressive. Even so, he had barely earned a slot for himself. Currently, the secret pavilion only had 300 or so slots for its simulation training system. It did not have enough resources to sustain any more than that, yet they were actually offering 20 slots to Zero Wing. This proved that the pavilion's upper echelons were highly optimistic about Zero Wing's potential. The secret pavilion is really going all out. It's actually willing to offer so many generous benefits. Although Feng did not fully understand the significance of these 20 slots, seeing Wen Hua's and the male youth's reactions, it was obvious that these slots were extremely valuable. However, he had his own plans. I apologize, but Zero Wing rejects your offer. Rejects? Why? Yuan Tiexin unconsciously rose from his seat. Even first-rate guilds hunger for an offer like this. Moreover, the secret pavilion is only asking for 50% of Zero Wing's shares. We will not involve ourselves in Zero Wing's management or development. As long as Zero Wing obtains these 20 slots, with the potential the experts in your guild, it should not be long before they reach the refinement realm. At that time, you will have the foundation to expand to other countries. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future. 50% of Zero Wing's shares is simply too high, Feng responded as he shook his head. However, I am very interested in your simulation training system. I would like to buy a few slots. Is that possible? The secret pavilion's price was indeed tempting. However, Feng was very familiar with just how frightening major powers like the secret pavilion could be. With even 30%, the secret pavilion could take control of Zero Wing in the future. The only way Feng could accept this offer was if the secret pavilion offered a portion of its own shares in exchange. However, this was clearly not possible. Hence, Feng did not bother asking. You want to buy a few slots? Yuan Tiexin shook his head, laughing. Kid, you're taking the training slots too lightly. Do you know how intense the competition for the training slots is within the secret pavilion? We don't even have enough slots to satiate our own members, much less sell them to other guilds. How can we possibly sell any slots to Zero Wing? What if I offer a high price? Feng laughed. A high price? Are you talking about epic items? Yuan Tiexin's smile grew even brighter when he heard Feng's comment. Feng, you know that, at the end of the day, weapons and equipment are external components. Even if epic items are quite rare, they are not nearly as important as training slots to the secret pavilion. What if I offer a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts? Confidently, Feng said, I believe that you have already heard about the mind space system on the news. I suspect that you know the value of this system. This system is one of the driving forces behind major corporations' investment into God's domain. If the secret pavilion obtains a large stock of strengthening devices and bronze mounts, it will surely gain an advantage over the various super guilds. Chapter 887, Black Card. Are you serious? Yuan Tiexin was visibly moved. The strengthening device had only appeared on the market recently, and there were still very few available. Not only could it extend a player's time in combat, but it could also help players save meaningless travel time and some repair fees. Various large guilds were also hungering after bronze mounts. Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was immensely difficult. Even the secret pavilion only had a few thus far. By the time the guild members reached level 40, most of the guild's experts would only have common mounts. One should not underestimate the difference between a bronze and a common mount. Although a bronze mount was only slightly faster than a common mount, the former could assist players in battle. It could significantly impact a player's combat capabilities in the field. As for guild mounts, various super guilds already had a massive headache over obtaining the stable design, much less taming a mount. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild mount was one of the major reasons for the secret pavilion's optimistic view of the guild. Zero Wing's advantage would surface as God's Domain's players reached level 40. With the secret pavilion's resources, Zero Wing could quickly expand into the several surrounding countries and stand to rival super first-rate guilds. Without its potential, the secret pavilion would not have approached an upstart guild with no background with such a generous offer. Of course, I'm just not sure if the secret pavilion is interested, Feng said, laughing. It seems I have underestimated Zero Wing once again. I had not imagined you had such a card. Yuan Tiexin scratched his head awkwardly. If Feng had offered anything else, the secret pavilion would have undoubtedly rejected the offer. There would be no rooms for negotiation whatsoever. However, the pavilion was interested in the strengthening devices and bronze mounts. I'll need to consult with our guild leader. Sure. Feng understood that Yuan Tiexin did not yet qualify to make such important decisions. Yuan Tiexin left the reception room alone, returning after 15 minutes or so. His gaze, which had been hesitant, was now firm. I've contacted our guild leader about this. We will provide 5 training slots. However, you need to give us 100 bronze mounts and 10,000 strengthening devices in return. There is no room for negotiations on this, Yuan Tiexin said in determination. You guys sure are asking for a lot. It's not a guarantee that we will be able to nurture 5 domain realm experts. Feng frowned slightly. Although the simulation training system was valuable, it was not that valuable. Based on the current market price, a bronze mount was worth roughly 300 gold. However, while there was a demand for bronze mounts, their supply was practically non-existent. Nobody would truly sell a bronze mount. Even if one offered 500 gold, one might not find a seller. After all, they were simply too rare, even rivaling epic items. Yet the secret pavilion wanted 100 bronze mounts. Even with a conservative calculation, the total value would be at least 50,000 gold. As for the strengthening devices, based on current market value, 10,000 devices was worth roughly 100,000 gold. All in all, the secret pavilion was asking for 150,000 gold. Even to first-rate guilds, 150,000 gold was astronomical. Even if the secret pavilion were a transcendental power, this sum was massive. It would take the pavilion several days to gather so much money. Moreover, even if one had 150,000 gold, purchasing so many mounts and strengthening devices was impossible. Yet the secret pavilion had asked for exactly that in exchange for only 5 training slots. They were essentially asking Zero Wing to foot the bill for their members' training. There are only so many training slots available each year. The few we have aren't even enough for our own use. Even I am surprised that our guild leader has agreed to sell any. Yuan Tiexin spread his hands in a helpless gesture, showing that this was not his will either. It's not that Zero Wing doesn't have these resources. I just want 10 slots. Uncle Yuan, you understand that now that the mind space system has launched, this is the best opportunity to gather as many advantages as possible. If you don't take the opportunity to do so now, it will be far more difficult in the future. Yuan Tiexin's response had not angered Feng. Chuckling, he continued, moreover, these 10 slots don't really matter to the secret pavilion. Even with the 10 slots, you aren't guaranteed to nurture more refinement realm experts. It is even more unlikely that you will successfully nurture a monster with a domain. On the other hand, by losing these 10 slots, the secret pavilion will have a head start over the other major powers. It will also be easier in the future to attract major corporations' investments. Isn't that so? When she heard Feng's logic, Wen Hua shot him a contemptuous look. The man was speaking as if the training slots were worth nothing at all when, in fact, countless first-rate guilds yearned for an opportunity like this. How could anyone compare them to cabbages that one could buy on the street? Limited high-level energy sold annually. The money the secret pavilion spent to obtain what they needed each year was astronomical. However, Feng paid no mind to Wen Hua's gaze. He understood how much influence the mind space system had on the world's major corporations. As long as the secret pavilion obtained a high-ranking personal space, it would not have to worry about attracting investors. If the chance to gain a head start presented itself, God's domain's major powers would fight over it like wolves. Yuan Tiexin was shocked when he heard Feng's words. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing had hidden its strength so deeply. Despite the secret pavilion having exhausted all of its resources to collect bronze mounts, they currently had less than 30. Yet, Zero Wing could offer 100 without hesitation, not to mention the highly sought-after strengthening devices. Originally Yuan Tiexin had intended to refuse, attempting to force Feng into lowering his price. However, as he watched Feng get up from his seat and prepare to send them off, he quickly changed his words and continued, "I'll need to discuss this further with my guild leader." Yuan Tiexin had to admit that Feng had caught on to the secret pavilion's Achilles heel. Yuan Tiexin finally understood why Zero Wing had left its workshop's management to a youth like Feng. The boy was as cunning as an old fox. With no better choice, Yuan Tiexin left the room to contact his guild leader once more. After a lengthy period, Yuan Tiexin re-entered the room. Sighing, he looked at Feng and said, "Our guild leader has agreed to your demands. However, there is a condition. You need to give us the items within 5 days." "Impossible. Bronze mounts and strengthening devices aren't cabbage. I can only guarantee 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices within the first 5 days. You will receive the remaining items within 12 days. Feng shook his head. Currently he did not even have one bronze mount. Manufacturing the bronze mounts required time. It was simply impossible to produce all 100 mounts in 5 days. However, after completing Titan City's entrance trial, in addition to the meditation rooms and special workshops, it should be possible to achieve that number within 12 days. Yuan Tiexin felt cheated by Feng. However, regret was pointless now. The bronze mounts and strengthening devices were simply too important. Fine then. Let's establish a contract now. After both parties signed the contract, Yuan Tiexin placed 10 of the 20 black cards he had prepared beforehand on the table. These 10 login cards are proof of identification needed to log into the simulation training system. They are effective for 1 year. Take care of them. If you lose them, we cannot replace them. You can access the secret pavilion's latest training space through the virtual gaming cabin, Yuan Tiexin reminded. However, take note of one thing. It is best to prepare a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The burden the various high-level battles in the training space have on the human body is no laughing matter. After saying so, Yuan Tiexin's party left the reception room, leaving only Feng and the 10 black cards in the room. As Feng stared at the black cards on the table, excitement welled up within him. After suppressing his emotions as much as he could, he called out for Liang Jing, who stood just outside the room, saying, "Liang Jing, call Fire Dance and the others here." Chapter 888, Simulation Training System. Outside the Greenwater Villa, a long black hovercar was quietly parked at the entrance. "Isn't this a limited edition Pioneer? It is so cool. I've heard that there are only 1,000 of these luxury sedans around the world. I never thought we would see one in our third-tier city. This is amazing. The Pioneer's fuel alone is extraordinary. It can't use any kind of normal fuel." Passers-by began to gawk and chat as they noticed the car in front of the villa. As they wondered what kind of powerful individual had arrived, Yuan Tiexin's group emerged from the automated door. Suddenly, a robust man standing over 2 meters tall rose out from the Pioneer. He was so naturally intimidating that everyone trembled involuntarily when they saw him. The robust man wore a black suit with a silver shield logo embroidered on his left lapel. The silver shield bore 3 stars. Everyone at the training center understood the fighting world. They immediately knew that the man before them was a fighting expert. A silver shield logo? Isn't that a bodyguard from the Guardian Group? Guardian Group? That's an international, first-rate security agency, isn't it? He seems to be a 3-star bodyguard. Even people from the city's top corporations can't hire one of them. Who are those people? As the passers-by watched in shock, the bodyguard respectfully opened the Pioneer's door for Yuan Tiexin and his young companions. After Yuan Tiexin's group took their seats, the bodyguard returned to the front passenger seat. Following which, the roar of the Pioneer's engine echoed throughout the area, stunning everyone present. Who are they? Why would such important individuals seek out Feng? Liang Jing was confused and surprised as she watched Yuan Tiexin and his people depart. "I'll have to let Director Xiao know about this. Not just anyone could hire the Guardian Group's bodyguards. Even the Big Dipper Corporation did not qualify to hire a 2-star bodyguard, only allowed to employ a 1-star bodyguard. Only major international corporations could afford 3-star bodyguards." "Uncle Yuan, why did Guild Leader agree to give away 10 slots?" When Hua asked. "The price the Star Alliance offered us was only worth 10 slots. On the other hand, we gave Zero Wing the same without obtaining a sliver of its shares. This is the guild leader's will. As for the guild leader's thoughts, even I don't know. However, the items Feng offered are extremely important to the secret pavilion. Yuan Tiexian then shook his head and continued. Fortunately, we didn't lose too much if we help nurture Zero Wing's experts. We'll see even more interesting matches in the Dark Arena in the future. Interesting. When Hua chuckled. I recall that the Azura Battle Team's next opponent is the Evil Dragon Battle Team. Although there are a few experts in that team overall, they are significantly weaker than the Glorious Lions Battle Team. Even if Feng doesn't participate himself, the Azura Battle Team can win easily. Haha. When Hua, you're not seeing the big picture. If the latest system upgrade had not happened, the Evil Dragons would lose without a doubt. However, after the Mind Space System's launch, the various large guilds are rushing to gather money and resources. Naturally, they will not ignore the opportunity to make a fortune in the Dark Arena, Yuan Tiexian said meaningfully. But the Evil Dragons don't have backing from any super guilds. It will be difficult for them to present fighters on the same level as Zero Wing's experts. When Hua was very interested in the Azura Battle Team. Hence, she had investigated their next opponent, hoping for another exciting match. However, the outcome had disappointed her. I don't expect you to know. The corporation backing the Evil Dragons has hidden itself quite well. Even we only discovered it a few days ago, but it turns out that said corporation had invested in the Miracle Guild in secret. When it comes time for the Dark Arena match, the Miracle Guild will make its move. Winning will not be easy for the Azura Battle Team, Yuan Tiexian said, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If the Azura Battle Team can force Miracle to display its true strength, the secret pavilion will benefit. The Miracle Guild? That Miracle Guild actually agreed to give away a portion of its shares. When Hua exclaimed in surprise. Although the Miracle Guild was not a super guild, it was in no way inferior. However, its guild legacy was incomplete. Hence, it had failed to become a super guild. However, it was still stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, who could not yet rival super guilds. Haven't you wanted to witness Yi Feng's battles personally? This is a good opportunity to do so. Yuan Tiexian then handed Wen Hua a list of names. Mad Sword Miracle Dragon who you've wanted to defeat, might even make a move. Shortly after Yuan Tiexian's group left, Feng handed the black cards to Fire Dance and the others. Guild leader, what's this for? Fire Dance, who wore short-sleeved sportswear with her long hair draped over her shoulders, asked curiously. Fire Dance wasn't the only one curious about the black cards. Cola, Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Rampant Blade and Blackie were also confused. This is a treasure, Feng laughed. Haven't you all wanted to strengthen your combat techniques? This can help you do so quickly. However, how much you actually learn will depend on you. Following which, Feng explained how to use the black cards and sent them to their rooms to try. The purpose behind the cards surprised them all. However, Feng's procurement of them surprised them more. Excitement overtook them as they looked at the black cards in their hands. They had yearned to improve their combat techniques. It was especially true after watching Fire Dance break through into the refinement realm. After everyone left, Feng quietly returned to his own room. To the secret pavilion, the 10 training slots might not be significant, but to Zero Wing they were a timely blessing. Although the secret technique tablet could enable players to grasp profound combat techniques, which players could then utilize to improve their other combat techniques, the tablet's flaws were obvious. Players needed to learn to make intermediate magic arrays. This was achievable within a short time. Moreover, the tablet could only be used once a month. It was not nearly as efficient as the simulation training system. It was especially true for Fire Dance, Violet Cloud and Aqua Rose, who possessed vast potential. They only lacked combat experience. If they could enter the simulation training system, even Feng could not imagine how much these girls would improve. Moreover, the simulation training system was useful to him personally. He was currently stuck at the Void Realm. He had no idea whatsoever how to take the next step. Fortunately, the simulation training system could guide one to the Domain Realm. Feng was satisfied with the cost he had paid due to this fact alone. On the surface, although it seemed as if he had paid a massive price for the black cards, that was limited to market price. Of course, the production cost for the bronze mounts and strengthening devices wasn't 1/10 of their market price. Throughout this time he had also been training frantically in the real world. He had already pushed his body to its very limits and could not improve any further. Even Lei Bao had been surprised by his progress, looking at him as if he were a monster. Feng understood that his body was no longer a limiting factor. Only he did not know what was. After all, he had never truly interacted with any of those old monsters and relied on himself to fumble and improve. After refilling the virtual gaming cabin's nutrition solution, Feng inserted the black card into the machine's card slot. He then lay in the cabin and launched the system connection, accessing the simulation training system. Chapter 889, Battle Points. After Feng closed his eyes, the system's mechanical notification sound rang by his ears. Password confirmed. Mental link is stable. All systems operational. Do you wish to log in? Log in. Once Feng silently agreed to the connection, darkness engulfed his surroundings, and he felt as if his body had fallen into a bottomless pit. In the next moment, however, Feng felt a weight on his body. The sound of galloping horses and carriages moving reached him. He also heard voices. God's domain? Feng was surprised when he opened his eyes. Western-style buildings rose up around him. Traffic covered the surrounding streets, and he could see many pedestrians wandering about wearing armor and carrying weapons. It felt as if he was in God's domain. The only difference Feng noticed was his current appearance. Rather than his usual armor, he wore commoner's linen clothing. He did not possess a single weapon. Physically, he appeared exactly as he did in reality. His system interface was also different. Although the method to call up the interface was the same, he only had options to log out, adjust the pane settings, and a clock that displayed real time. There was nothing else. Neither his HP bar nor name was displayed. Moreover, he felt very weak. In terms of the basic attributes of God's domain, Feng felt as if they were all set at roughly 100 points. These were the only differences from God's domain that he noticed. Look, another newbie has arrived. There sure are a lot of newbies these past few days. I heard that our secret pavilion has been implementing some major plan and has recently been annexing other guilds. The upper echelons must have promised training slots to those guilds in return. What a waste. We fight tooth and nail every day just for one slot. Aside from eating and sleeping, we spend all of our time training. These people, on the other hand, obtain a slot without any effort. They sure have it good. I know, right? The training system isn't easy to mingle in. These people are wasting their time and our resources by coming here. Several people sitting beneath a gazebo outside of a bar began chatted merrily as they watched Feng. These people looked relatively young, only around 20 years old. However, they wore lavish clothing. Rather than linen, they donned exquisite silk clothing. As if they wanted Feng to hear their conversation, these people did not bother to control their voices as they considered. Their tones were contemptuous when they spoke of players from other guilds such as Feng. I wonder where Fire Dance and the others are. I should find them before we start researching this simulation training system. Feng paid no attention to these people's belittling comments. However, he did feel a headache begin when he noticed that the training system lacked a communication function. Although this place seemed like a city in God's domain, it was much smaller. This place was roughly the size of a town. Feng also noticed a massive fortress looming in the city's heart. He could probably see the very edges of the city from the top of that fortress. Just as Feng was about to head to the fortress to investigate, a deep, heavy voice came from behind him. You have just arrived today, right? Feng turned at this question, noticing 3 people similarly dressed in linen clothing approaching. The 2 men and 1 woman looked to be around 20 as well. Meanwhile, the person that had called out to him was a tall, powerful-looking man. The man smiled and gave off a friendly aura. That's right. Do you have some business with me? Feng nodded. Hello, my name's Kong Howren and these 2 are my friends Hu Xingyang and Du Exen, the man named Kong Howren introduced, smiling. Like yourself, we belong to other guilds and have recently arrived. We aren't like the people from the secret pavilion who have been in here for over a month. As a newcomer, if you aren't careful, you might suffer. Suffer? Feng grew curious. He then asked, Isn't this place meant to gain combat experience and nurture techniques? In the beginning we thought the same, Kong Howren said, shaking his head. However, after being here for some time, you'll learn that things aren't as simple as the people from the secret pavilion made it out to be. You can't just spar with top-tier experts as you wish. The training system mimics God's domain. The more powerful a simulation expert you choose to fight, the more energy the system consumes. The secret pavilion can only get its hands on a limited amount of high-level energy. There is simply not enough to go around. Not to mention, the secret pavilion has expanded its influence recently and has increased the number of available training slots for its system, straining the system's energy consumption. Hence, the pavilion introduced a battle point system to cope. With these battle points, one can choose their opponent. Of course, the more powerful an opponent is, the more battle points you have to spend. A lot of newcomers don't know about this yet, so the secret pavilion's veterans scam them. If one loses the starting battle points they receive, it becomes harder to earn battle points in the future. Hearing Kong Howren's explanation, Feng came to a realization. It's no wonder why Yuan Tiexin was so willing to hand over those 10 slots. So the pavilion still had such a card to play. Feng inwardly cursed the secret pavilion's guild leader for being a sly old fox. However, after giving it some thought, Feng realized that it was actually quite reasonable. He had been a fool to think that he could fight monster-level experts stored in the system's database without limit and gain a wealth of combat experience. Such a generous opportunity wouldn't exist. Thank you for your warning, Feng said as he looked towards Kong Howren. He then introduced himself. My name is Feng. No need for thanks. Those of us from other guilds need to look out for each other. Otherwise, the pavilion's people will just bully us all. Kong Howren waved his hand. The secret pavilion's bunch came here over a month before we arrived. Moreover, they enjoyed the secret pavilion's nurturing before this. Their combat standards are much higher than ours. Newcomers are given 100 battle points initially. You can use these points to purchase a starter pack at the fortress. This starter pack lets you spar against 10 different, extraordinary experts for 3 days. You can use them to familiarize yourself with the battles here. Otherwise, you can practice against the free opponents in the fortress. However, you probably won't learn anything from the freebies. There are 2 methods to obtain battle points. The first is to participate in the ranking matches. You can also place bets with other players before a duel. Some of the veterans trick many of the clueless newcomers. As a result, they lose their 100 starting points just like that. After Kong Howren finished explaining the simulation training system, he led Feng to the battle fortress. However, as Feng's group was about to enter the fortress, they heard a loud commotion from the fortress's main hall. Quick, come and take a look. Another newbie is challenging a veteran. Damn, these guys sure are quick. Why can't I ever find these newbies? Chapter 890, Deep Foundation. Inside the splendid hall, over 100 people crowded around a large screen suspended in the air. This newbie sure is unlucky. He actually challenged a veteran without undergoing the beginner's training. All newbies are like that. They think that they can defeat Violent Bear just because they are strong in their own guilds. Does he really think the battle points are that easy to earn? Everyone began to chat merrily as they watched the screen. Such fights had become entertainment to flavor their lives. As for a newcomer's chances of defeating these veterans, their only answer was a meaningful hee-hee. Sure enough, Violent Bear is bullying another newbie. He only recently finished conning the last one and he's already at it again. Kong Howren sighed ruefully when he noticed another battle brewing. Didn't they say that it was the newcomer who challenged that Violent Bear fellow? Why would you say that he's conning the newcomer? Feng asked curiously. It's like this. While newcomers only have 100 battle points, Violent Bear will gamble 500 battle points. Almost everyone who has come here is a top-class expert in their own guild. Either that or they are people with vast potential. Such people are typically quite confident of their strength, Kong Howren explained. However, they have forgotten that the secret pavilion's experts aren't ordinary either. Only the pavilion's leading fighters can earn a slot in this training system. There is a huge possibility that these people will become members of the secret pavilion's middle management in the future. Moreover, even before they entered this training system, They were all strong enough to be top-class experts in any first-rate guild. After training in here for over a month, their combat standards have grown significantly. Violent Bear is quite strong. Among the 350 training members, he ranks 141st. Newcomers shouldn't try to provoke him. Feng agreed with Kong Hauren. In God's domain, first-rate guilds and super guilds lived in two completely different worlds. A player known as a genius in a first-rate guild might just be an extra in a super guild. In fact, the majority of the most outstanding newcomers each year were either from super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Even if an outstanding newcomer emerged in a first-rate guild, it would be due to their innate frightening talent alone. Gentle Snow would be one such example. "This is interesting," Feng muttered, smiling as he watched at the image on the screen. On the large screen, a man taller and more robust than even Cola stood to one side. The man wielded a battle axe and had chosen the Berserker class. Meanwhile, Feng recognized the man standing across from the Berserker. It was the elementalist Red Feather from the Star Alliance. Red Feather looked exactly as he did in God's domain. It was clear that he had not modified his appearance when he had joined God's domain, unlike Feng, who looked quite different in God's domain. In the recent update of the God's domain experts list, Red Feather had been ranked 934th. Although his rank had fallen slightly due to the emergence of new experts, he should not be underestimated. The simulation training system mimicked God's domain's classes to near perfection. However, in the training system, everyone's basic attributes were normalized and their levels set to 30. Their equipment did not provide any additional attributes either, and the skills they possessed were limited to their class's basic skills. There were no special skills in this system. The fights here relied on one's techniques. As soon as the battle began, Red Feather launched a fierce assault on Violent Bear, using frost arrows to attack in ice walls or ice spheres to hinder the Berserker's movements. Ordinary experts would not be able to cope with such a two-pronged approach. However, Violent Bear remained unperturbed. Not only could he easily evade the frost arrows, but he had also utilized his evasive maneuvers to shorten the distance between himself and the enemy elementalist. This situation forced Red Feather to retreat repeatedly. In just 10 seconds, Red Feather had lost half his HP. In contrast, Violent Bear had only lost around 10% from blocking a few frost arrows and fireballs with his axe. Moreover, Red Feather had exhausted his blink charges and was now at the Berserker's mercy. In Feng's opinion, Red Feather had performed quite well. If he had faced an ordinary expert, he would have long since emerged victorious due to his unending assault on ice walls. Unfortunately, Violent Bear was no ordinary expert. Ordinary experts lacked sufficient physical control. Against Red Feather's attacks, they would busy themselves with dodging and blocking. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had excellent control over his body. He could make the necessary movements during crucial moments, easily avoiding Red Feather's accurate attacks while closing in on his enemy, slowly but surely forcing the elementalist into a corner. Even before the battle had begun, the outcome had been determined. Red Feather currently had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He simply stood no chance against Violent Bear, someone who had reached the refinement realm. The difference between their combat techniques was like the difference between heaven and earth. With both sides having equal attributes and no special skills or tools, Red Feather had no chance of winning. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Violent Bear approached Red Feather with a charge and claimed the elementalist's life with a whirlwind slash. Haha. Little noob, consider the 100 points you've lost as a tuition fee. When you have points again, I welcome a rematch. The man known as Violent Bear smirked at the angry Red Feather disdainfully after teleporting back to the main hall. He then turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, this feels great. With these 100 points, I can face Adescent opponent again." You. Red Feather wanted to charge at the Berserker. However, Purple Eye held him back. Red, you're no match for him right now. He has already reached that realm, Purple Eye advised sternly, her voice containing both helplessness and excitement. Although she was slightly stronger than Red Feather, her strength was limited. There was still a massive gap between herself and Violent Bear. In the past few years she had followed Galaxy Past around and had defeated many well-known experts. She acknowledged that she had improved significantly since leaving her super guild. However, she had never imagined that she would still suffer defeat against the internal experts that God's domain's major powers nurtured. Refinement realm experts, which were extremely rare in God's domain, were abundant here. Yet even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear only ranked 141th here. Purple Eye finally understood just how terrifying the virtual gaming world's giants were. What she had seen in the past had only been the tip of the iceberg. As Violent Bear approached the exchange counter, his gaze landed on Feng. He immediately walked up to the swordsman, smiling brightly as he said, "Oh? I've never seen you before. You must be new to the training system, right? Interested in a match against me? If I win, I want your 100 points. If you win, I'll give you 500. What do you think? I'll teach you how precious the battle points here are. Those ranked beyond 300th place only get 20 points each day. 50 points if you rank between 201st and 300th, 100 points if you rank between 151st and 200th, 200 points if you rank between 101st and 150th, and 300 points if you rank between 51st and 100th. And don't even dream of reaching the top 50 ranks. How about it? With 500 points, you can spar against top-tier experts for an entire day." Kong Howren stepped forward and growled, "Violent Bear, that's enough of you." Chapter 891 Newcomer's Nightmare. Violent Bear's explanation of the daily battle point allotment was correct. However, it had been a petty move from the secret pavilion. It was true that there were a total of 350 slots for the simulation training system this time. It was also true that the training system was a holy ground for rapid improvement. However, to face a decent opponent for a day, one needed at least 100 points. Even so, that was only enough to afford a half-step refinement realm opponent. To obtain 100 points or more each day, one needed to rank within the top 200. Among the 350 people participating in the training system this time, 200 happened to be the secret pavilion's members. These elites, whom the secret pavilion had nurtured, had already displayed relatively high combat standards. Now they had received over a month's head start in this training system. To put it simply, the members from other guilds had no chance of claiming any of the top 200 positions. Meanwhile, those who ranked between 200th and 300th place could only afford to practice every other day. To newcomers, this was a nightmare. When they first joined the training system, they ranked below 300. Receiving only 20 points each day, newcomers had to wait for 5 days to fight a decent opponent. If they did not purchase the 100-point starter pack, they would have to waste even more time to familiarize themselves with the training system's battles. Individuals could only purchase the starter pack once, and among the 10 experts within the starter pack, 8 were half-step refinement realm experts, and 2 were refinement realm experts. If newcomers trained with these experts for 3 days, they could improve their techniques significantly. This way they could qualify to fight for one of the top 300 rankings. Although joining the top 200 would be difficult, it wasn't entirely impossible. While the secret pavilion's members could face half-step refinement realm experts once a day at the very minimum, members from other guilds could only face one every other day at best. As for challenging refinement realm experts, that required 200 points. Those in the top 200 only needed to wait 2 days while they needed 4. As time passed, the difference between both sides would only grow. Feng, don't let him trick you. Your starting 100 points are crucial. The elegantly beautiful Zhou Xian advised. Newcomers like them could not contend with Violent Bear. Even those in the refinement realm had difficulty defeating the berserker. After all, Violent Bear had reached the refinement realm a long time ago. Experts who had just reached the refinement realm could not compare to his physical control. Although Zhou Xian did not know which guild Feng originated from, she knew that even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts were no match for Violent Bear. Kong Howren, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm offering a sincere invitation to this little brother. I'm sure he isn't a scaredy cat like you are, afraid of challenging me even once. In the end, you can only boast your strength in your little guild, Violent Bear sneered. Although the man scolded Kong Howren for his incompetence, his words were meant for Feng. Little brother, you agree with me, right? Even if he does lose, it's just 100 points. As long as he ranks among the top 300, he'll earn those points back in 2 days. Although he won't be able to face a decent expert during that time, At least he can still challenge the ranking competition once a day and practice against the normal simulated experts. Konghauern, you're just exaggerating to scare him. Since you don't want the newcomer to fight me, why don't you try your luck instead? You've already been here for 5 days after all. I'll even handicap my attributes by 10%. If you win, I'll give you 800 points. If you lose, you just need to give me 100. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? If not, get lost. Letting a coward like you in here was a waste of a precious training slot. Konghauern turned ashen as he glared at Violent Bear. However, he hadn't been able to utter a single word. It's not that he feared a fight, it's just that he had other uses for his points. Yesterday, one of his companions had joined the system and fell for a veteran's provocation. In the end, that companion of his had lost their points. Today he had finally accumulated 100 points and planned to buy a starter pack for that companion. If he lost a match to Violent Bear now, his companion would have to wait several more days before getting their starter pack. Hey, you're a coward till the end. Violent Bear cast a disdainful look towards Konghauern when the man turned to leave. Fellow brother, aren't you being insincere? You're willing to lower your attributes and raise your bet to 800 points. Yet against me, not only did you not offer to use a handicap, but your bet was also only 500 points, Feng said softly as he glanced at Violent Bear. Oh, you want a match? Violent Bear's gaze shifted back to Feng, and he began to size up the swordsman. Laughing, he continued, sure. If you want to fight me, I'll offer you the same terms. Following which, Violent Bear led Feng to the battlefield. Why is he so impulsive? Didn't he see how miserably Violent Bear beat his previous opponent? Du Xian asked, slightly frustrated. He might have done it because he didn't want Violent Bear to continue humiliating me, Konghauern responded, feeling somewhat guilty as he watched Feng depart. After interacting with Feng for some, he could tell that Feng was not impulsive. Moreover, he had not seen any anger or pride within Feng's gaze. On the contrary, he had appeared extraordinarily calm as he challenged the berserker. This showed that he was aware of Violent Bear's strength and had only challenged the man after considering it calmly. Violent Bear is so lucky. He's going to haul in 200 points in one day. With this, he can take on a refinement realm expert for an entire day. However, that newcomer is pretty smart. He got Violent Bear to lower his attributes by 10%. Violent Bear has already set foot into the refinement realm. Against a newcomer, a 20% handicap wouldn't change anything, much less 10%. Without also having reached the refinement realm, that newcomer doesn't stand a chance. Everyone in the main hall had their gazes glued to the massive screen, envy flashing in their eyes as they watched Violent Bear. Red, don't you think that newcomer looks kind of familiar? Purple Eye asked. As she watched Feng on the screen, she felt as if she had seen him somewhere. Familiar. Red Feather's loss vexed him, so he was in no mood to pay attention to the new duel. However, after Purple Eye's comment, he shifted his gaze towards the screen. Immediately, he fell into deep thought as he muttered, indeed. He does feel familiar, but I can't recall where or when I've met him before. As Purple Eye and Red Feather watched Feng's duel with Violent Bear began. The battlefield was set in a desert. It was a standard, open battle with no terrain to benefit either player. Feng had chosen the swordsman class for this match, while Violent Bear stuck with the berserker. However, Violent Bear had reduced his overall attributes by 10%. In terms of strength, he was roughly on par with a swordsman of the same level. As the battle began, Violent Bear used charge at Feng. Brat, I'll show you just how powerful I am. Violent Bear tightened his grip on his battle axe and swung the weapon at Feng violently. Although the axe did not seem to move quickly, it vanished halfway to Feng. Second acceleration. Violent Bear was quite confident of his melee combat capabilities. Even with reduced attributes, with his second acceleration technique, he could defeat a swordsman of the same level easily. Even a melee expert who had also reached the refinement realm would find it immensely difficult to block his attacks, not to mention a newcomer like Feng. Chapter 892, Breaking the Norm. So fast. His attack disappeared. What technique is that? Many of the spectating newcomers were shocked when Violent Bear's battle axe suddenly disappeared before their eyes. However, when Red Feather witnessed this, wrathful flames flared in his eyes. That bastard! He held back against me. Red Feather clenched his fists as he glared at Violent Bear on the screen. If Violent Bear had used this move against him, the match wouldn't have even lasted 30 seconds. Although the newcomers in the hall were surprised, the secret pavilion's veterans were indifferent. They were used to seeing this move. Does he really need to be so serious against this newcomer? He might want to end the battle quickly. But this newcomer sure is unlucky. He's forced to realize the disparity between us so soon after entering the training system. I'm guessing his confidence has shattered by now. As the various fighters discussed the fight, Violent Bear's battle axe struck Feng again and again, leaving the swordsman with no opportunity to catch his breath. Dang, dang, dang. After a series of over a dozen strikes, Violent Bear's expression darkened. He then retreated, glaring at the unharmed Feng. Just who is he? Violent Bear suddenly felt an immense, heavy pressure weigh down on him. Second acceleration was an attack technique that utilized afterimages to trick the enemy. Even an expert of the same standard would struggle to defend against his attacks, yet Feng had blocked every slash and hack. However, this was not why Violent Bear had retreated. As he had swung his axe, Feng's sword had met his blade as it began to accelerate, preventing him from gathering enough momentum in his weapon. As a result, Feng's sword easily deflected his axe, forcing the berserker into a passive state. However, Feng had no intentions of giving Violent Bear any time to rest. Dashing forward, he directly sent a chop towards Violent Bear, his body void of excess movement. In the next moment, his sword vanished. The spectators only saw a flash of white light leave Feng's hand. Violent Bear panicked. He could not even see any afterimage of Feng's sword. However, he instinctively used Whirlwind Slash. Unfortunately, Violent Bear had been too late. Before he could begin to execute Whirlwind Slash, Violent Bear saw a flower of blood bloom on his chest. His Whirlwind Slash only began after the blood had blossomed. However, before his spinning axe could strike Feng, the weapon stopped as if it had struck a wall, scattering sparks. The sudden halt forced the berserker back a step. Before Violent Bear could catch his breath, however, more blood began to bloom across his chest, one after another. His HP drained away like flowing water. In the end, as the seventh flower of blood scattered across the sandy ground, Violent Bear fell motionless. As the battle ended, Feng obtained 800 battle points, pushing his total points to 900. What did he do? Many of the pavilion's elites shouted in their confusion. Why is Violent Bear dead? Today, Feng broke the norm of newcomers' helplessness against veteran bullying. Violent Bear had clearly been on the offensive throughout the match, yet he had retreated and Feng had given chase, spilling the berserker's blood. Seeing the gashes decorating Violent Bear's body, it was obvious that the berserker had been cut. However, none of them had seen even an afterimage of a sword leave Feng's hand, striking Violent Bear. A deathly silence overtook the main hall. Everyone stared at Feng, who was just returned from the battlefield, with dumbfounded expressions. Feng. That's right, he is Feng. After seeing Feng's attack, Red Feather realized where he had seen that familiar face. Moreover, while there were some differences between Feng's and Feng's appearances, there were also some faint similarities. Purple Eye also recognized Feng. The invisible attack had also been familiar. Purple Eye couldn't think of anyone aside from Feng who used that technique. Why is he here? Purple Eye was astounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. Feng might not be very famous among God's domain's general populace, but to first-rate guilds and the game's major powers, the young man's name reverberated like thunder. Purple Eye had already been stunned when she had watched the battle video from the Dark Arena. Now that she had seen Feng fight personally, even her soul trembled. In the Dark Arena battle, Feng's fast attacks had been understandable as he possessed attributes that could even overwhelm an old monster like Sirius. Currently, however, he had the basic attributes of a level 30 player and lacked any bonuses from weapons or equipment. Even so, his attacks were still too fast to see with the naked eye. Who could possibly defend against those attacks? Purple Eye finally understood that Feng had not won against Sirius because of excellent equipment. His personal strength was in fact on par with those old monsters. When Feng returned to the main hall, the secret pavilion's members no longer looked down on him. Only fear filled these elites' eyes. On the other hand, the newcomers originating from various guilds cheered. The secret pavilion's members had constantly bullied and suppressed them. Now that the pavilion's violent bear had been beaten with just a few moves, why wouldn't they feel liberated and excited? Feng, how are you so powerful? Kong Haoren asked, stuttering nervously as he watched Feng walk over. Hu Xingyang and Du Exin, who stood beside Kong Haoren, also stiffened as the swordsman approached. An expert. He was an absolute expert. Even if Feng were a member of a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion, he would still be considered a top-class expert. They had always looked up to such monstrous experts. They had never dreamed that they would one day meet such an existence. When they thought back to how they had conversed and laughed merrily with the man, treating Feng as if he were their junior, they were incredibly embarrassed. You never asked. Feng laughed. You let us make fools of ourselves. If others learned that we met you like this, they would split their sides with laughter. In the end, Kong Haoren was not ordinary. He quickly adjusted his mood. Moreover, in his opinion, Feng was actually quite friendly. He wasn't like those aloof, arrogant apex experts. Hu Xingyang and Du Exin also relaxed after a moment and resumed their conversation with Feng. When the others inside the hall saw this, they envied Kong Haoren and his friends. They all dreamed of a friendship with a powerful expert like Feng. If they could gain some pointers from an expert of his caliber, they could push themselves to the next level. Ah, right. What's up with the ranking competition? Don't tell me we have to face everyone here every single day? Feng had heard all he needed to about battle points. However, he didn't have a clue about the method of earning them. If he had to duel so many people each day, he would waste too much time. Moreover, he didn't have that much time to spend in the simulated training system. Chapter 893, Battle Tower. Kong Haoren and his companions laughed when they heard Feng's question. There were a total of 350 people in the simulation training system. If they had to fight so many people every day, they would die from exhaustion. Not to mention, no one had that much time to waste. After all, every person here was a professional gamer. They spent most of their energy in God's domain. A player's strength did not only rely on combat standards and techniques. Weapons, equipment, and tools also factored into a player's combat power. Otherwise, players wouldn't pursue better weapons or equipment. The simulation training system's ranking competition isn't a competition between players. Rather, it depends on your results in the battle tower. The battle tower is somewhat like the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, Kong Haoren explained. He then pointed towards the large portal in the middle of the hall, saying, "That's the trial tower that decides our ranks." The battle tower has a total of 7 floors. The higher the floor you reach, the more combat points you will earn. In the end, the system uses the battle value to determine our ranks. Inside the battle tower, everyone's attributes are normalized. However, you can only enter the tower once per day, and the ranks are determined every midnight. Generally, you must be prepared before challenging the tower. Otherwise, you'll likely be eliminated and waste your chance. So that's how it works. Feng could not help his growing interest in the battle tower. He shifted his gaze back to Kong Haoren and asked, "Which floor have you guys reached so far?" "This," Kong Haoren scratched his head. Awkwardly, he replied, "We're still on the first floor." "Is it that difficult?" Feng asked in surprise. He could tell that Kong Haoren's combat standard was quite high. Although the man was no match for Red Feather, he was not far off. In a first-rate guild, he would be considered a top-class expert there. In terms of the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, Kong Haoren would be a 6th-floor expert at the very least, yet such an expert was stuck on the battle tower's first floor. How difficult was this tower? In truth, all of the newcomers are stuck on the first floor. Only the pavilion's group have reached the 2nd floor. Violent Bear, for example, is on the 2nd floor. However, he ranks among the top of those on that floor, Kong Haoren explained. The experts who have reached the 3rd floor rank within the top 100. Their ranks practically never change. The most we can do is fight for the top 200 spots. The top 100 are monsters. The battle tower's difficulty has been set incredibly high. I really don't know why the secret pavilion made 7 floors. I've heard that, even so many years after the pavilion created this training system, nobody has the 7th floor. The highest record is the 6th floor. When they spoke of the tower's difficulty, both Hu Jingyang's and Du Xian's expressions twisted into something ugly. They were their guild's prided geniuses in God's domain. Countless players looked up to them, yet upon joining this simulation training system, they had been stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Although Kong Haoren had entered the top 300 ranks, it was beyond these two, and they were limited to a pitiful 20 points each day. The record holder has only reached the 6th floor? Feng was even more surprised. A transcendental power like the secret pavilion should have a few old monsters who had, at the very least, reached the domain realm, yet even they had only managed to reach the 6th floor. It was hard to imagine just how difficult the 7th floor must be. As he learned more, Feng's curiosity about the battle tower grew. Since Feng currently had 900 points, he had no interest in the starter pack. At the very least, he needed a Void Realm expert as a decent opponent. However, simulating Void Realm experts required 1,000 points. As for Domain Realm experts, facing them cost 2,000 points. Following which, under Kong Haoren's guidance, Feng entered the battle tower. As Feng entered the battle tower, news of his overwhelming victory over Violent Bear spread like wildfire. After all, this was the first time a newcomer from another guild had defeated a secret pavilion elite. Furthermore, Violent Bear was an expert that ranked among the top 150. Many people, curious about how well Feng would fare in the battle tower, rushed to the battle fortress to watch. Since this brat had easily defeated Violent Bear, he shouldn't have any problems reaching the 3rd floor. If he does, someone's going to get kicked out of the top 100. How can that be? The 3rd floor isn't easy to reach. Moreover, Violent Bear had handicapped 10% of his attributes in that battle. Damn, which guild did that guy come from? He's so strong. If he reaches the 3rd floor, he'll place a new record. I recall that the best record an expert from a different guild had set on their first try was the 2nd floor. However, that person is a true genius. Even the pavilion is trying to recruit them. The battle fortress's main hall exploded with commotion as everyone focused on the ranking lists before the battle tower. Even now, people streamed into the main hall, all talking about Feng. For a time, Feng was the fortress's focal point. Quick look. Isn't that Hua? Why is she here? Are you kidding me? Is she here to watch Feng? Who is this guy? As everyone discussed Feng, a beautiful woman in purple-red martial artist robes appeared in the hall. Instantly, the focus shifted towards her. Everyone's, including Kong Haoren's group and Purple Eye, who rested in a corner, jaws dropped. Most people in God's domain might not recognize the woman, but in this simulation training system, Hua was a celebrity. Everyone knew about her. Why is she here? Did she discover Feng's identity as well? Watching Hua slowly walk into the hall, becoming the center of attention, an indescribable sense of jealousy and admiration welled up in Purple Eye's heart. In terms of appearance, Hua could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. In terms of talent, however, Hua surpassed Gentle Snow by leaps and bounds. Hua was very young, much younger than Gentle Snow. To experts, age was a form of capital. Some people could reach the refinement realm at the young age of 18. While others only did so after turning 20. Although there was only an age difference of 2 years, this time gap could determine how far a player would go. Although both were considered geniuses, the difference in talent was massive. If one reached the refinement realm at the age of 18, there was a high chance for them to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world during their lifetime. They would likely become an old monster, becoming a domain realm expert in the future. However, those who managed to enter the refinement realm at the age of 20, without any special opportunities, would at most become an ordinary upper echelon in some super guild. Meanwhile, at the young age of 17, Hua had reached the refinement realm. Currently at 19, she had reached the peak of the flowing water realm. The pavilion's old monsters commented that Hua was lacked inspiration and could break through to the void realm at any moment. A 19-year-old void realm expert would have endless opportunities in their future. The secret pavilion had treated Wenhua like a rare, precious seedling and spared no expense to nurture her. The pavilion's old monsters often offered her pointers. She was likely to become the secret pavilion's future heir. Meanwhile, such an amazing woman had actually shown up to watch a newcomer. Why wouldn't this be shocking? You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.